go, ladies. There we go. All right, let me grab yeah, I could use one of those. Take this here. All right. Well, it's gonna be an interesting night because we are not going to have Max, and we are not going to have Atin, and we're not going to have anyone fucking else apparently besides just me. So, crack open a cold one, and let's get into the absolute shit fuckery.
Yeah, how's it
That's
going,
about
Sneaky?
to happen. Oh, great! We got Kaz. Excellent.
Yes, unfortunately, you've got to just settle with an Australian.
Don't worry, we can always use more representation down under.
Great.
Alrighty. Got my monster. Got my alcohol.
That reminds me, I need to grab my rum.
This is certainly not approved for medical standards, but I'm not a doctor either, so what the fuck do I care?
It is approved for Australian standards, though.
I'm sure, yeah. Oh, I'm gonna finish my rice slop here. Ballin'. Alright. Alright, so you got your rum. I got mine. We'll have a good day. We'll have a good day. So what are you feeling tonight, Kaz?
Fuck. How do I want to suffer? I'm feeling like some game fix, but I don't know any like specific games.
That's fair, that's fair. Now, I will say before I start, so, a sufferance of many of men. I am now currently experiencing it because I am losing weight. My ass is no longer fat enough to keep my pants on my waist. So I'm just fucking walking around, and my pants are just like, foop. I'm like, okay, fuck you two pants.
What, belts don't help?
Well, considering this doesn't have belt loops on it.
Oh, fuck.
I mean, I tied it off. Like, I have a one of those cloth knots inside the waistband, and I've tied that off on my waist. But like I said, I haven't got no fucking ass, so it just goes shwhoop. It's
damn,
like a...
Sneaky got the same problems as an anime girl in jealousy.
Jesus Christ. But yeah, so it's just gonna be me and you tonight because apparently,
everyone's got something else on, apparently.
Yeah, apparently everyone else has got something to do. So I'm gonna
Max.
ping a group of authors. Oh shit. Damn it.
What?
Max joined. Now we have to be responsible.
I mean, you can keep talking about your ass. He might enjoy it.
Ah, maybe. I don't think so, though.
I don't like the people you're pinging, Sneaky.
Yeah, well.
Holy shit, On's not shadow banned yet?
I really don't like the people that you're pinging now that Atin and I are otherwise occupied.
Yeah. Well, what could possibly go wrong here?
I'm just here to set the warning down that we are keeping an ear on the stream, and we are both ready with a server mute and a disconnect at a moment's notice.
Damn.
Yeah, but that's a 30-second late server mute.
Yeah, because I can't trust... Oh, you're right. But it doesn't change the fact that it can happen. You know what? I should just fix this by just removing Signed's guest privileges for the night.
What?
No, please, we need him to show up.
I'm trying to play bingo. All I need is square sign has a dog shit opinion on a day ending in Y.
Oh shit, you're right.
We're playing bingo.
I'm supposed to be writing a 10-page paper right now. It's due in 4 hours, but instead I'm here. Well, I mean, why not? Why not both?
Right. Yeah.
Also,
What's the paper even about?
10-page paper? Jesus Christ, man! Fuck college. There's all this page shit. All this fucking page shit means nothing. You're never gonna use that in any point in time in your life.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
What is it even about? What's the subject?
What the fuck is going on with my network?
Why are there 36 fics for Baldi's Basics, but there's only 5 for Absolver and 5 for Deep Rock Galactic? Double spaced? Oh, double spaced does okay, so 5 pages still doesn't mean shit. Like, I'm sorry, but there is very few positions you're ever going to end up in that are going to require a page count from you. And the positions that require actual fucking page counts from you are the positions that are like, oh yeah, I'm getting my doctorate. But again, it's not even like in real life you need a fucking page count. You just need a page count for the fucking thesis statement for the doctorate. Like you're preparing yourself to prepare yourself to prepare yourself for the degree that's before the degree for the degree that actually requires the page count. It's like fucking shit. Can you tell me about the subject or not?
Management about bringing change to an organization. That is easy as fuck. How can you not do 5 pages?
Honestly, just make ChatGPT to write it, honestly.
Or even write about like changes to safety or something, because a lot of companies will look at you big on safety and say, yeah, that looks good for us, or something like that.
Yeah,
or how you've updated processes, or changed a process, or swapped people around, or done like group training throughout the entire warehouse, so cycling people through different areas so that they can get training everywhere. Like,
yeah,
it's
there's a whole
easy.
bunch of stuff, yeah.
Just bullshit
Oh,
your
yes,
way.
of course.
Like,
Yeah.
4 hours, that's nothing.
But yeah,
Page
it's just
counts
like,
are
I'm
awful.
sorry. Page counts
Especially
just
when I
make
can-
no fucking sense.
It should be how clearly can I communicate the information. Page
That's
counts, all they do is encourage
waffling.
all page counts do is they encourage waffling, which is not clearly communicating.
Especially because
It's
a lot of
actively making your
teachers
communication
skim it.
skills worse.
It's why I really loved my technical writing class and my technical writing professor when I went to Champlain. Because the professor was just like, all right, look, so here, I'm going to assign a paper for you guys, and if it's more than a page long, you fail the paper.
Nice. That's great.
You have to cover this topic and explain it to me, and you only have a page to do it in. You better figure out how to do that.
I love that. You are going to learn to be concise. Otherwise you fail. I love that.
Yeah.
That's nice. Anyways,
would
I'm gonna
fucking-
hop over to my other thing that is still not starting.
Oh,
Despite
of
everyone
course,
saying,
of
don't
course.
worry, guys. We'll start at 7.
Yes, obviously.
Yeah. Like I believe any of you.
Damn.
But
Man,
I was just
I know.
here to give the heads up. I don't know how
Yeah.
quickly Atin and I are going to be able to respond because we are going to be doing a fuck ton of math, but we will be there.
Yeah.
Sort
I can't believe Arn's got 12 people. He hasn't even been shadow banned yet. Holy shit.
What's he just doing? Playing Factorio? Or is he expanding?
Factorio Space Age.
I guess he's on his
multiplayer.
best behavior.
Shocking.
All right, well, enjoy the stream,
It must be the
He's playing with
VTuber buff.
Grynet. Yeah, and he's playing with Grynet and Purple.
Yeah,
Well, I thought being a
VTuber buff.
VTuber was a debuff on Twitch now.
No, it's a debuff if you get popular, but it's a buff in terms of viewer count.
Of course.
Yeah, no, I have a funny little story today, right? So, I,
Holy shit, is that? Sorry, I just realized that's the Jean d'Arc PSP game with 5 fucking stories. I didn't think anyone would make a fic about that.
Oh, how about that?
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, they only made 5 fucking stories about it, so I mean, you're kind of right on that one, you know?
Yeah. Plus, I'm actually just gonna jump on that fanfiction and see if that's the same author.
Maybe. Let's see.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It is.
Yeah,
1,
mostly,
2,
yeah.
4 authors. What, 2 of the fixed? One of them yaoi. Some of them yaoi.
Of course. Why not? Somehow women find a way.
Has been written for since 2012. That makes sense. Yeah.
How are there 36 fics about Metopia? How?
I mean, it's easy to insert yourself into it, and it has
I
that.
mean-
I remember the DS. I used to play those fucking mini games where I put my DS on fucking roaming mode or whatever and meet people on the street just by having it. So that's probably
Yeah,
something
I
people have good memories of.
remember that whole roaming mode thing days where you could stop in at GameStop and get like a roaming mode item drop and shit like that.
Yep. Or you can meet people and they can help you on this little fucking fantasy quest with the Mii's all having different classes.
Yeah.
Um,
Those were days. Those were days.
Not surprised Asura's Wrath only has 36. That'd be hard to fucking do anything in with the power scaling there.
Yeah, the power scaling in that one's fucking insane. And there's no real like, oh, I'll do this smarter.
Yeah, no.
Because it's just a game about punching the thing in front of you.
And punch harder.
Yeah, punch harder. Yeah.
I wonder which fucking section Arcane is in, seeing as the new season just fucking is dropping. Oh, it's in cartoons with 192. Oh, damn.
Alien Isolation. That's
the horror game.
That's the horror game, but that who was the main character of that one?
I don't even
Was it Ripley's like niece or something?
Might have been.
Oh man, you know what? That actually makes me want to rant about a game real quick. So I have one of those Alien games. What the fuck's it called?
Oh, she's Ellen Ripley's daughter. Ellen Ripley's daughter.
Yeah. Okay, so Alien Dark Descent. Yeah, Alien Dark Descent. Man, I'm gonna fucking rant about this shit real quick. So Alien Dark Descent pissed me off quite a bit for an opening. Because, like, the game opens with, you know, generic girl boss, indeterminate minority woman who is going to, realize that there is an outbreak of aliens on the ship. And, her boss, who is a corrupt, fat white man, doesn't believe her about the aliens and the suspicious behavior of the people and the cargo being left behind and blah, blah, blah. And he's so greedy that he'll just accept the cargo this one ship left behind instead of investigating it. And it's just like, okay. And that's the opener. It's like, okay. And she, unlike everyone else, then she tries to get help from the security guard, who's a white male, and he blows her off. But, like, here's the thing, right? Like, he's not at fault. So they set up this whole scenario in the start where the reason why her boss doesn't believe her, even though this isn't what they wanted to have be the narrative, they accidentally made this the narrative of apparently this lady, the main character, constantly runs to her boss and complains about how the workers are lazy, or they're moving slow, or they're not following regulation. You know, in the ass fuck nowhere space station of some no-name planet on the frontier.
I really don't understand that sort of shit happening in the space station where stuff's been just left unattended and you're like, oh yeah, it's fine, bring it in. No one knows, like, what kind of fucking biological things can be found in space still.
Yeah, but
Like, it just seems like common sense. You find something like that, you'd probably fucking sanitize or burn it to make sure it doesn't have anything.
right, but it's not organic yet. It was just a storage container that got left behind. Yeah. The storage container happened to have a bunch of organic things in it, which happened to be xenomorphs. But it was intentionally placed there. They were using the space. Weyland-Yutani was using the space station as a
Wow, pull-up entertainment. Just a container with a whole bunch of biological things in it that no one knows that are in there. Way to copy immigration.
Yeah, right, yeah. And they end up destroying the whole space station. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. So, but anyway, apparently, like, she's constantly complaining to him, so when she brings up the container, he's like, holy shit, maybe it's just our lucky day that they forgot some luggage behind, and we can sell it and make some extra money. Holy shit, get the fuck off my back, bitch.
Yep.
So, but he's being portrayed as, like, this greedy, evil idiot. This fat, greedy, evil idiot. But
when he's just someone who's fucking fine.
No. He's fat, greedy, and evil. Like, I want to be clear here. Her boss is fat, greedy, and evil. But
seriously, because I'd fucking empathize with him because I'm a team leader for a department and I have to deal with that exact same fucking shit.
Right.
Sorry.
No, I know, but that's the problem, right? Is that if they could have just have him be fat, greedy, and evil. But no. They had to have the girl boss always be right and constantly be bringing shit up to him, and they had to make her like this paragon of virtue and rules, which completely changes the portrayal of the scene, where it's no longer a concerned vice team leader bringing their concerns to the team leader and the team leader blowing them off because they want to be greedy and evil. It's like, I'm bringing the 30th complaint to you this week, and it's like, holy shit, bitch, fuck off. So anyway, she goes to security and tries to get security to come with her to check out the crate. And security is like, look, we heard the argument already. We're not getting involved. Whatever your problem with boss is, you take it up with boss. You're not getting security involved in your little arguments.
Yeah. Which kind of sounds like she's tried to do that before.
Yeah. But they portray it as like, oh, security is just full of white, lazy men. And it's just like, oh my god. Okay. So then she boldly, without a weapon, goes to check this container that happened to be left behind that she's so concerned about. Oh, wouldn't you know it, it's already packed full of xenomorphs, and they've killed everyone in the loading dock, and no one's realized it until now.
And no one's heard a thing, no one's realized, no one's checked any sort of cameras.
Yeah, apparently, like there's fires everywhere, the power's been cut, but no one's figured this out until she got there. Yeah, so then she manages to get all the way to the container somehow. Realizes that there's some sort of alien organism on the ship, and then turns around to find the aliens are there, and she's like, oh no, and grabs a pistol off the ground and starts firing it, and then somehow manages to make it to the door in time, outrunning the alien warrior. Yeah, somehow. And then she makes it to the door closes, she's safe, but wait, they're in the vents! They're getting all across the station! And then she runs through the station again, and all the people that blew her off or said she was over, complaining too much or whatever, they're all dead and scared now, and she's the only one who can do what needs to be done. So anyway, We're not even done the prologue yet.
Oh God. You know, this really annoys me because I've also just been recently watching a lot of those fucking shorts of women wanting to go in peace, men their final stand.
Yeah.
And all I'm thinking is looking at all that, shooting like weapons and all that until we run out of ammo or something, and then just blowing up the space stations like this is my purpose.
Yeah. So anyway, she enters one of the rooms and there's an android there. And she's talking to the android, and the android apparently is like the station-wide android hive mind or some shit. Whatever.
Oh,
And
okay, AI.
wouldn't you know it? It's working for Wayland Yutani, and their whole purpose is to do this testing. And so the android convinces her to use her authorization to lock the station down and prevent anyone from leaving the planet or going to the planet. This will also cause all of the defensive satellites to fire on the military ship already on the planet's orbit.
So she just committed treason.
Yes, but no, but like she lets herself get tricked by the AI. Because it's like, I'm sorry, but it's like I don't want to be the sexist here. But it's like, it's the most woman thing ever of... The AI literally tells her, no one will be able to leave. And she's like, right, yeah, that's a good plan. And then so she enables it, and then the AI turns on her, and she's like, what are you doing? He's like, no one will be able to leave. But I thought I could!
Oh my God.
It's just like, are you fucking kidding? Oh my God, why did you fire on the civilian craft and the military ship? No one is allowed to leave. Oh my God, I didn't think that would happen.
Is she a trained soldier or something, or is she just on that space station for a reason?
She's a vice team leader management for the company for logistics. She's not a soldier at all.
And she outran one of the alien hunters, or whatever?
Yeah.
Oh. Don't worry, she does Pilates.
Yeah, yeah. So anyway, she manages to, somehow, again, evade the alien warrior because, for some fuck-all reason, right? So the alien warrior just happened to be hiding on the machine that activates the Cerberus protocol, which is what shot down all the ships. And after she's finished activating it, then the alien's like, I'm going to slowly rise in full view and spread my arms out and roar at you, and then calmly hop down and let you walk away. It's just like...
Wait, what?
And then she starts running away, and it's like, rah! And he starts walking towards you, and she's like, oh my God, I gotta run!
It's an alien hunter, not a fucking supervillain monologuing. Why would that happen?
Because it's monologuing at her, of course. And so it continues the monologue for a bit, and then she hides.
No, I realized what it was doing. It was trying to think of the best fucking theme music to play in its head while it hunts
of
her.
course, obviously, yes. So eventually she manages to hide, and you get away, and then you meet up with a Marine squad, and then that's when the game teaches you how to use the Marine squad, because that's what you're going to be using for a majority of the game. To, you know, have firing lines and how willpower works and ammo management.
And that the logistics vice leader, whatever, it can shoot and be as good as the Marines without any training.
No! Actually, she pretty much just gets sidelined near immediately once the Marine squad shows up.
Wait, what? So wait, is that theme... Really? So those Marine squads, the 4-man squad on the Aliens Dark Descent cover that I've got up on Google, that's just them, and she's in the middle, and even though she's in the middle as a main character, she gets sidelined.
Yeah.
Deserved.
Yeah, just instantly, she just basically becomes a fucking NPC. Doesn't even matter at all.
Mission. Escort mission. Wow.
Yeah.
God, what happened to the fucking Aliens vs Predator RTS I played?
So
as
it
a
gets
kid?
worse. So it gets worse.
Oh no.
So that's the end of the prologue. And then, a series of events happen. You go onto the military ship, you get off of the space station. The military ship has an emergency landing. Oh, and it looks like the entire upper staff died on the landing. And it just so happens that Mr. John Alien Killer, white guy extraordinaire, is put in charge because he's the last highest ranking individual in the company.
Wow.
But wait! John, white guy, doesn't want this position, so he turns to minority undistinguishable woman and goes, minority undistinguishable woman, you are smarter than me and better than me in every way. I'm just good at shooting things and dying.
Oh.
Can you lead us in this time of struggle?
Why?
Did I come into?
A sneaky summary of Alien Dark Descent, the video game from 2020, the Alien vs Predator video game from 2023. That's a bit like XCOM.
It's honestly like I went on this rant with Max in privately, but as I told Max, the game itself is actually good. It's fun.
Yeah.
It's just the fucking narrative makes me want to die.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, just looking at screenshots and Google Images, it just looks like XCOM, and that's a fun game.
It's actually live-action XCOM, effectively.
Yeah.
I came out of the woods for this.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Wait, you don't want to hear about how the minority woman saves the entire planet?
Not really, to be honest.
Oh, fair
I can't
enough.
believe you missed Sneaky describing a woman moment earlier in-game.
Not surprised.
Yeah. But also, I need you to give a shit opinion. I'm trying to play stream bingo, and I need Sign gives a shit opinion on a day ending and why.
Don't take the
Stream
bait.
bingo, okay.
Don't do it.
It's physically causing fucking pain for Sneaky to hear someone ask for your opinion.
Yes. Anyway.
Nice. Yeah.
Now that Sign is here.
Oh no.
So, I feel in honor of Dragon Age Veilguard coming out,
Oh no.
we should read a Dragon Age story.
Let's give it a try. I never got into Dragon Age and just played a bit of Inquisition without finishing it, but let's give it a try.
Don't worry, everyone
all that.
played a bit of Inquisition without finishing it.
Yeah.
Inquisition was kind of grindy.
It wasn't even grindy, it was just boring.
Yeah, because they made it grindy.
No, I like grindy games, that's the thing.
They made it grindy in a boring way. It doesn't give you that feeling of accomplishment that you get from grinding a normal game.
It feels like it's supposed to be open world, but isn't, because every time you go away from somewhere where you're supposed to go in this open world, you end up finding a dragon or something that just one-shots you.
Yeah, pretty much.
And
It was
it's
kind of
just
like...
fucking yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like a really mixed bag. Because it's like, on one hand, it's like, it's kind of cool that no matter, like, the dragon isn't scaled for the area. Like, you go into the level 40 area, you fight a level 40 dragon. You go into the level 10 area, you fight a level 10 dragon. It's like, no. You go into the level 10 area, you fight the level 70 dragon because fuck you, it's a dragon. It's like, okay.
Yeah.
That's kind
That's
of cool.
fair.
However...
And it feels like because there's different species of dragons and they like different areas, there's different strengths of dragons in different areas, and that is cool.
Yeah.
It's part of the world. It's lore.
However,
Implemented well.
there is... It's poorly implemented in terms of the game mechanic, however, because there is zero warning that you're about to fight a fucking dragon, besides that the area is particularly open.
No, there
should
is a
it's a
in
boss fight
Inquisition.
area.
There is a warning. The
There
area
is?
before the area before the boss fight in the very first dragon you'll ever find, the dragon is shooting fire everywhere that one shots you.
Yeah,
Oh,
he
wait,
is.
did you
Yeah,
only
I
play the
fought it.
first area?
No, I played till we got to fucking Skyhold or Haven or whatever.
Oh,
After
same. Yeah.
But then after getting to that and realizing, wow, I was just in the prologue and it was that boring. I'm out of here.
Yep, same.
Yeah,
That was
Same.
essentially just the prologue. That was
Yep.
just the prologue.
Yep.
And
Yeah,
I
it
couldn't
was
even
a-
romance the elf. I couldn't even romance the elf because she's a lesbian.
Yeah. Don't worry, they fixed that in the new one.
Oh, the thing is, this is something that I'm actually happy with checking Dragon Age because
Yeah.
this is something game developers. I don't care that there's DEI stuff in a game. What I care is that you're not implementing it into the world of the game. You're not making it as something natural to the world. You're just shoving it in so that while I'm playing the game, it feels like someone is inside of my body fucking tasering my kidneys because it's just such a shock.
Huh?
Like, I'm looking at that and I'm just thinking, someone's taken a taser to my fucking insides. Why is this in here? It has nothing to do with the previous parts of the game, nothing to do with the later parts. It's just shoved in. Why did
Yeah.
you not at least try to implement it? Then I wouldn't care. I'd keep playing your game.
Well, it's not just that. It's like, also, it's a massive fucking cope on their end. Because
Yeah.
by them not making it a normal part of the universe, they are implicitly, because they're all about implicit shit, right? They're
Yeah.
implicitly implying that actually their entire world is built off of the opposite of their worldview, and the only way for their worldview to have actually occurred is for the worldview that they hate to actually exist and proliferate.
Yeah.
Hilariously.
Also, because these people are creatively bankrupt and they physically can't comprehend what a world with those traits being actual part of the world would be like. And so they just have to copy the real world because they have no capacity for imagination or creation.
Well, again,
Yeah.
that's the difference between a magical transformation from male to female, which they don't like, but they'll take as an opener, like they're subverting the new
some.
Ranma remake.
Some.
But then there's
then
ones that
there's-
say, no, you've got to proudly have surgery scars. You have to have a deformed body. You have to have suffered to get this.
Which it's just a continuation of victimization behavior. Like, it's not even like something special to that specifically. It's just in general, it's something to physically victimize yourself over. It's kind of it just makes it very weird to talk to people like that. It's sort of like the person, like, you're just sitting there chatting about like football or whatever, and then the person just opens up with their most degenerate fan fiction they've ever written, and it's kind of just like, I didn't ask.
Yeah.
It'd be like if Sign was in a conversation with someone in real life, and they're talking about the internet service providers, and then Sign goes, "Oh, you know what? That reminds me about this time I wrote a worm story where a tentacle creature has sex with a 13-year-old."
I
And it's
never
just
do
like,
that because I keep my real life and my writing life separate. I know better.
Or
sure.
Or you're just talking to someone about a video game, and all of a sudden, oh, this reminds me of this this fan fiction I read that I really enjoyed called Signal to Noise, and you just
But those, don't worry, those words will never be spoken.
Sign, are you really saying you want people to like Signal to Noise?
Hey, Fox.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, Fox.
Yeah, so we're just kind of sitting here shooting the shit about Dragon Age, Veilguard, fan fiction, how people and authors are utterly incapable of writing these days, and
how I wouldn't care if it was actually something that was implemented to the world instead of shoved in your face like a taser to the kidneys.
Yeah. Dragon Age Veilguard is just
It's not a bad game.
I'll
say this from what I've seen.
It is mechanically and it is mechanically a terrible fucking game.
But like, to play it, it's not a boring game. It's a boring story to me.
I recall Infant said it looks really good.
I'm not going to pay for it. No, I'm not going to play it because I'm not spending money on it. But if I had it gifted to me, I'd probably play it for like a week, get bored of it, and then just randomly pick it up every once in a while. But probably never finish it.
No, the whole thing is I'm just not gonna give them my fucking money. It's like the moment
simple as
I
that.
saw
Yeah,
any of
true.
that,
Yeah.
the moment I saw any of that,
DEI.
pandering.
Well, you know what?
Because
Actually,
the whole thing for me is even today the LGBTQ plus AIP two spirit community is still a very, very, very small percentage
yeah.
of the overall global population. So
With an
for
outsized voice.
Yeah.
so with the gaming industry as a whole going through and trying to gaslight the consumers into thinking that they're actually much, much larger and much more powerful and much more influential than they actually are via
Well, I mean, it's
billions
sort
of
of like
dollars.
true, but not, because
Back.
they are a
All of
majority
these
of the devs now.
initiatives, all of these,
Yeah.
well, that's because they went through and forced out all of the
Oh,
regulators.
yeah,
You
sure,
had
absolutely,
billions
yeah.
of dollars of black money from, BlackRock and all these other corporations that went through and, applied the electrodes to the game devs' testicles and said, you need to go through.
Jesus.
True. I mean, he's not wrong.
You
Yeah,
need
he's
to go
not
through
wrong.
and have DEI in your workplaces, and then once that's the whole thing is once the commies get their foot in the door, then they can go through
Well,
and game the system to remove.
it's not even. I don't even massively disagree with you here, but I do kind of want to make a point of saying that it's not just commies. It's literally just any group in general that tries to artificially create an environment where they control media. Because, I mean, back in the 90s, it was the fucking religious...
Sure, but we don't know commies.
Sure, but back in the day, it was the religious nuts who were trying to control gaming, and were trying to make gaming only family-friendly, and getting rid of blood in gaming, and getting rid of violence in gaming. And, like, if the religious nut jobs, oh yeah, back in the day, religious nut jobs,
I know,
if it was up to them...
What I'm saying is the people behind the people, like...
Yeah, sure, I know, yeah.
Like, how... Like, oh man, getting...
Yeah, I know, yeah.
But,
But what I'm saying
level.
though is, yeah, on the surface level, I'm saying if it was up to the religious nut jobs back in the day, then we would all be playing only walking sims. Like,
yes,
it doesn't really matter what group; it's the same tactics, no matter the fucking masks they're wearing. But what it always ultimately ends up in is the gaming suffers, writing suffers, the videos suffer, the movies suffer, the TV shows suffer, all of it fucking suffers whenever they have to jam any sort of anything into it. When it's not being completely squeezed out 100% pure, raw, unfiltered artist and developer passion, the game always fucking suffers.
Yeah.
And speaking of which, so Dismantle is a great game. It's got some quirky, interesting mechanics. It's one of those isometric top-downs, survival craft build. But like each area, each zone, everything has health points. The buildings, everything does, right? And so some items can only be damaged by a certain damage threshold. So which means you can only destroy them when you have a certain item. So, you start off with a fucking baseball bat, and you can break some twigs, you can break some rocks, and then you can build a crowbar. Get some metal sheets off the ground, then build a crowbar. And using the crowbar, you can, scrap some iron fencing, break some light poles and shit like that, which gets you steel. And then you can build, a sledgehammer, and then the sledgehammer can destroy bigger things, and then you get a power jack, and et cetera, right? But
tools to build tools.
But then there's the another cool mechanic where the zombies and stuff like that, unlike a lot of other games where the monsters always come back to life, the monsters only come back to life in a zone until you destroy the monster core. Once you destroy the monster core, the monsters permanently die. And they don't come back to life anymore, and you can basically make the zone a safe zone where you can harvest shit from the zone to your heart's content. yeah, it's got other cool mechanics such as an infinite inventory, but your current carry space is limited. But whenever you do anything, it's always out of your inventory instead of out of your carry space. So you basically never need to put shit into your carry space. I mean, sometimes you do to repair stuff. But if you're just building things, it pulls it out of your inventory instead. But it's generally just a very cool, very chill game. And recently, the final patch got released for it. And the devs were like, all right, well, we put everything in the game that we wanted to. Here's the modding tools. Have fun. Also, by the way, achievements are
Nice.
still enabled because it's a single-player game, and if you want to cheat in your single-player game, we don't care.
Base developer. 10 ton is great.
Base developer, indeed, yes.
10
Yeah,
ton has
10
always
ton.
been decent, like good developers as far as I remember, haven't they?
Yeah, usually. I'm looking forward to Displaced, but yeah, I'm just trying to hopefully drum up some support for someone playing fucking Dismantle with me someday. But we'll see.
I thought you
Anyway,
said single player, so it does have multiplayer.
it's co-op now. Yeah, they also added co-op
Oh shit!
with the final update. Yeah,
Alright, let me look at that, see what it is in Australian dollars.
Australian dollar reduce.
$30, I'm not buying that shit.
Jesus Christ.
Oof.
Yeah, $29.50.
What's that in real man money?
$20.
About $20 to $17, I believe, because I'm about
That's not
55,
bad.
60 cents per American.
Yeah, it's $20.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's a fun game, and I mean, if you can get it on sale, especially get it on sale. But yeah,
Well,
I mean,
Black
it's
Friday's in like 2 weeks, so
yeah, exactly.
they'll probably be
But
there.
it's like nothing special. But it's just like an all-around good, fun little game.
Yeah, which is why I'm probably going to spend 200 hours on it.
You mean it's a game you can cram a political message into and it wound up to be fun?
Yeah, I know, right?
Mm.
But honestly, I can't even understand most Dragon Age shit these days. To get back on topic, because it's just like they added like so many new zones and so much more lore with Inquisition, and a lot of the lore is kind of like really either convoluted or stupid or boring, and I didn't pay attention to most of it, and I kind of just liked the good old days where it's like, hey, yeah, so we got fantasy zombies. If they bite you, you might turn into a fantasy zombie yourself or just like die. And some people drink the zombie blood and they become like temporary super not zombies. And then they turn into zombies eventually, except they turn into super zombies. And sometimes like the zombies come up from the depths and they're led by a zombie dragon. And it's like, okay.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm here for this.
And then Inquisition brought up, damn mages always summoning demons, let's kill them all.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
I mean, I was
interesting
okay with
lore.
the whole mage thing too, where it's like, oh yeah, magic's fine and all, except sometimes, magic comes from the dream realm. It's like, okay, it's like sort of like a not Skyrim, Elder Scrolls inspired sort of magic system, except mixed with like 40k effectively.
Yeah. Oh, and here's these crystals called lyrium that corrupt you when they're just raw.
Yeah.
Well, no,
Corrupt everything, and mages
No,
love
that's
using it.
red
And mages
lyrium.
love using it. Red lyrium.
No, blue lyrium is just crystallized mana. Red lyrium is some weird shit.
Yeah, blue lyrium is crack cocaine.
What?
Sorry, blue lyrium is crack cocaine.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just free power essentially.
Red lyrium is the T-virus.
Blue lyrium's the original Coca-Cola recipe.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Yes, literally.
Oh, you bagged yourself a deer. Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, that was my nephew got that. I had to go help drag it out.
Ah, I see.
Nice.
Is he gonna pay you in
That's what
meat?
it was. I wish. No, I just did this as a favor. He couldn't track it. I had to help track it and drag it out.
Sounds like you deserve some meat.
Yeah, sounds like you deserve meat.
Some venison.
Yeah,
Even at least some jerky or something.
But yeah,
Yeah.
my problem with Dragon Age is like, or with Veilguard is that it does not bode well. This is the litmus test for what the new Mass Effect is going to look like.
Yeah,
This is-
I'm on. See,
yeah.
so that's the other thing,
That
right?
is my
Like,
problem.
that's the other thing, right? So I played Andromeda. So EA was selling Andromeda and Anthem for $5. So I
Yeah.
bought both. Anthem was fun. However, there was a lot of design decisions that I was not super enthused about. And not all of those design decisions were single player problems. Some of it was multiplayer problems. Like basically, like to progress story quests, they had you run these dungeons with other players, and it was really weird.
They did the Destiny thing basically. They
basically did the Destiny thing, except it was like really weird because you're in this like mech that like flies around and shit, but they have you like stomping through narrow corridors to fight meat sponge enemies.
Because fuck you, that's why.
And it's like, wow.
Somehow an Iron Man without Iron Man game.
Yeah, you somehow took the Iron Man and put the Iron Man in every part of the game except for the part where I fight people.
Yeah.
So I'm like, what
like
the fuck
the
is this?
And the flying around and the combat and the class system, like all that stuff, that sounds great. It's just the execution for
Oh, it felt great. No,
else
don't get me wrong.
was
The
just
parts, like, no, like the thing is like the parts where it was just the single player story.
The parts where you had the single player story and where you could fuck around was fun, but then
Yeah.
the parts where they forced you to the way they copied Destiny, they didn't even copy Destiny correctly because they put you in a giant mech and then ruined it instead of just having you. Like,
Yeah, Anthem
four-person
wanted you to use
squad
this
getting through a
weird
mission.
ass combo system. Yeah, it was just so fucking weird. Like the thing is like the story missions were like these big, wide open parts where you could just like fly around and fight enemies. But if you wanted to upgrade your gear, you had to do these like dungeons that were these small encapsulated areas where you had to fight enemies in close quarters, and your abilities were completely like
in JRPG terms, it was basically the multiplayer dungeons were like Final Fantasy 13's fucking story for the first 3/4 of the game, while the second parts were like Final Fantasy 14 Realm Reborn, where you could go anywhere even if it gets you killed and helps you, and you can have fun.
Yeah, fuck.
I've never played any of those. So.
I haven't played either of them, so sure.
I haven't played 14 Realm Reborn either, but I was a fan.
Oh
of
yeah, and then the whole snipers, yeah, the NPC snipers that could one shot you no matter what your mech was, which is just really great game
Halo
design.
2. Halo
yeah,
2
Sniper Alley, yeah. Yeah, it was just like I said. There's just some decisions that were just really weird. Like a lot of the feel of it and the fun of it. I was like, damn, this is like actually good. How did this game fail? And then I got into my first dungeon, and I was like, wow, okay, I'm closing the game now.
And it wouldn't be bad if it was optional. If it was like a game mode people can go into and give it a try, and like earn things that isn't required to basically beat the game.
Yeah.
Or continue.
Yeah, it was bad.
Multiplayer.
Yeah, I just don't know what they were thinking. Well, I know what they were thinking. They were thinking, shit, we got to get this game out, and no, shit, we got to get this game out, and we can't spend a really long time on making the big, long, expansive maps that the single player got. So we're just gonna make these small, mashed up combat maps.
Well, yeah, they did rush a lot of stuff, especially towards the end. Because they promised one thing and then they kind of lost the plot.
Well, again, this is like the whole thing I was talking about with people infringing on the ability for the developer to fucking develop the game, where their fucking executives are like, oh, you know, this is popular right now, put this into the game. Oh, this is popular right now, put this into the game. Don't put that into the game anymore. That's not popular anymore. That's just like, holy shit, people. Yeah, games take like 3 to 5 years. Yeah.
Like, this is a well-known problem with BioWare.
Well, I know it's a well-known problem with a lot of developers. It's just like games take on average 3 to 5 years to develop, just in general, period. It doesn't really matter whether it's a AAA game, a AA game, or a single A game, C game, G game, whatever fucking letter grade you want to put on it. Games in general take a long time to develop. They just do. Like, even mods of any sort of appreciable size take months. And that's with a game that's already fully fucking made. So it's just
that.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say it's just baffling when executives are like, "We're trying to chase a trend of right now," and it's like, bro, in 3 years that's not gonna matter. Don't make a fucking game now about a thing that's happening now.
Yep, which is what I'm so pissed about with Suicide Squad Killed Justice League.
Yeah.
Is that kept happening over and over and over, and it turned a single player Arkham Asylum style game into Marvel's Avengers style game.
Yeah.
It was god awful.
Yeah, what's even more baffling is that Warner Brothers initially said they weren't going to make another Harry Potter game, Harry Potter Legacy game, because they were like, yeah, we know it made us $1 trillion, but it only made us $1 trillion once instead of $1 trillion every quarter. So we're not going to make games like that anymore. And it's like, oh my god, you fucking retards.
Yep.
Typical bean counter.
And well, now they're going back and making Hogwarts Legacy too. So maybe now we'll find what happened to all the minorities between Hogwarts Legacy and the movies.
We already know it was Albus Dumbledore.
Yes. Dumbledore and his butt buddy Grindelwald.
Yeah.
No. Yeah. No,
but
according to Grindelwald's aunt or something, it was just Dumbledore.
But yeah, it's just really frustrating because it's just like Hogwarts Legacy came out, they did their own thing. You could tell the devs loved the game. You can tell they weren't super rushed. They made all these cool little mini games that were actually fun. And it was like don't get me wrong, I'm not saying it's a 10 out of 10 game. It's like a 8 out of 10, right? It was pretty good. But it wasn't like, oh my god, I'm spending 400 hours playing this game, or oh my god, I'm spending 1,000 hours playing this game, you know? It wasn't... And it's not even a game that you replay, because there's really no benefit in replaying it. But on the first playthrough, it was fun.
Still a better game than Dragon Age Dragon Age, whatever the new one is, Veilguard.
No, well, anything's a better game than Dragon Age Veilguard. But...
Saints Row reboot.
No, I still think that game's better.
Now you're just reaching.
No.
But point being is, I don't understand, to reel it all the way back, is I just don't understand the new lore of Dragon Age. I don't understand why they're going in these weird directions. I played Dragon Age. Dragon Age is just a fucking generic fantasy game. I played Dragon Age because it let me live out the BioWare fantasy that used to be the BioWare fantasy staple of I can make my team. Yeah, they have personalities, but it's like, well, I don't want Alistair to be a DPS. I want him to be the tank in this run because I'm playing a mage. And I don't need a mage, so you be a healer. And I don't need range DPS, I need a melee DPS, so instead of being a ranger, you're now an assassin.
I don't even want to deal with this asshole, so I just don't pick him up.
Exactly, right? And it's like, you have a lot of freedom in the original Dragon Age Origins, and you could build your party how you wanted, equip them with the items that you wanted to equip them with, level them how you wanted. They had the same stats as you. Like, it wasn't, like, dumbed down, it wasn't easyified, and I built my party how I wanted my party to operate. And that was what I played BioWare games for. And I wasn't disappointed when it came to Dragon Age Origins, and then they just got rid of all of that in the subsequent Dragon Age games. Like, even though 2 was kind of fun, it got dumbed down to press A,
Press
Press
X
A.
repeatedly. Go back to the
Press
same
A.
cave over and over.
Yeah.
Well, it's just like Mass Effect and Mass Effect 2. Like they went through and just completely gutted the system.
Yeah. Now, to be fair,
Game.
no,
don't get me
no.
wrong. 2 was a good game, but it was not the same style of gameplay as the
Here's the
original
problem,
Mass
though,
Effect.
right? So I played obviously all 3 Mass Effect games, and I bought the Legendary Edition or whatever, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna replay all of them again. It's gonna be a fun time. Got through Mass Effect 1 just fine. I had a great time. It was a good old RPG systems, good old gaming the numbers, silly mechanics, silly stuff, right? I get into 2, and I'm like, I can't play this.
Yeah.
And the reason why I couldn't play it is because 3 was just objectively superior in every way.
The opposite reaction. I played 2 and 3, and I loved 2. I liked 3's gameplay. Didn't like the story, but everybody hated that. Then I go back to try to play 1, and it's like, what the fuck is this? It is a complete genre
Yeah, but see,
change.
but I started
change
with
between
1.
and
Yeah, but I started with 1. I know.
I didn't have an Xbox when 1 came out.
I know, but my point is that the difference between 2 and 3, like, it's not like the reason why I don't play Dark Souls 2 is because I just don't like Dark Souls 2. It's mechanically just fine. But then there's nothing massively different between 1, 2, and 3 that prevents me from, like, say, playing 1 again. I mean, I don't want to play 1 again because I played the shit out of 1 and I'm kind of bored of it. Got to, like, level 400 or something. But 3 just had better mechanics overall, so if I was ever going to replay a Dark Souls game, I would rather replay 3. But, Elden Ring's out now, and Elden Ring is just a superior mechanical game. And so if I would replay the game, I would replay Elden Ring instead.
Yeah.
But there's nothing stopping me. Like, if I genuinely wanted to replay 2, I would. If I genuinely wanted to replay 1, I would.
You would.
Mass Effect 2, I can't play. I wanted to play it, and I just couldn't play it, because every single time I went to do something in Mass Effect 2, I would think, man, 3 did it so much better.
Yeah.
Inventory management, weapon management, ability management, squad management, grenade management, how abilities interacted with each other, how you leveled up, how the guns worked, just across the board. 3 just did it better. And so, no matter what I was doing, I just could not play 2. Because I was just like, wow, I can't leap over this, ledge? What? I can't mount this ledge? Why can't I go up this small incline? I could do this in 3.
Some issues.
My biggest issue with number 2 was the oversimplification of the gunplay and customization. Like in Mass Effect 1, if you if you had, not only were there far more different weapons to choose from that had different base stats and handling characteristics, but then you could go through and pick and choose what modifications. So if you wanted to have, like me, I modded my assault rifle to be a 0 spread, 0 recoil,
See, I modded my assault rifle to be the most brainless gun in existence, where with frictionless material 10 and polonium round 10, it had just enough fire rate reduction that it could fire forever because it would cool off faster than it would fire. And so I managed to time challenge all of the fucking time challenges with a gold star, because I would enter into the time challenge, hold down the trigger, and go to sleep.
Jesus.
But it's just you could do that though if you wanted to have an assault rifle that could just boom boom boom. If you wanted to try and turn your assault rifle into a shotgun shooting slugs, you could do that. If you wanted to have one that was just like
Well,
which had
it's not just
insane
that
fire
though,
rate
right?
and but it heats up really fast. You could do that, but you immediately went from all of this customization, all of this ability and choice that you could choose as the player, down to, hey, you got 3 assault rifles, 3 SMGs, a couple of shotguns, and oh yeah, by the way, here's all the sniper rifles, but you're
to
only
make
ever
it
going to use
worse,
the Widow because
yeah,
everything else sucks.
and to make it worse, that's what I was gonna say. To make it worse, objectively, there is the best SMG. Objectively, there is the best sniper. Objectively,
one
there
did
is the
you
best
say?
assault rifle.
Oh, right,
Oh,
Locust.
yeah, Mass Effect 1. Well, that's because it was the Spectre Premium. Like
No,
that
no,
is
no. I'm
object-
talking about 2, where in 2 it was
yeah.
like you got the Widow and you got the Tempest SMG, and then you just won the game.
Yeah, it's just like there was very little
But
competition.
but that's what I'm saying though. In Mass Effect 1, you played a majority of the game with this really great feel of like modifying your equipment to get maximum efficiency out of it, maximum power out of it. And then once you got rich and became a real Spectre, you could buy the Spectre equipment and it was just so much fucking better. And you're just like, yeah, that's right. I'm
Yeah.
certified badass now.
Well,
Yeah.
and another thing was the change to thermal clips.
Yeah.
Listen, if you went through and made it so that if you wanted to,
Not
fire
only
until the
that,
weapon overheated, and then you could let it cool down, or you could pop out the thermal heat sink, and then
But
did
not
you value
only that,
DPS or over sustain? That was your choice. But they didn't
ammo
give you
was
that choice.
never an issue in 2. Like it wasn't like, oh, thermal clips and now you have to watch your ammo. It's like, no, ammo was literally never an issue. There was constantly ammo crates. Enemies constantly dropped ammo refills. It was literally
Somebody's
never
taking
a
a shit.
concern.
Yeah, but at the same time, like me, like what was the hardest difficulty playthrough? What did they call it? It wasn't legendary.
Nightmare or something.
Yeah, nightmare. Like on my hardest difficulty playthrough, I never got lucky with ammunition drops. So I just and of course, because they class-based restricted you weapons, you
Yeah.
couldn't carry around with you an assault rifle. If you had
And
a
see, that was the coolest thing about the first one is I beat the game. What you do for to get the easiest way to get the hard mode achievement for Mass Effect 1 is you beat the game on easy as a engineer, which unlocks the shield skill for new game plussing with new character. And then you pick soldier. And then you pick the engineer skill with soldier for your new game plus on the hardest difficulty. And what it let you do is you could maximize your shield skill and maximize your health skill. And because of how the game worked, the soldier skill increased your shields or something like that by a percentile, or something, but it was multiplicative between the engineer skill and the soldier skill. So what it ended up doing was increasing your shields by like 20,000%. It was insane. It was ludicrous. I actually had more HP than my fucking APC.
Nice.
That sounds like a bug, but no, definitely a fun, a neat little
Right, but it's like I already beat the
exploit.
game. Like it's like I'm just playing to have fun. I already beat the game. It's a single player game. Why can't I fuck around? Right?
Yeah.
It's this fucking just, I don't know what it is. For a generation of people that write so much fan fiction, all about anything can happen. You can do anything, cause anything to happen. Butterfly flapping its wings, justifying anything. For a generation that grew up obsessing over that, we seem to make only games that have only one way to play them.
Yep. Which was, again, my problem with Hogwarts Legacy, because, yeah, you can play using the dark side, but in the end, it changed nothing, it achieved nothing.
Yeah,
I
and
think you
it's
get
just...
scolded for using the killing curse.
What?
No. What?
No.
I thought you got scolded by somebody for using the killing curse.
No,
Oh,
people
yeah.
just look at you in fear, but no quest is locked out to you. No one really truly talks to you differently. All it does is that people around you while you're walking around will be like kind of scared. That is the only
that's dumb.
change.
That is just like so hilarious to me. It's just like, oh my god, it's like the British Empire goes out and conquers the world, but here it is in like what, the 18th century, and everybody's just like, oh my gosh, she used a killing curse and killed somebody. It's like,
Yeah. Well, it's not only
1890s.
that, right? It's not only that. In Hogwarts Legacy, it's like they make a big deal out of it, but it's just so easy to beat people with Stupefy and Incendio. It's insane. It's
Yep.
there's no incentive to pick up the dark side. Like normally it's like, oh, but if you reach for the power, you get the curse, and bad things happen to you, but you're able to defeat your enemies easier. It's like, no! Not only are you able to easily defeat your enemies without reaching for the cursed power, you don't even get penalized for taking it!
Yeah, and also you don't even get it to your like level 2 or 26 or something.
Something like that, yeah.
It's like, hey, you've got this cursed power. Cool, can I use it? No.
Yeah, effectively.
Originally, during the first release, there were huge benefits to using the dark side, like ridiculous benefits, but they nerfed all that because, it's a single-player game. They needed balance.
Yeah, I think so. I think I remember that, yeah.
They were like, you could continuously cast the killing curse, I seem to recall. It's
Yeah,
like,
no, I remember the chain killing curse. Yeah.
That was the meta for
wind up.
I guess you could call it. Like you use the chain killing curse and it would just chain, or you use the chain torture curse and it just stuns everyone forever. You can literally just do it forever.
Yeah.
Or it was the transfigurate into a barrel, pick up the barrel, yeet it at a wall, and it kills the enemy, which was hilarious.
That was funny.
Mm-hmm.
But no, we can't do that. We need game balance, even though you really could in
it's like
in canon.
You're
Well,
really,
it's not just that. It's you're literally in a world of magic in a single-player game. Why the fuck do we need game balance? Oh, well, if people don't play that way, they'll feel left out. Why do I care? Look at all the fanfics!
Yeah.
Why do I care if one person does something a different way? We have hundreds of thousands of that!
Well, another thing is like, just look at the in-universe and see how many people, like people who do not have protagonist protection die in all sorts of very easy and horrible ways in the Harry Potter universe. It's actually kind of nuts.
Yeah.
Like they are all like, people forget that humans inside of Harry Potter, even the wizards, are still squishy as shit. They will trip and fall and break their neck walking down the stairs. Like, oh, that's Gray Longbeard the second most powerful generation of our time. What happened to him? Did he die in a duel? Oh no, he tripped over his beard and broke his neck. Like, ooh, yeah.
Well, and then they turn around and they go, "Oh, well, you can also just throw a baby out a window and he'll bounce. It'll be fine."
Yes.
No, that was Neville. He fell out of a window because of his uncle, and then his accidental magic saved him.
I don't remember that. I think.
But yeah, Andromeda was mechanically fun. Honestly, it was literally all of the complaints for 3. It had the same mostly mechanics of 3, but they brought back the ability to modify your weapons. They brought back the tier system to the weapons, and most importantly, they brought back cooling your weapon down instead of having a thermal clip, and it created the most broken shit in existence because you had fire less shots before overheating, but it didn't matter if no matter what you did, your sniper overheated anyway. So what you did was you got the Black Widow. You put the cooler on it, and then you boosted its power, and you one-shot everything.
Mhm.
Yeah. mean, that's-
Andromeda was not a bad game from a gameplay perspective.
Terrible fucking
It was
story.
just everything else they
Mhm.
fucked up on.
Yeah.
I'm
Like
sorry.
intentionally,
My
they
face is
shit all
tired.
over it.
Well, it wasn't
face is what?
it wasn't
My
even the
face is
forced
tired.
yeah, it wasn't even the forced DEI shit like that honestly, having played the entire game and nearly 100%ed it, the DEI characters were barely there.
Mm.
The problem is the rest of the characters weren't better. It's like they weren't better. Like most of the characters, there was like surface level entertainment, but there was nothing there for them. Like, oh no, my family is poor and we need help finding my brother. Please, Pathfinder, to help us out here. And then you're like, all right, okay. And then you pick up several voice logs from the missing brother, and the missing brother's like, voice log 1. I like hunting deer. I'm gonna go hunt a deer. Voice log 2. I didn't find
the
any
deer.
deer here, but I'm gonna
try
keep
over there.
looking. Voice log 3. I didn't find a deer. I found something else. I think it's coming for me. And then you get to the spot where he ran to, and then the creature bursts out of the ground and you shoot it and you find him dead. Voice log 4. I am gonna die here. Please, if anyone finds my body, tell my little brother I love him. And then you go back to the little brother and he's like, this is so terrible. My family's gonna be devastated.
Where was that at? Like, because Andromeda is supposed to be a whole new galaxy, and all of the people that they could interact with should have been from their galaxy. And
Yeah.
they couldn't have brought that many people. So, like,
oh no, they brought
is-
millions. Each species brought 1 million.
Mm.
But
Mm.
also, they ran into native aliens.
That too.
Oh.
Native humanoid, human-looking aliens.
Something like that, yeah.
Ish.
Ish. And they only brought 1 million. That ain't shit. Cause I mean, damn, like they.
1 million is plenty for breeding stock. That's entirely plenty.
Yeah, it's another plenty.
Like that's
Listen-
about 10 times more than you need.
I mean, it
Maybe
depends on the
100 times.
context. 1 million people to start a new galaxy doesn't sound like that much. 6 million Batarians killed, not enough.
Not enough.
True. But no, but seriously, it was like the quests had no like real variety to them. They had no real like moments to them. It's like, oh, hey Shepard, we're 2 humans here on this planet. We need water. Can you get water for us? Sure, I'll get some water for you. Get the water for them, bring it back. Oh man, you know, while you were gone, the pirates came and took my husband. Can you please get my husband back? Alright, fine, I'll go get your husband. And then you go find the bandits, and then you shoot those bandits, and you get the husband back, and the husband's like, oh, wow, thanks a lot. I'll be sure to let my wife know you saved me. And then you never talk to them again, and it's kind of like, okay.
Mm.
Why the fuck should I go fetch your water, motherfucker? You go run your own errands.
It's like, do you know who I am? I'm the motherfucking Pathfinder.
Right?
It's like, let me ask you this question. It's like, would you ask Commander Shepard to go fetch you some fucking water? No?
Yes.
Yes.
And she'd do it
Yes.
because I give her a discount on my shop.
Exactly. I'll give you
Commander Shepard, and this is my favorite shop on the Citadel.
On the Citadel, yeah.
every single shop is playing that ad.
Yep.
That's hilarious.
But no, but seriously, it was just like there was no draw to doing the side quests. Like you didn't feel like a hero saving some of these people because it was just like, hey, we're on the acid planet of acid with acid lakes, but we want to try swimming in the acid lakes. Can you look
Aren't you
for... Can you look for hazmat gear so we can try swimming in the acid lakes? I'll keep an eye out. And then you find some of the
Why
gear
don't-
and you return back and they're like, oh my god, you actually got the hazmat gear. That's great. We're gonna try swimming in the acid lake now. And then you come back again later on. They're like, oh, so we tried swimming in the acid lake, but it turns out the hazmat gear only protects you from the vapors. If you jump in the acid lake, it kills you. Poor
it's like
Jeff.
there's
Dipping.
there's 3 of them when you leave them. When you come back, there's only 2.
Yeah, literally. No,
Oh,
literally.
no.
That was, yes,
There is.
literally what
that
happened.
was how it was. That's
Yeah.
how it went.
And it's just like, yeah, I could have told you that one.
Mm.
Yep, I could have told you that sounded like a bad idea.
Masters of story writing right there.
But like, they tried to do this whole sort of like instancing thing, where if you returned to 2 locations, the location would be more built. Like in this one area, you help the settlers actually like get power going for the area. Because like some creatures were like eating the power cores or something. You go kill the creature queen and you come back and they're like, oh wow, thanks, and come back when we get everything set up and we might have more work for you. And so if you go out to another planet and then come back, like the little bit of the town will be more set up and there'll be more people around and you can do more quests and basically rinse and repeat a couple times, and you see like some of these towns get bigger and build up and more people show up to certain areas, and it's kind of a little bit cool, but there was like no payoff to it. Like you did the quests so you could advance the area, so more quests would show up later on. Like
And
you
it's
didn't
basically
do
the
the
same
quests. Well, yeah, you sort of, yeah. But like you didn't do the quests because you want to feel like a big damn hero, or you wanted to hunt down the legendary weapon, or you were trying to like, get something cool out of it. You were doing the quests so you could make more quests appear, so you could make more quests appear, and they would just give you XP and some money, and like it was the money stopped meaning anything after a while, and the XP was
Well,
basically all you wanted.
that was one of the biggest complaints about if you remember Tom Clancy's The Division.
Yeah,
That was
I
one
do.
of people's
Yep.
biggest
Very
complaints was
fun.
that you would
Very
go
fun
through.
game.
Yeah, and I must have I must have put at least 300 or 400 hours into it
Yeah.
easy on because that was like me and my buddies when we were in Afghanistan. We had a LAN network
So
set up.
you played the Division?
Yeah, yeah. We had our shipping when we graduated from tents to
Right.
Connex shipping containers that that we had to pay to bill out. We had to pay like $2.5 grand out of pocket to have the Afghanis build our shipping containers up. Install air conditioning and electricity and all that stuff. But once we got that, we were close enough that we ran our own Ethernet cables, and we kind of set up our own LAN network in our little designated sleeping area, and then we started playing the Division, and we would use our international or it got pretty laggy because we had to use the Afghan 3G in order to play, but it was
Oh,
definitely
geez.
playable,
Mm.
and that was one of the biggest things is like you'd spend a whole bunch of time doing these missions and clearing out these areas, and they would never ever improve, and that was just like the biggest letdown was you didn't even get to see like more of the National Guard or anybody else
Yeah.
show up to start patrolling the streets, and they tried to do that with the Division 2, but they just didn't implement it well enough to make it feel like it was worthwhile.
Yeah, like you
Especially,
could do the missions You could do the donation missions, which are basically just do side missions and dungeons until you get the resources to complete the donation. And when you completed the donation, the town center you were donating to would get built up a little bit more. So that was kind of cool.
But then they
but
would
like,
do a like this is the thing that got me was I would go through and do the donation and capture missions, and I would
yep,
donate all the resources, and I would capture all of the control
yep,
points in the entire map, and
yep,
then all of a sudden when I go up to the next world tier, it would just reset and say, oh
yep,
no, all these things have been captured again, and I'm uh like I got to
yeah,
like world tier 2, like I used to be world tier 5 on the division 1, but I got to world
yep,
tier 2 and I'm like, wait a second, you want me to redo all of this
yep.
5
Redo
times
it all.
Yep.
over?
Yep,
Every single
Nah, no,
one.
no. I ain't even gonna try it, especially when they're just
yep,
like, oh yeah, here's this neat super raid boss. But you can only do it if you have a full raid of 16 people. That we
yep.
don't do singles. Like, okay, well I guess not playing it. Thanks.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no,
Uninstalled.
again, it's like this really weird function of storytelling where, like, Division 2 was great with the whole fucking super weapon thing. That shit was so fucking fun. Like, oh my god, there was so many bits of Division 2 that I liked that were massive improvements over Division 1, including the storytelling, because
Mm.
the Division storytelling was a pretty fucking low bar to clear. Um, but there was
I
just
actually
moments.
enjoyed the
Yeah.
detective style of finding clues. Like,
Yeah.
it was never actually anything that you had any control over, but you could definitely tell it was a Tom Clancy inspired game with how
Yeah.
they picked up the breadcrumbs and you followed the trail. The Division 2, man, I couldn't even fucking tell you what the story was for the Division 2. Like that was just like so
Mm.
Yeah.
forgettable.
Yeah, like I
Mm.
said, the story was better in my opinion in terms of coherency. Um, but like, what was it about? I don't
Mm.
know either. But like, I really liked some of the villains, like all the firefighters going crazy and being like, "No, to save
Sanitation workers.
everything, we have to burn it all."
Which made sense. I mean, that's basic plague control.
Yeah, but how they went about it was a little bit extreme. But
A
like,
little bit.
the way they went about it though, where they built everything up to be like there was a bunch of sanitation workers and firefighters and shit, and they're like, "Look, we
Oh,
gotta
and
get these."
the
Yeah,
music
the
direction
music was
for that,
great. Yeah.
I still have a Pharaoh on my
Mm.
phone. Like I listened to that. Like that was when I was doing when I was working out in the gym in Afghanistan. That was like my running music. I would just listen to that song like 3 times, and that get
I
a good
like.
20
I'm gonna be
20 something
very
minutes.
biased about the division in terms of positive, opinion, because I played it with friends, of course. But it was not just I played it with friends; is that I had a really fun time playing it with friends because the Division 1 and 2, especially 2, um,
Mm.
allowed me to play the riot shield dream of having the big heavy riot shield and moving forward, firing while my friend flanks them.
Yeah.
And that's just such a fun experience for me to do in a video game. Just any video game that lets me do that, I have a great time because it's just fun. But yeah, no, the storytelling on games really needs to improve, but unfortunately, I don't think it's going to improve for quite a long time because right now all of the people that are supposed to be replacing our generation, um, they don't exist. They don't
Well,
exist because these are the stories we're working with now, where the authors are barely literate. Like
yeah.
back in the day, like 2010s, 2008, 2005, the stories were bad, not because of grammar and writing, which, I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying they were fucking bastions of writing back then either. But the story ideas were just bad back then. They were cliched. They were overdone. They were, everyone and their mother had edgy Naruto idea number 9728, right?
Yeah.
But nowadays, the stories are not only are they still cliched, overdone, and dog shit, edgy idea number 9028, but also the authors are barely literate. They don't know how
Yeah.
grammar works. They don't know how punctuation works at all. They don't know how homophones work. They don't know how to describe a scene. They don't know how to have an internal dialogue. They don't know how to describe things to people. They don't know how to set up character motivation without explicitly sitting there looking at the screen and saying, I am this kind of person. These are my goals. And it's just like, what the fuck happened?
Department of Education, everybody.
Yep.
That is like, I mean, I was helping my helping one of my family members out with like the teachers. The teachers don't know how to do any of this. Like when I was in high school, and you know, like I'm a writer. I enjoyed writing. I've always enjoyed writing. Writing has probably been one of the best things that I've been good at, like academically, from term and research papers to theses. Like I'm really good at it. And even when I was in high school, there the teacher would always have red marks on my paper and page, and all sorts of stuff. And then, like, I was helping out one of my cousins, with one of his sophomore English papers, and he got a 100%, and I'm like, bro, this paper's dog shit. And he's like, what are you talking about? My teacher said it was 100%. And I was like, well, your teacher's a retard. Like, if they said that this was a 100% paper, I was like, dude, you didn't even do your AP, or you didn't even do your citations properly. Like, like, oh my god, like, bro, like, you're missing punctuation and all sorts of stuff. But I guess it's just because he turned in a completed paper that had an idea.
Well, you have to keep in mind,
and he followed it to the end.
They grade on a curve these days as well.
Yeah, true.
Because, like, if, like, half the class fails, they don't go, oh, maybe this is something we need to review. No. They go, oh, we should just add 50% to everyone's grades.
Yep, because failing them would hurt their feelings.
Yeah. It's the most fucking nonsensical stuff ever. Now, the other thing is that some of these teachers are just dog shit. Like, I will say I massively benefited from grading on a curve, but that's because the teacher was dog shit. Like, I go into the class, I spend an hour twice a week on this class in college, and the teacher just fucking yaps. They don't teach anything. They're just fucking talking. There's no reason why I should know this information. There's no reason why I should remember this information. They're just fucking regurgitating the book effectively. And it's like, okay, well, if they're just going to regurgitate the book, I'm not going to pay the fuck attention. And then they push the test out, and I look at the test, I'm like, none of this shit was in the fucking book! And they're like, well, you should have read in your own time. What do you mean, read in my own time?
It wasn't in the book. And it wasn't in the lectures either. So
yeah, it wasn't in your lecture. It wasn't in the fucking book. It wasn't in our homework. You didn't tell me to do this at any point. Oh, well, you should have known.
Ow.
That's not how it works.
I am paying you $5,000 fucking dollars. You're damn well gonna tell me what I need to know.
College is the biggest scam.
Yep.
Like,
well, it didn't.
I literally spent $40-something thousand on a degree, only for that degree to turn around and just help me not get a job. Like, I got a criminal justice degree. I had a 3.0 GPA. And I tried to go around to different law enforcement agencies, and they just found every excuse in the book to not hire me because, number one, I wasn't the proper ethnicity.
Well, it's not just that. So as someone who has cop family members, who had a cop boss at a security job, and had coworkers who were trying to be cops, they hate criminal justice degree people. They think that what you really need is on-the-job experience.
Yeah, well, it's like I was trying to get a
Yeah, I
entry-level
know.
police officer position, and
Yeah.
even then, they're just like, oh well, if you get if you have a criminal justice degree, on average, a police officer's salary is $3,000 a year higher than above that. It's like, okay, that's neat. So wait a second. So I spent I'm $45,000
In
in
the hole.
debt.
Yep. Yeah.
And how many, years will it take for me for that $3,000 to pay off? Oh, it would take me 15 years for
Yeah.
that
Mm-hmm.
$45,000. But the whole thing is though is it's a degree is a requirement for most promotions, sergeant and above. And most police officers are working 60 plus hours a week, and they don't have time or the energy to go through and do their jobs, but also attend college and pick up a degree. So
Well,
by cutting
that's where
out
they substitute
anyone,
hours.
Yeah, no,
yeah,
they substitute. Not
Experience
only do they
hours.
substitute hours, but also on top of that, your promotions aren't because of your work; it's because of who you know. So it doesn't matter if
Also
you
that.
do a good job or have a degree already. If your lieutenant doesn't like you, you're never making it above sergeant. You're never even making it to sergeant.
Like 10 years experience in the field is equivalent to a bachelor's degree, so they just go, okay, well, you've worked here 20 years, you've got enough experience that you don't need to get a degree, you can just, be promoted
You get
to
promoted
whatever.
anyway. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so much bullshit. They shovel so much shit down people's
And
throats. It's crazy.
I'm gonna be honest. You don't need to get in debt with medical school when nursing school makes almost as much as doctors do and is a lot cheaper and can get you and is a lot easier on you and workload wise.
Well, no, it's not just. I mean, yeah, sure, if you're just going for money, but I mean, some people will actually genuinely want to be doctors to heal
Yeah.
people.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
But it's just crazy where it's just like people shouldn't be trying to be a doctor to make lots of money. People should be trying to be a doctor because it's that's something they want to pursue for the rest of their life.
yeah,
they
it's
wanna
a
save
calling. It speaks to them. It appeals to them. Both like and to me, I don't care if it's an ego thing. If you're a shit hot doctor with a big ass ego, I'm gonna take you over somebody that's humble and is a shit doctor. Like,
Yeah.
give me the biggest asshole, but he knows he is 110%
Fuck, give
confident
me
he's gonna.
House.
I want
If I have to
House.
live,
Yeah.
if I have to live through House's antics, but whatever I have is cured.
I'm
Like-
fine with that.
Yeah, exactly, right?
It's like if this doctor goes through and makes a Vine or a TikTok about how he successfully performed a quadruple bypass on my ass in under 6 hours while I was flatlining on the table, but he still managed to get it done. I don't care.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Now, on the other hand, if that nurse is sitting there doing a TikTok dance while I'm
Yeah.
flatlining, we're going to have a problem.
Exactly.
If she's twerking over my body while I'm being operated on, we're going to have a lawsuit.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mm.
Fucking, oh my god, it's just
Oh,
that
did you?
whole stuff
Speaking
made
of
me
which, did you hear about the doctor that got caught lasering his initials into surgeries he did?
Yes,
Wait,
signing
what?
his work. Yeah, he was signing his
Yeah,
work.
so this one Indian doctor was lasering his initials into organ transplants he did. So like he would transplant someone's liver and then he would sign his initials on the liver with a laser cutter, causing it to scar
Wow.
over.
Wow.
Fucked up a bunch of organs that way.
Yeah.
Oh man. World superpower by 2025.
Sar, do not redeem the organ, Sar.
Do not redeem
Sar,
the
what do you
organ.
mean?
But
What do you mean you
yeah,
signed the
no,
organ, Sar? It's like you're supposed to sign the paperwork, not the organs.
The organ was the paperwork.
we don't have the Indian on. You guys can't do that yet.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
God damn it. Somebody get it
R
off.
slash Reverend Insanity. I'm disappointed in Reverend Insanity. I could not care about this wushu garbage. Reverend Insanity, I tried reading it one time and then I dropped it immediately.
Mm.
I don't know why people like it. I don't care.
I never even heard of it till now.
What the hell is Reverend Insanity?
It's this wushu story that's supposed to be really good, but every single person I've ever met who told me it was really good couldn't explain to me why. They're just like, bro, it just is.
It
Probably
sounds
because
like
they
it's
couldn't get through the book for
Beware of
3 months
Chicken.
and they got brainwashed by propaganda.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah,
The
it
thing
sounds
that-
like it's not Beware of Chicken, so I'm good.
I don't even
The
read
thing that
Beware
kind of
Chicken.
is the thing that's kind of funny about Zhanjia is it's kind of like Worm in that it's like a giant sandbox where all the terms are the same and everybody knows, you know, like
But
the
no
only thing
one's
that
ever
changes-
actually read the original.
Yeah, it's like,
Yeah.
True.
Hmm.
but it's just like there's the only thing that changes are like the main character and the nation, and like sometimes you got the
Yeah,
small
yeah.
Zhanjiao worlds, and sometimes you've got the this nation is one of 500 nations on the planet, but the nation is like 3 times the size of the North American continent, and it takes a million days to cross the
Well,
nation.
see, the
But-
thing
It is
is,
the size of.
well, see, the thing
Bigger.
is they have to do this because, I actually appreciate it when they do this because it actually makes sense in terms of proportionality, right?
Yeah.
So if you're gonna say, okay, so Wushu World, everyone has the potential to unlock, Saiyan powers. In fact, it's literally Saiyan powers. Okay, literally what it is,
Basically, yeah.
right? So, it's Wushu World. Everyone has the ability to unlock Saiyan powers, but only 1 in 1,000 people can do it. Okay, so we have 1 in 1,000 people, and then only 1 in 100 of those can reach stage 2, and 1 in 10 of those can reach stage 3, and 1 in 10 of those can reach stage 4, and 1 in 10 of those can reach stage 5. Because, I mean, obviously, it's a Chinese story, so it's going to go on for a really long time. So you need to, get ready to go there eventually. So you need to set up the proportionality beforehand, the
Well,
scale
I think
beforehand.
the biggest problem also is that they try to set that proportionality up, but then later in the story they're like, "Fuck, I have no villains. I've got to bring this person on the same level as my protagonist. My protagonist is so well known because they're so powerful that this random person I've never brought up before is just like this villain I'm bringing up that's never been talked about, never been brought up, but they're
Well,
at the same level as my protagonist."
I can't
It's
speak
so
on that
stupid.
level.
It's
I'm
why
just see that's mostly more of a failure of the author. I'm talking more about the world building right now.
Yeah, but I hate that, and that's one of the reasons why I can't read Rugio or whatever, because
Yeah,
it
yeah.
happens every single time I get invested in one. I
True.
was like, Beware of Chicken is the only one, and I just didn't keep reading that because I lost interest in Rugio when I was reading it.
Well, that's
True,
when
fair.
the elders start coming out of the woodwork. They've been referenced, elders such and such as meditating on the mountain, trying to achieve his breakthrough, and then Big Dick main character swings his dick around a little too hard, and somebody goes and wakes the elder from his meditation, and the elder's gonna come down from the mountain and smack a bitch down, and
Right,
that's your big bad. That's your next big bad.
Yeah.
Right, but then you have to keep escalating, and you need the proportional
Yes.
amount of people to feed them, and you need a proportionate amount of people to be part of, various sects. And so, if you need 1,000 people to be in a sect, to have a bigger sect, 10,000 people, that means you need a population of 10 million to produce the number of people to show up in the sect, which means you need a bigger population of like 1 billion people, which means to feed 1 billion people without the technology of modern day, because of course the Wushu people aren't going to fucking help with harvesting rice. You need to have, 100 billion square acres of field, and which means your country needs to be this big, which means you need to have X amount of land, which means you need to have X amount of people farming that land, which means your planet to have competitors of other nations instead of one big nation means that you need to have nations of equal size, which means that your planet needs to be like the size of fucking Jupiter at minimum to even fit the amount of countries that need to be that big. to supply the resources needed for a tier 7 cultivator.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
and nobody and of course, like, this is just, this is a minor gripe from me, but it's like, when I read one, story and I get used to it, with how they have
Right.
the power structures, as Sign points out, the key gathering, condensation, foundation building, everybody has a slightly different name for it or a slightly
yeah,
different
that's the
order.
most frustrating
And
bit, is that it's the same thing, but everyone calls it fucking different shit.
yeah, it's like, and then of course, if somebody decides to go through and just say, hey, you know what, this one, story did it well enough, and I'm just gonna, use it, then people say, oh, you're copying, it's derivative,
Right, yeah.
and it's just like, can we just have some sort of a unified Janja theory, where
Standardization?
yeah,
You know what? You should write a
standardization.
story called the Unified Janja Theory.
God damn it.
Ugh.
And just have it be some fucking cultivation nerd who read a bunch of cultivation stories with all the different terms and shit, and then basically was like, I also have the power of God and anime on my side, and is in the cultivation series and is like, well, you see, all cultivation people take, so I shall not only give, but I shall give back double, which means I go get double. just do the most wild and wacky shit, cliche breaking stuff possible.
To me, it would be funnier if it was just somebody completely from the outside that has absolutely zero context about the setting, but it's just like, just sits back and just says, well, from the outside, all your ideas sound kind of stupid, So
Because
how
they
about
are.
this? We're gonna go through and simplify everything. No. We have, 25,000 years of Flying Jade Sword Dragon School of teaching that backs up these claims. It's like, yeah, no, not really. You just got a whole bunch of anecdotes and, none of these
Well, I mean,
people
yeah,
even made
I
it
mean, that's
past the
literally what it
Foundation
is,
realm
though. It's
anyway,
like,
so.
oh, we're the Yellow Fang sect. The Yellow Fang style is based off of doing X to get Y. And it's like, okay, so your entire sect's history is actually just because this one guy got really powerful coming up with a new style by himself. And all
That's
of you
it.
decided to base a cult around copying him.
That's how sex work, yes.
Yep.
But, yeah, no, I mean, honestly, your idea is actually better of just John Wushu in Unified Wushu Theory.
Just
He
just
does the wushu.
travels around the entire world, bitching and complaining about how far apart the countries are. And just
7
gathering
months
all of
later,
this
finally
school.
ends up in another country.
Yeah, it took me 7 months of my, divinely imposed journey to learn all the sex, particular theories and build them all together into a compendium so that way someone could finally rise up and rage against the heavens. It's just like some dude gets grabbed and pulled into a Zhanjo world where the gods are just like, hey, listen, everybody's taking way too long to make it up here, so we're gonna give you a little bit of power, and we're gonna make you, go down there, and you're gonna compile
Your holy
everybody's
task
stuff.
is to write this book.
You're gonna make a book so that way people can finally step up to our level, because we're just getting bored at this point. It's just sad. Oh, that would piss a lot of people off. Like, what do you mean? I can shatter mountains. Yeah, but you ain't there yet, buddy. Still got a long way to go.
You shatter them, he makes them. I think he's got you beat.
Yeah. No
Every
fucking
time he
way.
Sneezes, every time he sneezes, a new planet is created.
John Wushu. Protestant Reformation of Wuxia?
Oh, God.
John Wushu.
John.
It's wushuing time.
It's Wushin time.
Oh.
So fucking dumb.
I'm gonna swoosh!
I'm about to courting death all over this amateur.
We're about to get some face slapping on here.
Courting
Yeah,
death,
there
this,
was one.
seeing the mount, leave that. Boy, you fucked around, you're about to find out.
There was one on QQ that was really good for a while. It apparently the author stopped, but some cowboy made it into a ZNZ thing. So all of the cowboy shit he's doing is now ZNZ moves. Like John is pistol and shooting people. It's like fan the hammer and shit like that.
That's great.
It was hilarious.
The sects are lying to you about the path to enlightenment. They're tricking you into buying indulgences.
Oh no.
Is he gonna be like Forrest Gump and slowly gather a cult of people following him around?
No, he's gonna go nail a message to somebody's door.
He's gonna go nail the 99 problems to the central pillar of every sect.
That just sounds like to me it's gonna be John Rougeau is just Sun Wukong in these Young Jia stories.
Yes. I mean, alright, so Journey to the West is actually a ZNZ story.
Yeah, I know.
Like, by definition, it is.
What the fuck? Man, this shit's just so fucking
After
boring.
compiling my report,
Like,
I
look at this
definitively
Dragon
say
Age
you all
story
suck.
shit. Like, it's not even bad. It's just fucking boring. Like, look at this shit, right? In sacrifice, glory. The sky is asunder, and the world is in chaos. Did you even use asunder correctly?
Technically,
Oh,
you
yeah.
should
In
have
a position
torn
apart
there.
or separated?
Yeah, torn asunder.
Yeah. I don't
Ooh.
think they used asunder correctly. It would be, if it's supposed to
Torn
be
asunder.
past tense, it would be sundered.
Yeah. It wouldn't
The
be a
sky
sunder.
is sundering.
The sky is torn asunder is correct.
Well, it would be
usage,
the
yes.
it would be the
But
sky is
if
torn
you-
asunder, or it'd be the sky is has been sundered.
Sundered, yes,
Mm.
but not the sky not the sky is asunder. No.
Yeah. To be honest, I like the idea of that 10 times story where Taylor and QA deconstruct and reconstruct.
Sect. That's
Oh, that's
isn't it
sect. That's
by
still
Ryuji?
going. That's not 10 times. Was that? Yeah, that's not 10 times. That's Ryuji. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, it's
I
not, that's not
enjoyed
10
it.
times.
I
Oh
enjoyed
no,
it
wait,
up
it's
until a
only
certain...
Sect is only Taylor, I'm pretty sure. 10 times Argentorum did one as well, I think, with Taylor and
Did he
QA
really?
and Jiangzhou. Yeah, he's doing it while avoiding all the commissions of people's money he stole.
Oh, of course, obviously.
Yeah. Sect is
No,
Taylor
sorry,
only.
this isn't a hit on you. Argentorum is like literally like 50 times worse than your commissions.
Yeah, bro took over like $4,000 in commissions.
And he
No.
hasn't given any of them. He keeps releasing his own shit. And he's done
Actually, it's
original work.
worse. He took like 50. Yeah, it was 50 positions. Yeah, he took 50
Yeah.
positions, and each
At $100.
position was $100 each. Yeah, it was $5,000. Yeah. Yeah, bro took $5,000 and just fucked off.
Yeah.
Is it still a thing? 'Cause I remember my first time here, we were talking about that, and that was like, what, 6 months ago?
As
No,
far
he
as I
still
know,
hasn't.
yeah.
He hasn't. He's only dropped in that 6 months like 2 or 3 commissions that were paid for, but he's taken even more since then on.
So, he
Oh.
originally fucked off in December 24th, 2021.
Mm.
And then he finally came back, August 11th this year.
Yeah.
And
So
he's
for
been
3 years, he
scatteringly
tried to.
posting.
Yeah, for 3 years he tried to run away with the money.
And then
and
he
then
needed more
people.
money. Yeah, and then he needed
Yeah.
more money, so he came back.
No one was paying him to write his original dog shit story, and people were harassing him about writing their fucking comms. So he eventually went back and started writing the comms again. Except he's only like putting out like one commissioned chapter like a month now. Meanwhile, he's still writing free stories. That is a very nice look. Yeah, that's very clean.
Yep. That's just the particular lacquer that they put on it.
Though
Makes
it
it
looks
look nice.
nice, don't get me wrong, but it's still steel case.
I've shot steel case for forever and haven't had any issues with it.
Sounds
I've
like a
had
fine
some guns that are really finicky and they don't like it. Others that work just fine. So
For me, for my biggest litmus test is if it doesn't feed steel, then I ain't buying it. Like,
yeah, that's fair.
because I mean, like, worst case scenario, you just want your shit to run. If you can scavenge
Yes.
cheap,
Anything.
or if you can afford only the cheapest, steel case ammo,
Mm.
then it's just like those people that will buy shotguns that will only feed the most expensive shells, and I'm like, yo, bro, that's
Ugh.
That's just a waste of money, literal.
exactly.
Yeah. No, my AR, I had to actually break that in. It did not
Really?
like steel
That
case
came
at
out in
first. It was
August?
really jammy.
Oh, I did read this. No, I saw someone
What?
posted this a while back. Okay, August, yeah. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, no, I was reading the thing that fucking Phoenix posted, and I was like, why does this feel so familiar? Because I fucking read it before. Because it came out in August. Yeah.
Yeah, that was
That
the
would be why.
that's the one he came back with to 10 times.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure.
yeah, and everyone they awarded him with Space
For it.
Battles Gold. Yeah. And
The
bro,
last I remember him updating was like 2 chapters of his DXD one.
no, he's
that was
he's
kinda
he's
it.
still updating 10
And he's-
times.
No.
Yeah, he's still updating 10 times, and he's given like 2 or 3 chapters of his DXD one, and I think 1 or 2 chapters of his Star Wars one, and that's about it.
I will
Like, don't
never
get me
forgive him for
wrong.
abandoning the
Like,
Danmachi one.
Yeah, don't get me wrong, right? Argentorum's Worm stories are exactly what I want to see out of Worm. I want to see more fucking post-Worm Gold Morning shit of, oh yeah, Taylor and QA, some fucky-wucky shit happened, and now they're here, and her power works like this. Or it doesn't work at all. But now she's been fundamentally changed, so, because she's in Wushu world with a, broken mind, she interprets things differently and can do weird, wild, and wacky things.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
what I want out of Taylor and Worm stories these days, because Jesus Christ, everyone and their mother tries and writes Worm, and, I'm
Everyone and
glad
their
we've
mother
moved
failed.
on to don't get me wrong, I'm glad we moved on to self-inserts for Worm being the most popular thing, because that's really what you should be writing for
yeah.
Worm, is stop trying to make Taylor better, stop trying to give Taylor new powers, just do some self-insert shit. Come on, you know you want to. You basically did it anyway. There was so much fucking Tino going on. It's just be honest about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, the number of, Taylor has X power, rewrite
And doesn't act like Taylor at all. Like, that's the other key part, is Taylor has X power and doesn't act remotely like Taylor at all.
Well, it's like they remember both extremes of Taylor, but none of the in between. They remember the broken, beat down Taylor, and then they also remember the super hyper lethal, competent, badass Taylor. But everything else that bridges that gap is, that they forget that Taylor, actually had a relationship with her dad, but it broke down over time. But she still wants to rekindle that. But they just automatically
fucking
make it
poor
so that
Taylor's dad in nearly every goddamn story is just like, shows up for one chapter, says kiddo 5 times, never appears again.
Yeah.
Until they're killed off.
And when they
No, that's the worst part. He doesn't even get killed off. He's just never brought up again.
Well, it's they automatically go through and just put, Taylor hates her dad because he ignored her, and it's just like,
Yeah.
there's a whole lot more nuance to that.
Well, it's a lot of author cope, It's a mix of author cope. It's a mix of author projection. It's fan-in interpretation. Again, a lot of people did read Worm, so they just saw that a lot of other fan fiction said Taylor hates her dad, so that's what they wrote. It's a general mix of things, but yeah, it does come down to a majority of people didn't fucking understand or remember most of Worm, which again, as someone who read Worm, completely understandable. There is a large swaths of Worm where you're just like, Jesus Christ, can we get to the fucking escalation point already?
Jesus, I wish Taylor would shut the fuck up. Taylor, crawl out of your ass.
Most people forget in post-GM stories that Taylor said to Contessa that if she ever got another chance, she would not be as ruthless and more closer to a good person. Yeah, no, see, that's actually what we tried to do in Undying Scarab, right? Where Taylor started off as incredibly ruthless because, she was a lich under the control of the Lich King.
And was basically a puppet created by QA being puppeted as what she remembers Taylor being, right?
Pretty much, yeah. Sort of yes, but sort of no. It was like basically at this point in time we have the chapter out, so effectively QA and Taylor merged at the end of Golden Morning. Yeah. And we explained it as the shards having a lot of life energy but very little anima, aka soul, and humans having a lot of anima but very little life energy, so their souls kind of just petered out after death because they didn't have enough energy to keep living. And so when they had that whole fusion thing occur, when they the quantum teleport, whatever the fucking bullshit was going on in the brain, they basically their souls combined. They turned into a creature with lots of anima and lots of life energy, which means that when they died, their soul kind of kept existing. But that hadn't happened before. So they were the only thing that existed as a soul in the entire universe at the time. Which meant that their soul had an effect on the plane of reality they now existed on. And them being dead slowly turned it into death over time. And that's how death started existing as a actual concept in the world. And on top of that, she got to witness every star slowly die out over the course of trillions of years. Yeah, just unable to not watch the galaxy die, unable to not watch entropy slowly eat the universe. Several times. Definitely did wonders for her sanity. But anyway, eventually she went into effectively hibernation mode. The other worm entities that did survive the final entropic death of the universe, who were still trying to find a way to stop entropy, but they could survive it now, but, there's not much point in surviving entropy if nothing else does. So now their new goal was to find a way to stop entropy. And so they started spinning up universe cycles again and again and again, trying to figure out a way to stop entropy. Eventually that ends up with World of Warcraft. Eventually QA gets fish hooked as by a summon. QA obviously is kind of a little bit bloated, being the foundation of death, and can't be pulled into reality. So it buds off with Taylor's memories as the core of a new shard and juts that out. She gets summoned, she starts off as ruthless, slowly starts remembering her life, slowly regains some humanity, but fundamentally has an alien perspective, and is trying to be a hero while at the same time being a villain still, because she can't let the other villains realize that she is currently trying to be a hero.
Yeah.
Because she's not strong enough yet to actually fight gods. Yes. Very complicated, very long, but I mean, we do take 200k words to explain it all, so I think we did a good job. Those authors
then
never had
World of
that.
Warcraft started stealing your ideas.
True, they did. Yes.
Yeah.
Now, to be fair, though, it's kind of a mixed bag of are they actually stealing our ideas or not? Or, I mean, it could just be a case of convergent ideas, because it's like
True.
it's not like we are very super popular. We're like in the top 10 WoW fics. But it's not like how to put this. We aren't Ryugi, right? Like, our name isn't on the lips of fucking everyone in the fandom. And so, I can't be like, oh, they totally stole that from us. Like, they stole the Grim Dragon from Ryugi. So because the issue, the other end of the issue is that I am an analytical thinker, and everything I came up with in the story is from me analyzing what's already in the story and saying what is the most likely next evolution of the things already there.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like I was coming up with new, interesting directions. I was just coming up with shit that could have already been possible.
Yeah.
Which, if they had anyone as smart as the people who originally made their shit, which they have been bringing back on over time, then, well, it's no surprise that they came to the same conclusions that I did. But it is kind of just funny that, you know, I'm writing a very popular story, and it just so happens that a lot of the theories that we are proposing in the story end up being the correct.
Yeah,
I had a few moments with that for Ruby.
Yeah. What for Ruby? What was some of the stuff that came up for you?
I don't remember. I just remember looking back on it and going, "Wait a minute, that sounds fucking familiar." Oh wait, I did that.
Oh my God, we are going back towards Ruby. Okay, so let's see.
Yes.
We always do. We always do.
Let's go.
Somehow it always ends up at Ruby.
Ruby.
Oh,
Ruby.
I can't even think of anything to start with.
Did you ever write a Ruby story?
He wrote an AI Ruby story, didn't he? Oh no, wait, that was Cruel.
No, I had a my very first posting on QQ was actually supposed to be a Ruby story, and I got like the
what do you mean supposed to be?
Well, I got the document done, and like the initial 1.7K shitty chapter, and I posted it, and it's like it's got like 3K total words to it, and I'm just like, nope, this is dog shit. I'm not even. So I recentered myself, dropped the project, and recentered myself on my first actual story for QQ, and I just never looked back. Like it was gonna be fun, but at the same time though, I was just like, nope, it's the CYOA I used. The CYOA I used made it way too forgiving. So
well, if we ever get drunk enough, we should write a Ruby team. Me, you, Sign, and Cruel. Isekai into Ruby.
Oh my God, that would be terrible.
You two bring it like a 4-man self-insert.
Yeah, a 4-man self-insert. Yep.
It would be a drop-in, wouldn't it?
Sign will be so amazed that he's no longer old, that his hips don't hurt and his back is fine.
Sign, what are you doing? Sign, stop trying to romance the teenagers, Sign.
Don't worry. Sign shows up as a 13-year-old girl. Don't worry about it. It's age appropriate.
No.
Let me guess, his semblance involves tentacles or living clothing.
No,
of course, obviously.
Everybody gets gender flipped.
His semblance is getting
everyone-
cucked.
Everybody.
Avatar, okay, fine.
To be fair, the thing is, you joke, but that's never gonna happen because that means all four of you would have to actually like live in the same existence as Blake Belladonna, and I don't think you could do that.
We would murder her. Don't worry, we don't care about canon. This will be the new canon event.
Don't worry, we'll just
Just getting assassinated.
Blake gets assassinated.
we'll just pick up her mom instead. That'll be fine.
Yeah,
Yes,
don't worry.
exactly.
We have a new
We'll provide
cat
her with a new care.
we just, shove Blake out the window, open up the closet, and drag Callie out, and say, "Okay, we have our new cat girl.
Yeah.
Let's get the show on the road."
Because he is obviously responsible for Blake.
Who?
Remember,
True.
Blake. Remember, Gira was the terrorist who inspired Blake.
No,
Yeah,
Gira was. I thought Gira was the
Gira
one that
was a
tried to be
piece
peaceful.
of it.
Gira
then
was
yeah,
the
no,
peace
no.
activist, but he was also the leader of
it
the
was-
original White Fang.
I thought
Yeah.
I thought the entire thing was Blake ended up a terrorist because she saw Adam and went, "I can fix him," and that was it.
Well,
no,
I mean, yes.
That didn't come about until the Tiger chick took over the White Fang,
Yeah.
Yes.
and so that was so White Fang was actually a peaceful. I would say
Yeah.
probably within 4 or 5 years, it went from being a peace organization to a radical terrorist group within at least 5 years. Like
Yep.
that was when Adam picked up the sword and started moving around, and that was when Tiger Chick took over from Gira.
Yeah.
Yes,
And,
then they
no,
started
the
thinking
reason
of
why
what
so that they did canonize the reason why Blake followed Adam in to be a terrorist is because one time when she went to a White Fang rally, someone threw a rock at the protesters, and Adam protected her from the rock
Oh,
when she was like
man,
7.
That is
I can fix him
terrible.
at least makes more sense.
Yeah, well.
He
Also,
wasn't that bad in the beginning.
if
somewhere along the line, it
we
changed.
do the
Well,
Forsakai, which is I will be referring to it as from now on, the Forsakai.
Forsakai.
Okay.
If we do it, we do have to make Adam an actual bull man in terms of not being a fucking twink.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are our limits on, powers and shit? Background.
If you can justify it with a semblance, I don't care.
Mm.
Like I said, this is gonna be a fucking stupid fucking story.
It makes
I don't
me,
care.
It makes me wish I was a writer because I'd obviously have poison creation and manipulation as an Australian, and I'd love that.
Fair.
But it would all take place in the form of like your the Aussie nightmare creature of your worst fears. So anytime you used your semblance, you would have to relive the terror. So it's just like
The drop bears. The drop bears.
Are you telling me that every time I use poison, it comes out in the shape of an emu?
Yes.
It would terrify you. Like every time you used your semblance, it's like you
I mean,
become
I am
hyper-competent at
sorry.
everything else.
I'm sorry, but if a fucking shadow emu was charging at me, screeching, I would be terrified.
Made of
Yeah.
poison and venom.
Yeah, I would be fucking terrified. Okay, I don't think that's like a total own like like if a bird twice my size was running at me with the intent to kill.
Yeah.
That's a fucking raptor.
Unfortunately, it for the emu war. that wasn't the
Cassowary,
case.
yeah.
Australians shot at their own men and killed them because the birds were too good at dodging.
That's why you always check your lanes of fire.
Yeah.
Excuse me, what did Phoenix just post?
The castle. But the majority of what this is worse than literally killing. Australians.
Yeah, we cannot cover this on Twitch. No, we cannot cover this on Twitch. Okay.
What's this from?
Uh-huh. This is from his new story. His tribe. Have you heard about this shit, Fox?
What?
Wild Bow is writing a new story where every chapter is taking place in 3 separate continuous ages that are like thousands of years apart. So like chapter 1's the future in like the year 30,000. Chapter 2's the future in the year like 2000, and chapter 3 is in like the past of like the year 1000, and then chapter 4 is back into the future again. And like he just keeps rotating that for every fucking chapter. This
That
shit's
sounds
so
like you're trying way
it's
too hard.
so bad.
Yes, typical
Oh,
Wild Bow.
It's also like hyper progressive and incredibly disturbing.
Oh man, I couldn't imagine what the year 30,000 would look like to Wild Bow.
He's like, no, yeah, he's some of his key shit was like, yeah, I know this baby that we just birthed out of a vat, and can control the entire genetics of exists. But now that we've birthed the baby, we must mutilate its genitals so we can prevent it from seeing genitals, so it can decide its own pronouns when it grows up.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
And it's just like, of the baby,
bad.
whose genetics we control entirely.
Yeah.
You could have just made a completely gender-neutral baby to begin with.
Yep.
Yeah,
No
Yep.
genitals.
with no
And-
genital mutilation required, yes.
They just don't think. They don't think. Common sense and logic just, because logic and common sense don't matter to them. It's the message.
Yeah, I
it's
mean,
the
that's what I was talking about the
painting
past couple
modern
weeks. We
day
covered
crap.
it. Yeah,
into the-
absolutely. It's just insane.
Somebody's gonna have to make shit. It'll come to me eventually.
Oh, her parents asking for you to do chores. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That is actually worse than murder, according to most Wild Bow fans. Parents asking
Yeah.
you to do
Oof.
chores.
Mainly because they can't think about having parents.
That's what I
Woof.
said.
True.
Uh,
But yeah, no, for just fan fiction in general, shit's bad. Shit's bad.
Mm.
Things are bad.
It really has. I've just basically been rereading old stories again because anything new or shit I'm waiting to update that's actually good is just like really kind of like lagging along.
Well, just like I was reading, reading some new cyberpunk story, and I was like, okay, and I start reading it, and then I immediately zero in on the fact that it's told from the third person omniscient, which I
Right.
hate. I hate
You
as
hate
a
third
as
person?
a
I mean, like,
no. Third person omniscient. So there you have third person limited and third person omniscient. Third person limited is like, over the shoulder, essentially.
yeah,
You know
Mm.
what a certain character is thinking and feeling, but you have to discern what else is happening in the scene and setting based on how the character sees it. So there's a
right,
tinge to
unreliable
it.
narrator,
And
yeah.
there's an unreliable narrator. But with third person omniscient, it's the narrator explains everything in the scene from how character A is
Right,
feeling
right.
and how character B is feeling. So there is no tension, and it's just like it was very simplistic. And
What was it called?
It was
I feel like I've seen it.
it was the Factorio one, I think.
Yes. Yup.
It was just super.
The one where he goes to Pacifica?
Here in Cyberpunk.
Yeah. Factorio
Yep.
and Cyberpunk. So he starts off playing the game and then experiences an error, and then he wakes up in Night City with
With his
Factorio
stuffed
plushie.
animal. Yeah.
And then he just goes straight to the dump and starts digging around, and it's like, bro, are you not even going to mention that digging in the city dump is highly illegal? and they keep, security robots and stuff that will shoot you on sight because
Well,
they don't
of
like
course not.
looters.
He doesn't
Yeah.
know that because he only played the game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's just like, it was very like it wasn't terrible. It was serviceable, but it was very simplistic. And
He just like I actually had to put it down when he started building up in Pacifica, and he was like, haha, these turrets, I put these turrets down without ammo in them so I can tell the range of the people coming to fight me. That's like, yeah, I filled my guns with blanks because I want to make sure who I'm shooting before I shoot them.
I want to hear the guns
Hmm.
firing, but I don't want to actually hurt them before they get here.
Yeah.
that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it was so fucking stupid. I had to drop the story near immediately because I was just like, this is so dumb. And then he went on to like, I know exactly what you're talking about, because then he went on to like also tell the story from the perspective of the voodoo boys that were trying to kill him, and then they were like explaining the emotions of the voodoo boys of the their inner
Yeah.
thoughts, and it was just like, oh my god, bro.
Yeah,
Like,
it was.
it's so
was like-
cringy.
I was like, Mark was feeling very sad. I'm like, oh shit. Oh my god, you can't be this. If this is the level of detail that I'm going to get,
Oh.
I started,
The fucking voodoo boy left, and he was like, I'm gonna go make a new gang. We're gonna call ourselves the Biters. That sounds really cool.
Oh.
What?
Yeah. Because he had the Force More
Fuck off.
Factorio shit in. Basically, he was trying to make this new gang called the Biters, who would constantly harass his factory as he expanded.
No.
Yeah.
There are plenty of gangs in Canon Night City who would do that just for money.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, just they would be used as patsies by the corpse in order to start, poking at his defenses and all that
Yep.
stuff because,
Steal his
they
tech.
they want to steal his tech. They want to poke and prod and see where you're strong, see where you're weak with as
Yeah, some
many
dude coming
disposable
up with
assets.
fucking 4-dimensional fabrication technology.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, they would be all over that shit.
Yeah. That's
I'm
just-
sorry, what did Phoenix just post about the 3 hours of Wild Boy sci-fi?
Phoenix is posting the explanation to Wildbow's new story.
What the fuck?
Era
Yeah.
2 is about the diaper. Okay. Literally Wildbow's diaper fetish.
Yep.
Yeah, Era 2.
The main character of Era 2 almost kills her friend to get out of a math test.
What?
Wow. Amnesiac MC being forcefully woken up due to lack of oxygen. He knows his machines ripping apart several pods, killing the people.
Bro,
inside
Era
him.
3 just sounds like Surge.
Hmm.
It
He has
literally
specialist-
just...
Parts of your body if you look at them?
He has specialist welding equipment inside of his sleeping pod.
Yeah.
But he understands the
Apparently.
symbols of.
Like I said,
Just by
this is
looking
just
at them.
Surge. Which, by the way,
Yeah.
highly recommend. Surge is a great game.
Wasn't that the game about the drug whatever?
No, Surge is sci-fi Dark Souls.
Yeah.
Ah.
Is it Surge free or
Here.
the Surge 2 or
It's
the
the Surge and the Surge 2. Honestly,
Oh,
picking
yeah,
up the
I
dual
remember
pack.
the Surge. Yeah, it looked fine, but the lack of content.
What do you mean lack of content?
Like, I literally watched a dude
Mm.
go through the entire story, like, in like 7 or 8 videos for a Let's Play. Like that was just really
Like 8
obscenely
hours
short.
long. Yeah, about that
Yeah.
long. Yeah. Yeah. No, don't get me like. Yes, the main story itself is like 8 hours long, but honestly, like right now, for both of them, it's $40. For one of them, it's if you had to buy one game, buying Surge 2 is your better bet. For $30. Honestly, for $30, I would say it's kind of worth it.
Why are they still like? They're still charging $50 for Horizon Zero Dawn.
Because Sony is
Of
out
course.
of their fucking mind.
That's just
Yeah,
like Nintendo. Like I remember going on to the Nintendo store for my 3DS, like just before they shut it down. Like I heard they were going to shut
Oh,
it down.
full
I was like,
price
okay.
still. Yeah.
And
Yep.
you know, they were wanting $29.99 for Pokemon Crystal. I'm like, do y'all know that this came out like 16 years ago?
Well,
And you're
Nintendo
still
games don't lose their value.
That's
You should be
bullshit.
happy they're even deigning to sell you Crystal.
Yep.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. Nintendo is just the, you know, we are gonna bend you over
But
the table and you're gonna thank us for it.
yeah,
Yep.
but main character is some black girl, whatever. I mean, not main character. The main quest objective is some black girl, whatever. It doesn't matter. The Surge 2 has great combat in it. It's very fun. The boss fights were a blast. The customization was a blast. I had fun with nearly every single weapon type. Just if you like Dark Souls games and you were like, what if I had power armor and could target limbs? Get this game.
Fair.
I still need to
Because
play Armored Core.
it's really great because I actually really enjoyed the combat system in this game, because you could target limbs, and if you cut the limb off, if that limb had armor on it or was carrying a weapon, you got that armor in the weapon. Like, that's how you got the drop. Like, you didn't kill the creature like 100 times and eventually the 0.5% drop chance would drop it. No. You're like, oh, hey, that's a cool weapon. Cuts their arm off. This includes bosses, by the way.
Nice.
Based.
So, yeah, and there was never a single fight in Surge 2. There was in Surge 1 where I was just like, I hate this boss. In Surge 2, I never had a boss fight that I was like, I hate this is not fun. I liked all of the boss fights. I knew Game Plus'd it. I knew Game Plus 2'd it. I had a blast. What the fuck?
So what? Space Station rat people in Era 1.
No, not
Era
rat people. Machine
Wannabe
furries.
Rat person. Machine furries.
Yeah.
She has a muzzle.
It's people who put on machine bodies that have rat features.
Why would you even go rats in that case?
Wildbow
It's so
commissioned these.
Oof.
Oh,
Biggest doofest.
Oh, God. If they're rat people, are they legal to hunt?
Yes.
yes. Oh.
Well, right, so anyway, we got super fucking distracted. In Sacrifice Glory, the sky is asunder and the world is in chaos. Something needed to be done and someone needed to do it. You're really not selling me, author. But there was no one to do it, so she was sent back in time to the future. The hero of the first game will become their Inquisitor. Will she find a place in her new life with new love? Or will the draw of the past prove too strong? Female main OC pursued by two men.
Which,
Couldn't help
I
yourself,
mean,
could you?
female.
Well, at least they tell
Female
you right
paraphrasing.
out the gate. Like, yeah, that's fine. It's like one of those things. It's just like I would definitely prefer. I'm weird. Like I'm weird when it comes to descriptions because you only have so much space to try
Yeah,
and
well, not only
get
so
somebody's
much
attention.
space. Not only so much space. You only have one shot, right?
Yeah.
Like, you have one shot. Like, if someone sees your description again, it's not gonna suddenly, like, make them re-roll the dice to see if they want to read it now.
Yeah, I've only done that just with stories where I'm just like, I'm looking up a specific franchise. I only see, 150 stories that meet my, requirements of 100K or more.
Right, sure.
And English and the character that
And
I'm
you
looking
settle.
for. Yeah, and then after that, I'll go through all the top reviewed ones, and then after that, I'll just start looking at everything just to see if there's a gem that I missed.
Right, but the point is that you're not, like, rereading a summary and going, all right, fine, I'll give it a shot. You're coming back to a story you saw and being like, fuck it, good enough.
Yeah.
And so you have one shot with your summary. Not only is it a limited space, you have the first read. The first time someone sees your summary, that is your shot to sell them on it.
Yeah.
And these fucking
usually for me,
summaries suck.
Usually for me, it's the first chapter. Like, if somebody has a
but
a
like
summary that's
70% of people.
technically, yeah. If it's technically competent, it tells me what the story's going to be about. Then I'll give it like the first chapter, to try and bring me in, and then if not, then I'll maybe come back later to it. But I mean, I can't say anything. Like, somebody went through, like, I just got an email from like one of my oldest story, like I got a review email from like one of my oldest stories
Right.
on the books from like 14 years ago, and it's just like,
Right.
bro, you expect me to read this story and you didn't even spell canon correctly. For anything non-canon compliant in the description. And I'm just like, bro, like,
He's got you there.
yeah, you got me, but it's a terrible story. Don't read it in the first place. Like, I'm telling you, don't read it. Save your time. Like, oh. But it's like, bro, it's like the story's 15 years old. Like, you're like, why are you even? How did this even pop up in your, feed? Like, where did you even find this?
Where
looking for
they
it.
had to have gone looking for like certain words or something, and your story popped up,
Yeah.
and they didn't see when it was last updated or published.
Yep.
I don't know. I'm still getting reviews from very old things.
Is it by any chance a
Oh
Ruby story
my
on an
God.
alternate profile that you don't want us to talk
Sometimes,
about?
yes.
Oh
yes.
my God! I'm going through the Dragon Age fanfiction section. It's just women.
Yes.
Yes, I'm not surprised.
No, this explains so much about Veilguard. Because Veilguard is just woman. It's just woman the video game.
Mm-hmm.
Is it?
It absolutely is.
It kind of is. It kind of
Mass
is.
Effect was a little bit more balanced in terms of male and female shepherd, stories.
I mean, yes, but I mean more in terms of Veilguard is, a main character who gets sidelined in terms of the story so that this OC self-insert of the author can have all of the lines and all the dialogue, all the power plays. Their quest goes without you or input, so you can either participate in their quest or the quest happens anyway. They have a whole bunch of stuff based off of them. They're a key part of how the ending occurs. Their ideals and opinions are more important than yours throughout the entire story. Like, you actually can't disagree with this character at any point in time during the story. Your options for dialogue with this character are, tell me more, I agree with you, you're the best, and okay, fine, I guess so. Like, that's the least disagreeable you can be, is begrudging agreement. Like, you actually can't ever disagree with this character or say they're wrong. And so, like I'm saying, this is the most woman game ever because it's just I don't care about your character. This is about my character.
Yeah.
Yeah, your whole job as the player is to affirm my self-inserts,
Everything. Yeah.
Yeah. Like Mass Effect was more split in fan-wise between male and female, like you said. Even if a lot of men would pick female Shepard because it was better to look at, or they liked watching.
Well, I
the
mean,
Yes.
hey, like, hold on. Just Jane Shepard, just red hair wins. I'm sorry, red hair
Yeah.
always wins.
Isn't that the canon as well?
Yes.
Yes.
Or am I wrong? Yeah.
No, that's
And- but-
default character.
Yeah. But Dragon Age, while a lot of men did play Dragon Age, they didn't. A lot of them didn't extend past that because
John
like,
Mass
character-wise.
Effect. I'm gonna
I'm sorry, but
mass.
John Mass Effect still loses to Jane Shepard and her hound,
Indeed.
Yeah.
Yes.
her sheepdog.
But yeah. No, it Dragon Age wasn't always a woman's story. It's really primarily
No,
just Veilguard.
It was
No,
Inquisition.
you can tell. No,
with
yeah.
the
I was
female
gonna say you can
Inquisitor.
pinpoint Inquisition as the point of where
True.
a lot
Actually,
of the
you're
more
right,
female
yeah.
fans. Because Dragon Age Origins and Dragon Age 2 were all fucking a lot of male fans, but then Inquisition came out one game of the year on one of the literally weakest years we've ever had of gaming,
Yeah.
and then
Yeah.
and then a lot of women got interested in it because it also went on sale and came out with the Game of the Year edition, which didn't really change anything.
And it
Yeah,
was
well,
all
that-
about
and-
you being super special. And it wasn't even like so like the thing is with Inquisition is you were super special and you have no downsides to being super special.
Yeah.
In the original
Yeah, you do
Dragon
have
Age,
downsides.
you were super special, but also there was a bunch of other people like you, and also taking the Grey Oath was a death sentence, guaranteed death.
Yeah.
Well,
Except for
there's
one
a
scenario.
downside. There's a huge downside
thing is-
in Inquisition. That's you're either gonna die, or you have to cut your own hand off. But until you get up to the point of cutting your hand off, you're basically sitting there going, "Okay, at some point this thing's just gonna fucking eat me, and I'm gonna die."
But the thing is, the problem is Inquisition. The biggest criticism I ever heard of Inquisition was why can't you romance Solus as anything but an elf? And when
Yeah,
I saw
true.
that, I was like, well, that game has a
He's
lot more
racist.
worse problems than just fucking that.
He's racist.
Yeah.
But
No, the
no,
game
but-
had
Just
the game
literally.
had way more
No, no.
problems than just fucking that. But when I saw that, I knew, okay, so Inquisition was mainly popular with females because they would care about that sort of thing and not
True.
all the like the mechanics, how boring it was. Or
Well,
anything like
it's
that.
not only that, but also by the way, sign as far as the whole hand consuming you thing goes, it is the most safe, edgy thing in existence
Mhm.
because it's not really a thing that you get reminded. Because, like I said, I played like 120 hours of Inquisition.
Mm.
I was reminded of that fact like twice.
Yeah.
I seem to recall it being more than that as you
No,
progress.
it's only twice
further in
if
the
you
plot.
actually get. No, it's only twice in Inquisition if you follow off the character story of the Grey Warden character. If you don't do anything involving that, it basically, or even just never comes up until you recruit him
Well, that explains
in
a lot.
Inquisition. Literally,
But-
the melee warrior Grey Warden, the older guy, I can't remember his name, who invites you to join the Grey Wardens if you go through his character story. That is the only time it comes up. Not a single other character brings it up. It's not relevant to the story. It is nothing.
Yeah, like I said, it's the most safe, edgy thing in existence of, oh no, my ultimate super special power that only I have will one day destroy me unless I destroy it first. But I have to make the ultimate choice. That is such a woman plotline. I'm sorry.
More
it's true.
like I interpreted it when I was playing it as I have a ticking time bomb inside my body, and if I don't
Yeah,
find a
you
way to
see,
get rid of this, I'm gonna
But you're
fucking
thinking
die.
with a male brain.
Ah, yes, fair.
Yeah.
Wasn't there supposed to be like a pirate?
Yeah, Riviani.
Yes, that's Isabel.
Yeah, her, yeah.
Excuse you?
I'm looking at the romance options and
Yeah,
nothing
Isabella.
there.
That's in DA2.
Yeah, apparently they became like total bitches in Veilguard, where they went from being pirates to being entrepreneurial communists who recover lost artifacts and give them back to their native species.
Isabella,
Yeah.
Yes.
the pirate.
Yes. That's
Like
Lords of
they
Fortune.
actually used her.
Yeah, Lords of Fortune, yeah.
Yes.
No, she steals shit. Her entire thing in DA2 was she was there because she stole something from the Kunari.
Yes.
And that's why the Kunari invaded.
Yeah, but
that
they're
place.
good guys now, you see?
They're not.
They
are
recover
literally
artifacts and give them back to their native people. They don't make profit off of it.
pirates. They're pirates, and the Kunari are fantasy Muslims.
Yes, well, you know, they're also all now men. Because
No,
Jesus
the
Christ.
Kunari have females.
Not anymore. Have you seen Veilguard?
God damn it. Well, they're supposed to keep their females locked away, like, you know.
I know.
What they're based off of.
I know.
Mm.
Yeah, I know. They made some major retcons in Inquisition and Veilguard when it came to the
Fucking
Kunari.
apparently.
Yeah. But yeah, no, it's I'm sorry, but you know, Veilguard was it was just a fucking fanfic. It was just a Dragon Age fanfic. You know, I'm fucking certain if we go long enough in this section, if we tab through enough fucking pages, I'm certain we can find Veilguard storyline before before Veilguard came out. Like Veilguard is such a fanfic. It is so bad.
You know the reason Infant played it was specifically so he could do a spite fic for it.
Oh, I'm aware he did that, yeah. Actually, you know what? Instead of Cruel, we'll invite Infant to the Forsakai.
Oh, God. Well, what's happening? He's going straight for Penny.
Exactly. First mission, free Penny. Second
know
mission,
what,
Crash Atlas.
It's like at least Penny would get somebody.
Yes.
Yep. I mean, she is a good girl, but I mean, she's also a robot girl, so I'll give her
Yeah.
hats. But
And that's why
Well,
we
I mean,
need the staff.
Yeah.
Yes.
To be fair, that'd ruin it for Infant, though.
Yeah, that would ruin
no,
it for
no, we're not
Infant.
gonna.
He's-
No, we
as
wouldn't.
a
No,
robot.
no.
he
We wouldn't
he would not even
incarnate her.
participate even in the rest of the story.
Yeah, no.
He would just be like, "Hey guys, I got Penny." Throws her over his shoulder and walks off, and we never see him again.
Ruby
much.
chases. The only one who chases after him would be Ruby. He's like, "Where you going with my friend?"
Wait,
Well,
are
no,
we
this would be
friends?
before. No,
Oh,
we,
yeah,
we have to
before.
start.
Oh, yeah.
Start. Yeah.
Oh. Penny
'Cause,
would
I
be
mean-
all for it then.
There's
I
no
would
other
just- I
time
would
to
just-
add a team in.
I would
Yeah.
just probably end up in prison. It's like, why did you kill this man? Because he's he's a criminal. It's like, well, we gotta
What
put
do
him
you
in.
think?
Do you
in
want the
prison.
list in
What?
alphabetical or BOGO?
It's like, what?
Yes, I killed Jacques Snee because he's not living up to the legacy of Big Nicholas.
Big Nicholas. Did you ever see Winter Queen? Fox?
What?
Did you ever see Winter Queen?
Winter Queen?
Yeah, Ruby
Snow
Winter
Queen?
Queen. Or Snow Queen or whatever. Yeah, whatever.
Winter-
Ice Queen.
Ice Queendom. Ice
There you go.
Queendom.
Ice
Yeah, yeah.
Queendom.
I think I might have seen like
I-
clips of it, but I don't
I
think I've ever
100%
actually watched it.
recommend you watch the anime Ruby. It is
is
so
good.
fucking good. We laughed so hard when watching it. There's great shit like Big Nicholas and other great shit like fucking they were fighting Commissar
Oh, Maker.
Weiss, and Yang is like, Blake, I have an idea. To fight Weiss's racism against the Faunus, you need to be more racist than her racism.
Yeah. It's really shit that every single other piece of media that isn't created by Rooster Teeth is better than the Rooster Teeth creation.
Yeah.
So
Isn't there also a Ruby
Ruby-
manga? Isn't there also a Ruby
Yes.
manga?
There is a Ruby manga, yes.
Yes,
But-
there's a Ruby manga.
But anyways, my thing is it's just like frontier justice would literally be 99% of remnant's justice system. Like if you have
Oh,
a
yeah.
criminal, you are
Oh,
not going to keep them
it's just
alive,
like,
you're
I'm
not gonna put
sorry,
them in
but like the
prison.
only use for criminals would be to put in a centralized location so you can draw the Grim away from the city. And that would be their only purpose of
Yes.
keeping them alive.
That would be it.
Ruby. I love the manga because Ruby's into threesomes.
Nice.
Wait, what?
She'd be into a relationship with
No
one of
prospects
your
on this team? Maybe they've already paired up? Wait, if I get involved, I'll create a classic love triangle. Cat face Ruby?
with blush.
I have to choose between friendship and love.
That's hilarious.
What the fuck is this manga? You know,
That's the Ruby manga. That
yeah,
is the
I
Ruby
think
manga. You can get it on
the
Amazon.
Japanese have a better idea of how Ruby should work than we
Yes.
did.
Yeah.
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 There's more diverse for this.
Monty probably could have saved it, but everyone else he had at Rooster Teeth was just not.
The
not on
funny
his
part
level.
about calling it the Forsakai as well is the fact that in Japanese, for is death.
Yeah. The guy.
Ah,
Oh,
I thought you said
It's-
force as in force.
It's a
isekai.
multi-layered joke, you see.
Mhm.
I see.
But when the time period it take place, it'd be before season 1. We would all have to show up before the first year.
Like how much time do I have to play with here?
That's true. How much time
There's
should we
just
have to
enough
play with?
setup. At least a year to do basic training, maybe 6 months.
Maybe
For
6
camp
months,
training?
yeah. I would say 6
We
months,
would-
yeah.
we would be like the 30-year-olds showing up, like,
Mhm.
yeah, it took us a long time to graduate from high school.
Well, no, I mean, I think we're all justified in putting ourselves back to 18. I think we can all
Yes.
appreciate not having creaky knees.
Yeah.
Imagine if Aura just fixes that because it's got a healing factor. It's just like, so what does Aura do for you? Bones don't ache at 25.
My bones don't crack anymore when I stand up.
My jaw doesn't pop every time I clench it.
Oh,
Doesn't
yours.
hurt.
Ah.
Oh, dude, you
Yes.
want to fucking talk about that shit? I have a literal brace on my wrist right now because if I take one hand and I grip it with the other and I pull, you can hear every single bone in my fucking wrist realign.
Oh, that's crazy.
Oof.
And so I have to
Uh,
use this brace to
Wrist
force
today.
my wrist together, so I don't have to keep popping it back out.
Oh no.
I barely made it out of the woods because my ankle and my hip nearly gave out, okay?
Yeah, no, bro, I'm right there with you on the fucking knees. It's pain. It hurts. Yeah, unfortunately, while my bones are extremely tough, I did not get a booster to my cartilage. So, yeah.
Huh.
I'm
Like,
still
it's
actually
really
motivated by,
hard.
like,
It's
I could
really hard.
actually probably still get back in shape. Like,
I mean, I could. It would just be really hard between my lungs and my knees.
that would just be so, like we would all have to like not only be 18 but just like be in picture
Perfectly
perfect
healthy.
health. Yeah,
Well, see,
'cause-
the nice thing is, for an isekai for me, the nice thing is if I got put into a new body, just any body period, is that all of my problems are mostly stemming from damage over times I picked up from not genetics.
we
Fair.
would have to like we'd have to style our fucking huntsman team as like a 90s era comic book and just throw Sneaky into a fucking wheelchair. And just call him Wheels. Sup,
No, 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 no.
The brain! You know I'm really smart because I'm in a wheelchair.
Yeah, I've got glasses.
I'm bald, have glasses, and I'm in a wheelchair. My IQ is off the charts.
Also, whenever I'm not in a
18?
wheelchair, I end up committing war crimes and being more evil than the villains. Looking at it,
Yeah.
baby there.
Okay, you're
off the
making me get out of the chair.
Yeah,
Coxgun.
don't make me get out of the chair.
Time to beat a motherfucker.
Don't make me get out of the Gundam.
Don't make me get out of the. Yeah. Well, it's just, I think
It's
I
here
read
for
a
your
story
protection.
where somebody was like, they had like a Super Saiyan character, but they just did everything in a Gundam, and they're like, "Don't make me get out
Yes,
of the Gundam."
yes. That is Brockton's Celestial Forge. Literally came down to a make me get out of the Gundam moment.
Don't make me get out of the thing limiting me, because you won't like that when it happens.
Yes.
I actually...
Protection, not mine.
I actually made a character like that for D&D, where I made them super fucking old, and I asked the DM if I could get some bonuses for making them so old that they had to use exhaustion rules for walking around.
Yeah, I remember hearing the story.
Yeah, German.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it was very much a, don't make me get out of this chair. If I get out of this chair, someone's fucking dying.
Okay, I gotta take the dog out for
Got that old man energy.
Alright, see it.
Alright.
But as far as where would we start, I think we would have to all start near each other, simply because there is no fucking way otherwise, unless, you know, we had the classic note falls from the sky.
But
Yeah,
also,
that's-
if you're just
yeah.
like if you're in the arse end of nowhere instead of a major city, there's just like a huge chance a Grimm's gonna come find you and kill you.
Oh, sure,
you gotta be
and, you
also a
know,
major city.
Fox
Well,
brings
let's
up a
get a
good
major
point.
city.
Starting at patch would be good.
Yeah.
Yeah, because okay, I haven't left yet, but it would honestly have to be like a patch or Veil start, because if we started
Right.
anywhere else, there would be no feasible way for us to actually make it to anywhere near the Huntsman or Perpetuator
Or
Academy.
Atlas.
I mean, you could take over. You could start in Mistral and eventually take it over from the 22-man gang that owns it.
You can start
True.
in Atlas.
Yeah, the 22-man gang. I forgot about that. Yeah, that's right. Mistral is owned by a gang of only 22 people. Yeah.
What?
Go through and kill them all and just.
Yeah, it was another Wild Bow moment where they had Mistral be in control by this mafia called the Spider Clan, except the Spider Clan has only 18 people in it or some shit.
Yeah.
Like-
Also, that whenever something goes wrong in Mistral, they complain to Atlas, "Why don't you fix it?" But then when Atlas goes to fix it, they just fucking steal everything, and then it doesn't get fixed. And then they go, "Atlas, why didn't you fix it? This is all your fault."
Yeah.
Oh my god! Like my character, like I still don't think I've seen season 3. Like I know what happens in season 3.
Don't worry.
I've seen season 1 and 2.
Don't worry, we are not going
Wait,
anywhere near canon.
Wait, but Sneaky, how will you see the guy that can split himself into 5 and uses his trumpet as a weapon?
No, I
Named
mean
after a famous jazz musician.
Trumpet.
No,
God
he's
damn.
not named after jazz music. His name's fucking Cole Black.
Oh,
He's a
After
black
famous
guy.
jazz musician. He's named after a famous jazz musician.
Oh Jesus Christ!
Yes, he's based around a famous jazz musician.
He's based on him, but he's not named after. His name is Cole Black. His father owns a mine, and he's based off of a jazz musician.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah, I think
bro.
It's either... Yeah. It's either Steve Coleman or Coleman Hawkins or one of them, but there's like multiple jazz musicians based around the name Cole, which is his name as well.
Yeah, yes.
It could be Coltrane, actually. It could be Coltrane.
Flint Cole. There
that's
we
it.
go. Yeah.
Yeah.
Man,
guy.
Flint Cole.
they could have saved
Mhm.
Flint for somebody else, but they doubled up on the name.
Yeah,
They doubled up on the
Flint
color
Cole,
name.
the black jazz
Well-
musician whose father owned a mine that the white man
Oh,
stole from
yes.
him.
Wasn't
Yeah.
there? No, that's because he's also a self-insert of one of the Ruby sound designers called Flint Flossie or something like that. I believe.
Makes sense.
Or Flint something. He's another self-insert.
Look,
based around someone who does music and
lot of the characters in Ruby are based off of people working at Rooster Teeth.
Yeah. Yeah. Also, I've just found out that the manga is also the superior method to take in Ruby because it skips all the stupid jaunts at Beacon like Jaundice and all that.
Wait, John dies?
No, Jaundice is the episode where he gets found out he faked his papers and he gets blackmailed by Cartman.
Jaundice. It's
Jaundice.
jaundice, not jaundice. It's jaundice. As in,
Oh,
yeah,
Jaundice. Yeah, I know what John. Okay.
Yeah.
You
I
made
told John
me
Dodge.
excited! I was like, no
Why did
shit, they kill off John?
can we kill John?
Yes, we're gonna kill
Yes.
Blake, we're gonna kill John, we're gonna kidnap
The-
Penny.
Honestly, the only thing that I would really do about John is just say, "Hey, listen, like in front of everybody. Excuse me, Professor. This guy said he went to this academy. Well, guess what? I went to that academy, and I never saw that guy."
Walk up to John. I heard you went to, this again, just completely bullshit, like whatever academy you went to, and John will probably agree with you because he doesn't remember himself. And just be like, I heard you went to Xavier's School for the Gifted.
For gifted
Jesus.
huntsman.
Yeah, for Gifted Huntsman.
You could be a bro and actually, make him not the cat in the tree anymore.
No.
No, we're not gonna do that.
No, too many
My
no.
thing is just my thing is just John's existence at the Huntsman Academy has gone through and systematically deprived another person of the opportunity to be a
Well,
huntsman.
I mean,
who
I
He
actually
does
like
not
the-
deserve to have Yandere wife.
Yeah. Well, the thing is,
No.
I actually kind of liked. It was posted, I think, in Science Server that Woes of a Shitty Kitty or whatever. The way that they do it, where it don't need papers or anything. The initiation is the test. If you survive that, whether by skill or luck, it shows that you got the chance to at least study here.
Yeah,
And
that's
if you don't
fair.
do good enough, you get kicked out.
Well, the
Yeah,
whole
that's-
point
that's
is
fair.
though is why even have, why even require, paperwork and documentation and.
Are you
know,
really
why
telling
did
me that
Ruby-
Nora did
why did-
paperwork?
Why did
Like,
Ruby
Nora-
and Yang-
Nora-
Yeah,
Ren
that's
were
true. Yeah, no,
orphans.
wait a second. Yeah, hold on. Nora
Ren
and
was
Ren were
Nora's
fucking
work.
orphans who have no actual schooling at all. How the fuck did
Along
they
with
get
no
in?
money, basically. They probably have no money to pay for Beacon as well, which tells you that you don't pay for it. It probably exists off donations.
Well, no, to be
No,
fair,
that's-
though, if you
that's-
have a profession where people die by their 30s, you're probably not going to make people pay to get into it.
Yeah, they're paying you.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like going to
you-
Shocker Academy or something. Joining
Yeah,
the army.
yeah, you are going to have the academy is going to be paid for. However, it makes sense that if somebody can pass a preliminary physical combat test, Nora and Ren would definitely make the cut because you could see that they would have the prerequisites. However, on the flip side of that, you would have the other types of students, prospective students, which would be the Rubies, the Yangs, all of the other ones who actually went to a Huntsman Preparatory Academy, and it was those years at said Huntsman Preparatory Academy that vouched for them not having to take a practical entrance examination in order to take the actual entrance examination.
Sure.
Initiation.
Is there? The thing
But
is, we
if
don't know
somebody
if there
like-
is a practical examination. That's the problem. Ruby just got
But
let in,
no,
and
but
no one else
here's the
talked about
thing,
it.
though, right? Is because I mean, for the Forsakai sake, there would be we're gonna do some changes here. Like we're just gonna have to we're not gonna try and fix shit, But we are just gonna make shit make sense. It's a fucking combat academy. If you're allowing orphans in and random terrorists in and children off the street who say, swear, dude, I got this paper here that says I'm great. If you're really letting these fucking people in, then you're not really in a position on a death world to be like, no, please, we don't need more specialized people to kill off the endless hordes.
Yeah, but then you don't go. But then you don't get to go through and say, this is the most prestigious Huntsman Academy in the world, where people from all over have come and tried to join our ranks. But here's all these random ass fucking orphans and terrorists and kids who say that they have a very good academic record from a preparatory Huntsman Academy, and then not even bother to follow up on and check on it. Like, you know, I
mean,
straight
if
A's in
anything,
knife handling class.
I mean, like, this is why I had this whole preparation when it came to the Four Nations, where Atlas was, I mean, obviously it's canon. Atlas, you go into the Huntsman Academy, but you're also basically signing up for the National Service.
Army. Yeah, the army.
Yeah.
So I can understand why you would be like, I want to be a huntsman, but I don't want to be serving in the army. So you go to somewhere else. Well, in Vacuo, it's literally just, I'm too poor to leave Vacuo, so I'm going to go to the Vacuo Academy. Okay.
Because it's
the Mistral Academy probably is based off of being both Greek and Chinese. The Mistral Academy is probably filled with corruption, and you're getting in by who you know, not what you know. So Vale ends up being the place that gets everyone else. And because, of course, in true classical capitalistic fashion that Vale is based off of, only the best get in. And the best would be the people who do the practical exam or have recommendation from a Huntsman Academy.
Yeah.
Which neatly explains why people like Pyrrha, who don't want to be recognized for their achievements, would go to Vale, where she would be recognized for her ability, not her name, instead of Mistral.
Because if you notice, the only people that really recognize Pyrrha as Invincible Girl, or who she is at the start, is White, who's at Legion, and basically people who like a certain cereal. Like, she's a household name, but she's not a worldwide name. She's a household name in Mistral and basically Atlas only.
Like, no, but also, like, Huntsmen know her generally as, like, oh, she's that really up-and-coming fighter from the Gladiator arena.
She, like, combat sport. Like, combat sport would obviously be one of the biggest. Like, if you think about...
Sneaky, side, silent, infant, powers combined, we are Team Piss.
Yeah, with Silent as the leader. Oh,
that's too funny.
Yeah.
Or we could be Team Sips. That is another multi-level joke.
Because that would not could let you make Sneaky as the leader, but it would show his alcoholic tendencies.
Or also for Sips, for sudden, infinite...
Yeah. You really want to put Sign as the leader of Sips?
No. Sign is going nowhere near Sips. That's why Sign's at the end of Sips.
Because isn't the first letter usually the team leader, so that means it'd be you.
Yeah.
Team Sis P. The P is silent. We're coming for your sisters.
Sis.
Hey,
wait. Team Spice with the C being an S instead.
SPIS. Yeah, that could work.
Team Spice.
Yeah. About to get spicy in here.
God damn it.
Sign's meaning of spicy is different to everyone's else.
I don't have a desk to fly.
Yeah.
Hey, Army Logician would be a great quartermaster.
Osprey's just at it. No, you guys all go to Beacon. Osprey's just at his desk. Why the fuck aren't they named after colors? How am I making a team name here?
No, actually, you know what? I don't know how good an Army quartermaster would be without the E4 Mafia.
Right?
Yeah. Oh, actually, no. I got my E5 supply sergeants. That's
true.
the E4.
They have
Like,
their
dude,
E4
the whole
mafias.
purpose of the E4 mafia is to try and shirk duty as much as possible while not getting in trouble for it. It's the E5s
True.
that actually make sure shit gets done. With the PFCs, like the PFCs are the ones that are doing all the heavy lifting, and NCOs are guiding, and the E4s are in the middle trying to do the least amount possible.
And tactically
without-
relocating things that they shouldn't have access to.
Yep.
It's pretty funny when you think of the 3 teams of first years that 9 of them are basically Nepo babies or alumni, and the 3 that aren't are all in the same team, like Nora, Red, and Joy.
True.
Yeah.
All stuck with Pyrrha, the invincible girl who's there to keep them alive.
Pyrrha, who actually earned it, she is there
Yeah.
completely on merit.
To keep him alive.
How does Oz
Yes.
know our fanfic handles? I mean, to be fair, I honestly, Sneaky is not a terrible call sign.
No.
We just go by call signs, that's all.
And honestly, Sneaky being like my call sign would actually probably have been inevitable if I ever did join the military, simply because I'm not. So that would be
Yeah.
the joke. We call him
Yep.
Sneaky because he isn't.
What would yours name be? Something like Juggernaut, where once you start moving,
Fire.
you actually can't be stopped from fire, not momentum based
Fire.
or something?
Fire.
Really?
Absolutely fire. No, you do not understand the level of fire that my family has.
Ah, fair enough. From your family, yeah. Because I like your stories about how you're basically unmovable or getting into fights or knock people
Well,
down.
that's genetics. I'm talking more about our psychosis, which is
Yeah.
fire. There is a reason
No,
why I
God.
frequently make characters whose whole theme is fire, and I write
no,
stories
Silent,
about characters.
You're all gonna write nat one. You're all gonna roll nat ones on that fucking seduction roll, Silent.
We saved the world, we must seduce Salem. There is no way any of us are succeeding that one.
Yeah.
Even if,
yeah.
even if Salem was a normal woman, none of us are succeeding on that one.
And unfortunately, you all get a demerit to your rolls based on just having Silent around you.
It's like before we die, at least Salem can say no one has ever
Yeah.
tried that one before.
Science semblance is literally just Coco's, but better. I'm okay with it.
Yes.
Yeah.
America, fuck yeah.
Because Coco's is literally just, anything using dust gets boosted.
Yeah.
And she uses dust bullets, so the dust bullets get
Yeah.
boosted.
Yeah.
All guns get boosted. Make a combination rifle /mortar. Fuck it. Rifle, some kind of launcher. I don't fucking know.
Are you really
This
telling
is
me
my
that you're-
boomstick! Ka-dum!
Are you really telling me you make all guns better and you didn't name your semblance Deer Grid Coordinates?
Well, I mean, come on. America, fuck yeah, versus...
Well, clear
Dude,
sign.
America's not a thing.
Clearly,
America's
your
not a
gun
thing,
needs to
though.
be a 4-bore.
Nah, yes, obviously.
A 4-bore with a
yes,
clip.
Yeah. Fuck you.
A lever action 4-bore.
Yeah.
Are you?
Not a 50 cal, 30 millimeter.
A 30 cal.
It's more
That would
choice than
honestly
size of
be
movies.
mine. Would be like a 30mm sniper rifle with like
Yes.
a generic, whatever the mid-range chaff handler would be. That would kind of be like my whole deal. Like close combat, not my deal. I
You
can
just
handle
sound like,
myself,
I'm gonna be honest,
but-
you sound like with your buff literary semblance that you just linked to, you just sound like Hans Christian Andersen from FGO, the fucking writer who can't fight but can buff like crazy with writing stories.
No.
Millimeter.
Bro's like casting buff after buff on his rifle. He's like, guys, hold on. I'm still buffing the rifle.
I only get one shot with this thing, but by God, I'm gonna make it count.
Like, what's one of the biggest ones? Like the Goliath, and it just like
Yeah.
stack
Yeah.
it 10 times, and it just like blows
Yeah.
a hole straight through. It's like a, the size of a
Oh, and-
manhole,
yeah.
but it just pierces right through.
Yeah.
Oh,
And Infog's obviously gonna be a technopath. Like, that's no,
true,
no
true.
shot.
Yeah,
No shot.
obviously.
The more advanced the technology, the better he controls it.
My semblance is the AI come button.
No.
Would. He would.
It's that line from AC6 with Rusty, the one that always gives people shivers. I won't miss. And then the fire.
Oh, yeah. You only have one shot. Then I won't miss.
And I
Boom.
won't miss.
And the funny
And the
thing
fucking
is,
worm.
Like, we're gonna be like, we're actually gonna have useful practical clothing because like it's just like, oh man, you know, we're gonna have like plate carriers and shit where we actually hold weapons,
Ammo.
you know, ammo and stuff. It's like, oh man, I don't have any ammo. It's like, I don't know, maybe it's because you have a single thigh pouch for all of your sniper rifle ammo.
Yeah, right, yeah. It's a tactical thigh pouch hidden up her skirt. I fucking hate it.
Ruby, where's your
Awesome.
pockets? The combat skirt doesn't come with pockets.
No.
Honestly,
Up the enemy. Well, because I have a weapon that I can shoot them from range with. That's what the rifle's for.
I mean, because Aura is real, that means you can literally do the Call of Duty Juggernaut. I think I would end up
Yes.
doing that.
Yeah, which
With a flamethrower, of course.
I'm gonna be honest. Sneaky's weapon is like fucking Dark Souls 3 dual great shields, but with flamethrowers attached.
I was gonna say, I think Sneaky would do a riot shield and shotgun. Or something like that.
Like, your weapon is in some way a riot shield, Sneaky.
No, you know what? You're right. Riot Shield, true. Bulldozer time it is. It's time
Riot
for a
Shield
difficulty tweak.
Sneaky, you and Infant's combination attack is just him using Technopath to create the Killdozer.
Yeah.
No, it's the fucking bulldozer time, boys. It's time for a difficulty tweak.
Now somebody needs a construction power where they build like, I don't know, force constructs, a limited Green Lantern power, basically.
hard light, using hard light.
Oh, even
light,
better!
yes.
There's actually a bulldozer already with a flamethrower.
Oh, nice.
I don't know how effective like a flamethrower would like. How does grim biology react to flames? Like,
I mean, with fire dust, it
Doesn't
probably
like it.
less puts them on fire and more just melts them.
Yeah,
really?
I mean, I would imagine so.
You probably want like Dragon's Breath rounds for a shotgun or incendiaries for any kind of a rifle.
Mm-hmm.
Those would
Oh, you know what?
like
You know
real
what?
life those
Since
really aren't that
So what?
effective, but
Yeah, I know.
Sneaky goes
That's-
through initiation.
no, actually,
Why is my forest on fire?
actually, there is one round, and because weight is way less of a factor in Ruby, it's the Norwegian round, the armor-piercing incendiary high explosive
the
for
heat
50
round.
cal.
yeah, but no,
Yes.
it's like at that point you might as well just because this is Ruby and war crimes aren't a thing, just use
True.
a grenade launcher.
Yes.
Have a China Lake 40 mic that just shoots white phosphorus.
Yes. Yes.
Right,
Just
but
like
I.
war crimes. What are those?
But if
Use
I'm
a
gonna
mil-
be up close, probably don't want to have a grenade in my face.
No. That is your slung over the back. You've got your.
Oh yeah, no, the
riot
fucking
shield.
the division, the the fucking mortar on your back.
Yep. Nah, so what I'm getting of this is Sneaky's the short range fighter, Infant and Sign would be the mid to long range, and then Silent is the long range fighter.
Yeah, long range support. I would be the
Yep.
guy that would buff durability.
Sneaky.
On
You
a
just buff
shield.
He
Sneaky,
is the
that's all you need.
wall.
Sneaky is heavy while you're just Doctor in Team Fortress 2 terms. That's it. Medic.
General strategy, but I've got the overall sight line, so I'm always posted up somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Showing Ruby what a real sniper's like.
Yeah, and then it ends up being like a running theme where like anytime I get separated from the group, I always get ambushed by some grim somewhere for some reason. Like
Pull a Mordecai.
Yeah.
You don't have a fucking sniper caddy.
Yeah,
Did you did you ever play Borderlands 2?
I played
did.
Borderlands.
Okay, well,
Borderlands 2 was good.
I gotta.
So no, it was Borderlands. Sorry, my bad. It was Borderlands 2 and 3 actually, where Mordecai did this, where he would just be like shooting people in the head. Like you're on the map and like a guy pops up and he just shoots them in the head and it's like all the way off in the fucking distance and Mordecai's like, "Sup, guys."
Yep.
That's how he introduces himself, and that's also how he helps you in the map where his bird got fucking taken, I believe.
Yes. Until you get right up to fighting his bird, and then he has a little breakdown, which I can't blame him.
Sneaky, you alright? You're speaking? It says you're speaking something, but nothing's coming out.
Sorry, I just got too far away from my mic to keep picking me up. Did you hear me?
Now we did, but we didn't hear you while you were too far away.
Yeah, that was too far away. Okay. Let's see. This is him. Yes. Well, yeah, we can't start with power armor, but
No. When you guys first show up when you guys first show up as a team with Sneaky with riot shields and everyone else with their weapons, you guys look like you just picked up whatever you could off while you're random traveling, including like a rock or something on your shoulder. You guys look like the most patchwork southern fucking hillbilly tech you've ever seen in your life, and yet it just works.
This is why I said you should start at patch as academy students, go through the last 6 months of building up your weapon and armor for, graduation, and then go to fucking...
I don't think you can make power armor. I'm pretty sure that's all Atlas, then Atlas keeps that secret.
Yeah, I know. I wouldn't be making power armor again. I would build up to it.
Yeah.
That's why I said build up to it. But yeah, no. Just getting the classic EOD where, backpack grenade, backpack ammo pack, underslung 50 cal with incendiary armor piercing, and the riot shield. Yeah. Don't worry, I'm a frontline fighter. And because I'm not sniping with it, I could actually snub the 50 cal barrel.
Yeah.
Oh god. Just up close and personal 50. Get fucked.
Glinda Goodwitch after initiation. Mr. Sneaky, why is the forest on fire? Glinda after your first mission, why is this town on fire? Mr. Sneaky, why does everything end up on fire around you?
What's it? Hellbat?
Or when something goes wrong.
No, shit.
How about armor?
StarCraft?
What?
Yeah. No, it's not Hellbat. Fucking hell. Shit. What's it fucking called?
Oh god, the AK-50.
Firebat.
Firebat.
Firebat?
The Firebat from StarCraft.
I have no idea. I'm not StarCraft.
It's on stream right now.
I know.
Ooh.
So the Firebat from StarCraft is a guy locked in a power armor suit with giant flamethrowers strapped to his hands. And all of his lines are gold.
And
also,
what?
Apparently, Asmongold has begun the Twitch apocalypse.
What do you mean? What did he do?
Asmongold TV, I don't know. It's 2 hours ago posted.
Yeah, it's an hour and 30 minutes long, posted 2 hours ago. Apparently, so for context, Fat Communist on Twitch committed an oopsie doopsie and committed a felony on live, and proceeded to put a 100K bounty on an assassination on someone.
Oh.
I remember that.
And they got banned for only 3 days. It's a 5-year prison sentence.
Oh.
And Asmongold said that if they weren't banned for 2 weeks, he was going to talk to Dan Saltman, a guy who's been going after Twitch religiously. I think they might have banned Asmongold in retaliation. And Asmongold said, I know a lot of things that Twitch doesn't want getting out. If I get banned, they're getting out.
Oh, no.
Mm.
So I think that's what just happened. Well, yes,
Well,
all of
then
the
again?
yes, well, all of the Terran units are convicts. So, like them being convicts isn't really special, but yes.
Mm.
I specifically was just posting the Fireback quotes because the Fireback quotes are great. They do not know who they are fucking with sounds of flamethrower igniting. But yeah, the reason why I say fire-based semblance is simply because my family has a saying. My family actually has a saying, and the saying is, if the fire is hot enough, anything will burn.
Fair.
So, that should tell you what my family is like when it comes to fire. Now I want to play StarCraft 2? Bro, I know that feeling. Asmon's Twitch is still up? Okay, so they didn't ban him. I guess he's just kicking off the apocalypse then. Fair enough.
They're
Fair enough.
afraid he's gonna drop the docks.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I think it's I think it would be funny enough for a single chapter just to see what people's reactions are. But who would post it? It would have to be either in font, sign, or silent. Because no one knows me. Even though I am mastermind behind many a grand story.
Yeah. I'm gonna be honest, I feel like it has to be either silent or in font. No offense to sign, but
True. Yeah, it comes with a certain connotation.
It's likely to get banned.
and I feel like I'm gonna be honest, the most likely one is silent. Because Infant got his fair share of porn or other stuff that he's been like known for.
No, well, okay, bro. Silence known for pokey fucking.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
There is a reason why I made his name You Wouldn't Sex a Cat. Because he made a story
Yeah.
about fucking a cat.
Sign, because he's the one who would write more of it. No, he wouldn't. He kind of writes ones he
Sign would not write more of it.
I just barely heard my name being brought up, and I'm like, what is going on? What did I miss?
I didn't know that you'd know for pokey fucking.
We're trying to figure out who would post the chapter to get the most reaction.
That would probably be Sign.
Honestly, I'd say
the funny
Infant.
toaster fucker guy.
Yeah, he's the funny toaster fucker.
Like,
And
he's not
all of
gonna
his
get
stories get
for
fans.
doing
It doesn't
it.
matter if they don't agree with it. All of his stories usually get fans and a decent following base.
Yeah.
Yes.
So what's this about me? And
Sign gets a whole lot of fucking people whining at him. So I don't
you
think
wrote a
that's
pokey
good for
fucker
Corey
story.
Monsters, apparently.
I wrote the pokey fucker story. That is
Yeah, I know. Well, yes, I'm.
Fucker story.
So Kaz said that you should post it because you're not known for porn. I'm like, my dude, he is
I did not
the
know
pokey
that.
fucker.
Well, he
I did
said
not
I
know that.
shouldn't post it because that comes with certain connotations with what I've written in the past.
Yeah.
Well, not
This
only
is-
that, either you wouldn't write it, or your fans would. Doesn't matter what you write, you'd have people hating on it and like
Yeah.
trying to make it be bad. Like Sign, you've got those kind of fans reading all your stories.
We
anyway,
would get quite a lot of hate for what we're doing already in the story planned. I don't think we need sign haters on top of that.
Yeah.
happen anyway, but probably not as many.
Yeah,
given,
probably
you
not
know,
as
what
many.
it's involved.
Also, yeah.
Also, if Stein posted it, every time you guys posted a chapter, I was like, damn, this sequel to Signal to Noise is really amazing. Like, I'm sorry, but I would have to shit talk about that.
God damn it.
Keep in mind,
I
you
would-
guys need to write more than one chapter. Can't let Baka Smurf and company beat you. You're right. That is true.
The
Who?
thing is, yeah.
So
he does
Baka
a lot of friend
Smurf does
inserts.
friend
He does-
inserts.
yeah. Which is usually him and a friend getting inserted, or a friend inserting him into a story, or him inserting a friend into a story. It was
Yeah.
really big 2018, 19, 20.
It was a
I
big
remember.
2018 thing where you would insert your friend into the story, and then
And
all of it
space
died.
battles.
Yeah.
Because it was all bad.
Yeah. It turns out that when you can't write, inserting someone else who
Mhm.
isn't you into the story doesn't make it better.
Yeah.
And not just that, the fact
Who
that you don't...
could have guessed?
There was also a bunch of times where someone would write something and they didn't consult their the person they're inserting into it, because they didn't think it was such a big deal. And then the person that got inserted actually commented, "I wouldn't do that. Why would you write that?"
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what
Or I wouldn't act
consult
like
the
that.
people you're doing that with.
And the
Yeah.
author thought, but that was just a small scene. Why does that matter? And then it turns out that it ends up breaking apart their friendship, and the story gets canned. Because they're
No,
no longer friends,
I
so-
remember that story you're talking about. Yeah.
That
Yeah.
is so dumb. Like, the friend couldn't have just DM'd him.
No.
Fucking said, hey, we
Hey,
can.
bro, how would you react to this?
Mm.
Well, I'm just saying, like.
Well,
the
no, they
friend-
did. They did it on the big stuff and the character in most of the character interactions, but on like small things or things that don't really affect the story, they would go off
Yeah,
what they knew of their
what
friend.
happened was the author had different values than the friend, and this topic had never been brought up before between them, only for the friend to realize how
Opposite in opinion he is.
how
basically.
opposite in
no.
opinion he is about certain things, and how
Oh,
he
no.
held values concerning life and who to interact with that his friend supposedly didn't, and he was like, "Wow,
Mhm.
oh, I'm not going to be your friend anymore because holy shit, dude."
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. Like, it would depend on what the thing was, but anyways, I still would have at least, sent a DM privately and just said, "Hey, sign."
I mean, just in
that
general,
shit you
like,
wrote about me.
I
in the
mean, just in
friends thread
general, just like, why
wasn't
wouldn't you
correct.
just share the chapter before you posted it? Like,
Mhm.
Yeah.
hey, I
Yeah,
made these
exactly.
changes. Is this good? Yeah, that
Mm.
looks good. That's what I would do. Okay, well, this is what's gonna happen
make a
next.
Google
Oh, well,
Doc.
I'll do this instead. Like,
Google Doc.
it's not
Yeah,
hard. It's a fucking it's good. We are in the year of
Yeah.
2024. Like, holy shit. How have people not heard
Yeah.
of Google Docs? Like, I cannot comprehend this.
Mm.
Like, it is fucking baffling to
Yeah.
me.
That'd be like if Sign did a friend insert on one of us and we had to keep commenting, Sign, please age them up to 18, stop leaving them at 13.
Sign. This
No,
isn't
it's appropriate for the setting.
No, you see, in Ruby, due to the high casualty rate, the age of consent got low.
How did you know what my argument was going to be from Romance
Because
and Ruby?
Sign, we read your fucking Jordan Gamer story self-insert. We brought it up on stream.
There. Wait, you did what on stream?
We brought it up on stream back when we found
No,
the
you
guy
were
that was
there for
copying the
this.
fic.
We
Well,
brought
we
up
found
the
the guy that-
fic.
I thought this was a different one.
No,
I
No,
was
no,
on
no.
a
remember
different
that?
stream.
No, not this
No,
stream.
not
but in the
not no,
last,
yeah,
in
not
a
this
different
stream. In a different stream, yeah.
In a different stream where we found that guy that basically one-to-one copied your Ruby fucking Gamer John self-insert on a
That
different
one.
profile.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one.
Mm. And then that you apparently had messaged him about it years in the past, and he responded, and you forgot about it.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
We know.
Look, I'm
Uh,
old, okay? Things have happened. I have literally forgotten more about IT than some people will ever learn.
mm,
True, homie. True.
mm. I mean, so one thing then.
Fuck off.
That wasn't a hit at you. It was a hit at idiots not learning anything about IT.
Oh, okay, okay. Never mind then. Fuck off. Retracted.
Yeah.
Wow! Oh wow! Apparently, Gabe Newell did an interview to celebrate the 20th anniversary of Half-Life, and he
Yeah, and
said
now every.
that the reason why no Half-Life 3 or Episode 3 was ever made was because he could never figure out the purpose of Half-Life 3 or Episode 3 if it wasn't moving the story forward.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, makes sense.
And then after that interview, literally every single game developer and journalist started writing the same thing about Steam and fucking reviewing it, giving shit reviews about it. There's all these game journalists posting shit about Steam now, and it's all the exact same sentence and lines.
Oh, of course it is. I mean, they just fucking copy paste each other's shit. Like it's like, bro.
Mm.
Now the interesting thing is aura. Like, does it?
Mm.
Like how much? Like that would be something that I think we would have to investigate.
You can use it to give impacts to your strikes at least, because Ren does that with his fighting style.
What do you mean by investigate? Like how it operates in terms?
Yeah, I'm talking about like in terms of how much does a solid foundation without using aura lead to better strength with aura, or does
Probably
training with aura train,
I see.
your body
Okay, so
that?
does it raise us to a certain ceiling universally, or does it multiply?
Yeah, I'd say your base level increases how much you get when you use aura.
I
John
think
apparently had to practice his actual sword skills and physical abilities to match up to
well,
everyone
it's
else.
not just that, right? I mean, we have actually blatant canon example. Cardin. Cardin actually breaks the ground when using aura to smash his mace into the ground. No one else does that. And Cardin is a very big dude.
Of his mace.
Yeah, true.
He's just a big old guy.
Yeah, so 100%, if you have a lot more, if you are bigger, then your aura multiplies that strength, not adds to it.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying that we would have to in this story, because what I was thinking when I was taking the dog outside and letting her walk around was like, the four of us as the team going through and like, Excel spreadsheeting this shit and just just number and shit out.
Well,
like,
I mean, we know from Ren's fighting style that you can use it to create like shockwaves and internal damage if you get enough mastery over your control of your aura with punches and like palmed hits.
True.
Yeah. I'm just talking about like simple baseline, have
he's talking about endurance boost, he's talking about how much damage reduction occurs, how much strength gets boosted, agility boost.
Question, are you guys going to do that thing where your aura can break and it actually like makes you exhausted and all that, or are you going to do the thing where it can break but you're normal?
The second one.
Honestly,
I would say personally, if you're not used to it,
strength boost and stuff.
Yeah, I would say if you're not used to it,
maybe.
Because technically that's your soul being exhausted and broken, so you feel like
but
that's some sort of
but that's what I'm saying. If you're not used to it, it's sort of like Army is a good example. You start off with the mile march, and you're exhausted at the first time you do it, but by the third month of doing it, you're like, all right, I'm still tired.
So,
but
all of us are like in the courtyard.
So it would make sense for someone like Jean or even Nora and Ren, if they weren't used to it, being affected like that. But someone like Ruby and Yang, who had two huntsmen adults in their lives, one of them training them.
Pyrrha,
probably not Blake, because she runs away from everything.
Yeah, she runs way too much. Yeah.
Weiss would have had tutors, but they would never go too hard on her, so she probably had her aura awakened by winter, and then she didn't get, like, actual training except, like, forms and stuff.
Yeah, we're, like, in the courtyard and shit, like, beating the hell out of each other until our aura breaks, and everybody's, like, looking out the windows, like, what the fuck are those weirdos
What the fuck are they doing?
Is it attracting Grim? Is it attracting the Grim? No? Leave them to beat each other.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
like, and then of course we pull up the spreadsheet and it's like, okay, so we've broken our auras 30 times this week. Let's test how long it takes. And we're like tired all the time because like one of us is like awake and like timing how long it takes somebody's aura to come back. Like everybody else is sleeping, pass out, then boop,
Everyone,
boop,
Sign, you're all
sees their aura
sleeping.
pop
Sign
up.
has to act like Joe Biden when he was the president.
Joe Biden, wake up!
Sign. Sleepy Sign. Who, weirdly enough, seems to have gone completely as a normal adult once Trump won.
Yeah,
And then like
yeah,
once
true.
we complete, like we go through and we compile all of our shit. And it's like the end of the first semester. We compile all of our findings and stuff and take it to
I-
Professor, Ozpen, and just like
I think
this
a
is what
real
we found.
question
And he's
here.
just like, yeah.
Do we make aura a hard cap or a muscle?
Muscle.
Muscle it definitely.
Yeah,
Because
that's fair.
really, how often do we
People
actually
grow.
see any of the Ruby cast actually train?
Well,
Not
it's not
really.
that, just that. It's not just that. Aura is your soul, and people grow as people, like as a person. So it obviously means that your soul and aura can grow, shouldn't it?
Some people's souls are just naturally stronger than others. That's how that fucking works. If you're extremely stubborn, I expect you to have a.
Well,
you know,
that's what I'm saying though. Is like say
teenager.
like. Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Either hard cap or muscle. Is it a case of someone can start with 30 aura and work their way up to 100, or are they just stuck always at 30 and just making their usage better? Or some people just born with 30, some people are born with 100.
Well, I also think it is an interesting thing to think about is how much are people actually growing? Like you think about huntsmen,
True.
they
Yeah.
start out young, they grow up, and then they get out into the world. They're going worldwide on all these adventures, but then they eventually find a village or place that makes them feel comfortable, and they stop growing. And they start growing in different ways. So,
God
maybe their
damn
aura
it,
still
Kill.
grows, but
Millionaire just murdered Sign.
Millionaire over here just taking side and shanking him.
Jesus.
Coming in with the steel chair.
There's nothing wrong with MILFs, okay? I'd be perfectly fine chasing after Glenda.
yeah. But Glenda's
Oh
not
my
a MILF,
god,
though.
Sign is the Brock of the
No,
group.
make her a MILF. The what?
Sign is the Brock of the group.
What do you mean?
Eternally thirsty, getting none.
Oof! You motherfucker!
No, as a matter of fact, that would have to be like the trope is like our trope, our group trope is everybody's ragging on Sign, but then Sign actually starts pulling. Everybody's like, wait a second, what? That actually works? It's like you told her, how about I put you face down, ass up, and then, put a baby, and you're like, and that actually worked?
Yes, it worked.
It's like, hey, man, that's why I always go for the faunus. They get turned on by that kind of
Yes.
shit.
Jesus Christ.
It's a velvet instant loss on her part. Just too cold of velvet.
Oh,
How to slap someone through the internet.
Wait, what did I miss?
So what level of athleticism or bullshit martial arts level, ninja level jumping around are we looking at? Are we looking at going from Olympic athlete, or are we looking at canon, Ruby, I do martial arts, kung fu, bounce off the walls bullshit here?
Wait. What we start as, or what we can get to?
Starting.
I say start as. I would say our team should be middle of the pack. Like we're not.
Honestly, I'm thinking like. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was thinking that our style would start grounded, and mainly just because we still aren't used to the aura shenanigans, so we don't believe like Neo. So
we don't believe
yet. Hopping off the wall. Yeah, we can't do kung
actually
fu.
Play around and try with it until we get it.
Yeah. So we'll start off grounded, and even then, we reason that it's because we're all kind of more conventional in terms of tactics and strategy versus, the fishing reels of the world.
What's your weapon? It's a gun. It shoots bullets that set things on fire. What does it turn into? Nothing. It's a gun.
It compacts
I have another
so I
gun.
can hold it. Several guns. I have all the gun.
I got a pistol
I do
for
have
the
a melee
little
weapon.
people.
What's that? That's a mortar. I wear it.
Ruby asked your entire team why you don't have mechs or other weapons, and you guys just accused her of being a nepo baby.
You know what? Honestly, I think
It's
if
like,
you
not
didn't
everybody's
use
rich,
Mecha Shift,
Ruby.
I think if you didn't use Mecha Shift, you could honestly leverage that technology to just add more to your gun to make it more gun.
Mhm.
And I don't
Make
mean
it-
additional
yes.
guns. I mean make it a better gun, better aiming, better recoil, better.
Yeah,
Um,
that's what I was thinking with this
Mm.
30 up here is that, instead of it being, able to turn into other things, like that Mecha Shift ability is just used for a perfect reciprocating barrel, like,
Mm.
recoil mitigation,
Yeah.
Yeah.
that kind of stuff.
I'd go with something to compact it down, or compact most of the weapons down for storage. That way, they're not getting in the fucking way.
Yeah.
I'd
Yeah.
give you something to
Holding-
rotate your ammunition so you don't have to reload it with different ammunition each time, so you can just hit a
That
switch
too.
and get this one.
Mecha Shift
You know-
magazines carrying more ammo.
Actually, the three of us here, I don't know about Infant, but he is a mechanist, so he could probably help us with this.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a mechanic. I think
He's doing what he loves, machines.
exactly. I think the three of us could pull off inventing gunpowder.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, gunpowder is actually super easy.
Because they use
Inconvenience.
lightning dust, but they don't use electricity. It's weird.
Well, I
What?
have some gunpowder laying around.
Yeah, like they use lightning dust to
Powder or-
basically.
Yeah, no, they
Smoke
use
dust.
lightning. They use fire dust as a propellant instead of.
Yeah, but they don't
gunpowder.
use. Yeah, and they don't use like coal. They don't use steam. They don't use electricity. If it's not in dust
Yeah,
form,
just
they
use
don't use it.
dust.
That's what I'm saying. Is I think we can pull
yeah.
off making gunpowder and making all of our
Yeah.
guns way fucking cheaper.
Make a
I'm gonna be honest,
production line for
you make-
gunpowder.
You guys make
Yeah.
gunpowder, and Nora's gonna start stalking you for more brooms.
Yes, obviously.
Honestly, yes, but no, because dust is better than gunpowder. But
Yeah,
here's the
but
thing:
gunpowder's cheaper.
dust is expensive. Yeah.
it is.
Alright, if you use gunpowder, you could switch to gunpowder propellants and then have more dust for the boom upon delivery. So, like, if you're using a grenade launcher, for instance, you use your dust for your payload, but your gunpowder as the delivery mechanism. If you're using, a rifle, you've obviously got a solid dust bullet, but the actual propellant is gunpowder
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
instead of dust.
No,
Are
but
any
yeah,
of you
you're just
confident
using
in the ability to create radioactive materials? No, none of us can create radioactive
No.
materials.
No,
That shit's
fuck
fucking
no.
hard as hell,
No.
man.
No.
Wouldn't do it
Now-
if I could.
I know how to make nitroglycerin.
Mustard gas, yes.
Like I've reloaded probably about 20,000 rounds of 9mm 5.56. So I've got
Yeah.
plenty of experience actually doing the, from start to finish.
Yeah.
And since Ruby already creates brass casings, and the
True.
and the fire dust is actually probably got a
Primer.
much higher chamber pressure.
Yeah, it
That's
probably
good.
does.
Nah,
Yeah.
smoke
well, you
is
know,
fast.
that's-
Oh
that's-
shit!
Have to make
Overpressured 50 cal rounds. Okay. An overpressured, snub-nosed, reciprocating barrel 50 cal.
The biggest
Let's
issue
go.
would be reverse engineering the smokeless powder
God.
/ nitrocellulose process and formula, but with a small sample, it'd be easy, but we wouldn't necessarily.
Oh
have
well,
the
we
sample.
wouldn't really have the
This is a
sample, but
Yeah.
reincarnation.
You know what?
See,
All this-
here's the
all this-
thing,
take
though.
the idea to
Yeah.
a chemical company to begin with and say,
Yeah, see, here's the
potassium
thing.
carbonate, potassium sulfate, potassium sulfide, combine them together with nitrocellulose. We have gunpowder. Now let's figure out how we do that with all of your.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's the thing is that when it comes to human inventions, once we know we can make something, we actually are able to reverse engineer it fairly easily.
Yes. And then try and upgrade it when someone makes a better version, because then it's a matter of pride and weapons racing.
Yeah.
Yes. So
But
of course,
I'm so lucky. I'm so lucky I can't write for shit. I'm so lucky I can't write for shit because all this talk of the Ruby self-inserts and the Forsakai makes me want to write my own one.
Oh yeah.
Thank God I can't write for shit.
There you go. Well, we might need you instead of Infun if he doesn't fucking post or respond to our invite.
Fair enough. Just know that no matter for some reason whatever damage I go through, I've never broken a bone and I can take a lot of damage. I've been hit a lot of times.
Well,
But I'm
it's like
also
I
only
said
5'4".
before. Apparently I might be related to that guy with iron bones.
Nice.
Jesus.
Yeah, it's
And,
why my
hey-
family doesn't really break bones, apparently. I mean, this is supposedly, hypothetically, maybe, because our family did pass through that area at the point in time the guy was alive. So, maybe. I'm just saying, because my family has a long history of bad teeth and hard-to-break bones, that we might be related to the guy with the genetic mutation that gave him bad teeth and hard-to-break bones. Who was apparently some sort of Irish pirate, which
Nice.
also
I mean, like I
fits
said,
in with my family.
Like I said, I already know what my semblance would be. Poison and venom creation and manipulation, like that fucking poison warden from One Piece.
Yeah.
Other than that, fuck, what weapon would I use? I like to grapple, so probably some sort of like fist-based like claw hook weapon or something that can bite onto shit and then bring him to.
You're really gonna grapple with Grim?
Damn right.
All right.
He's so strong, he gets a bonus to that.
Listen, it's not like I'm feeling fear for them. If Peter Port asks me what does a Grim make me feel, I'm probably going to respond with Lost. So.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's just like, so this right here is a Beowulf and someone slaps the table. Wood.
Yeah.
Wood.
Wood. What?
There's only one man they fear.
Oh god, that'd be funny.
The Grim Fucker. Why is he called the Grim Fucker?
I mean...
Well...
I mean, this is my profile on the SDM, so... That's fucking coming through.
Yeah, monsters. Monster girls.
I had a sexual awakening when I saw Ebrietis in Bloodborne.
Huh?
I haven't
okay.
played Bloodborne, so...
Yeah, Yeah, I don't know why, but it just... I saw that and I looked at it and I was like, fuck, I'm into that.
Just make Kaz's weapon the fat guy from Overwatch? True.
Yeah. Yep.
Kaz, you know you can make a better weapon. No, this one's shooting junk.
Yep.
Okay.
The fat hook from Overwatch, okay.
Yep, that, he just posted the GIF.
Yeah.
Along with some sort of like fucking a gauntlet of some kind on the other arm. What is fuck? I'm trying to think of the name of it. I can't.
Pile driver.
Piston gauntlet or something like a piston or something that
Pile driver.
punches and then does. Yeah, pile driver.
I'm thinking of a gauntlet. A pile driver? No, it's like a piston or a pile driver.
Right.
You mean it's not a pile driver actually. It's a
yeah, it's cordite.
Pile bunker. It's a pile bunker. Yes, cordite. Yeah, they don't make it in the granules. They make it in the sticks for some reason.
Yeah, but also I'd have a hook because I create poison and venom. I want people close to me to fucking poison them.
Spaghetti guns.
This is why no one buys British ammunition.
Yeah.
Nitroglycerin, 37% gun cotton, 3% mineral jelly. Well, that's your problem right there. You got 37%
Yeah.
cotton.
Yeah.
37% of
It's
shit
gun
that doesn't go
And
boom.
not only is it 37% cotton, they're also using
Nitrocellulose, my bad.
bullpup guns.
No, it's not cotton. It's gun cotton, which is
Yeah, my brain
cotton
was...
that has been impregnated with nitroglycerin.
Did you
It's
really have
Pinky.
to use the word impregnated?
Nitrocellulose.
Did you really have to use the word
Yes, it's
impregnated, son?
nitrocellulose. Yes, I did have to
That
use
is
impregnated because
that is the technical form word.
It is a technical
Yeah,
term
see?
for that,
Impregnate.
yes.
Yep.
You will impregnate the cotton
it's,
Ugh.
with your explosive
you
seed.
soak it in the acid and then you dry it and then you carefully grind up the material into powder. That's where you get your nitrocellulose.
Yeah.
The Ruby world is not
For
ready for a
some
team
really
that...
weird reason, yeah, nitroglycerin just stabilizes for some fucking reason when you soak it and shit. And it's kind of just like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
Weird.
it's
The
great.
Ruby world is not ready for a Ruby team that says the most horrendous shit ever as a joke to each other and then laugh it off.
Yeah. What's up, faggot?
Time to light it up!
Everybody's fucking whipping heads
Like, what
towards
the
us, and we're like
fuck?
slapping each other on the back.
Ozpen just goes to sign all the things they say about you. Do you wish to switch
Yeah,
teams?
true,
It's
we
like,
are
what?
live, yeah, we can't be saying that
Yeah,
here.
I
Yeah.
totally forgot about that.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
it's a naughty Twitch
I mean,
word.
think about.
But the things
oh,
we'd
Twitch,
say
I
about
was looking
sign
at
and
YouTube.
say to sign, even on stream, it'd probably have the entire Ruby thing, Ruby world going. Is he okay? Does he need help? Is this a cry for help?
What the fuck? See?
This is the
Is that the
endless
fuck
sign
lie?
bullying.
Yep. Oh.
Please,
Imagine if his
don't worse than that.
semblance had a side effect where the more we bully him, the stronger his guns get.
Please, no.
Damn it, no. No.
No.
Yeah.
Denied. Rejected.
Yeah.
No.
We are not including author fetishes in this story. Unless it's infant.
I don't have that fetish, damn it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Infant gets his one fetish.
Infant
I
know,
gets the one
Penny.
That's
fetish.
kind of his character.
Yeah.
Everyone knows what it is.
Yeah.
Everyone's gonna come read Infant, the robot fucker. He's gonna fuck the robot.
hmm
Or try to.
Whether it's Penny or the Elysian Paladin is up in the air, but he's gonna try.
Both. He wants that harem. Infant getting up in arms about fucking Torchwick riding in that thing. Get out of my waifu, you piece of shit.
Yeah.
That's terrible.
Atlas hates
Leave
with his
the
techno
next.
Waifu.
with his technopathy. Atlas just hates his existence because they don't work on him because their entire weapons and army is basically robots.
True.
They refuse to fire on him.
Yep.
Well, the
They have to use Winter or Ironwood to actually beat him down.
they would have to. I mean, there would have to be some kind of limit. So I would say touch-based technopathy. Like he would have to.
That's
would
fair.
work.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
Though,
So
to
he
be
gets his
fair,
hands on stuff.
fucking, apparently the CCTV, or whatever the fuck it's called, has no fucking security and is global,
Yeah.
so...
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
And
and-
once you're in the
Yeah,
tower,
you
you can
get
do anything you
everything.
want. Once you're in the tower, you can do anything you want.
Well, the funniest thing is just like technopathy. It's like that is a like my guy. That's a semblance that's good against people. Like, what are we
I
trying to
just had
do?
a
Fight
thought.
the government here? Like we're fighting the Grim, damn it.
Yes.
I just had a thought. They find Cinder's virus because Infant makes a big fucking scene of him going, "You fucking whore, how dare you be with
to be
someone else?"
fair-
Because he finds the virus in the system.
To be fair,
Yes.
though, one of my goals is, in fact, kill Cinder. I think we can each have one
Yeah.
goal to start off with. Infants is
I was
clearly
thinking
fuck
Roman.
Penny.
Yep.
Cinder must die, because I
Roman.
fucking hate
Mhm.
Cinder because she brings shame to redheads and Pyro.
Yeah.
Yes, that's fair.
And Slime,
was
what would
gonna
yours
say-
be? What child are you going
Kill
after?
Roman and romance either Neo or Glinda, one or the other. Or
Well, you're
Rude.
probably gonna have to
No,
kill
kill
Neo if you
Neo,
kill Roman,
yeah.
so...
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
gonna have to
well,
kill
I guess I'm
Neo.
killing Neo.
Like, what's wrong with? I'm gonna
That's
be
the whole
honest.
thing
What's
is
wrong with
we
Roman?
just kill bad people. It blows
Yeah,
people's
that's-
minds. It's like, why did you kill them?
18.
It's like, so they're not a problem anymore. What, you want us to throw him in prison so he can break back out again and then cause more trouble for everybody? Like,
The Expendables. We're putting
Yeah.
together a
Yeah.
team.
Yes.
Wait, that means you can
bitch
have more than
good.
4, right? That means you can have more than 4, right?
No,
Yes.
there'll be too
No.
many.
it's like, did you just execute that guy? Yeah, because he's a fucking criminal.
Now, that is a question. Okay, so I have a basic note-taking software here. So we have the Four Sakai. We have Aura is a muscle. We have how is dust being handled?
What do
Is
you
it
mean?
the so
Is it
in
the blood of
canon?
the world, basically?
Yeah, so in canon, the current canon for dust is that randomly, random mines pop up randomly with random dust in the random mines. And it's completely nonsensical, and you get a whole fucking rainbow of dust out of the mine. Or do we go with something more focused, elemental-based, like you find fire near volcanoes, and ice near glaciers, and lightning in fulgurant
stormy
fields?
areas.
Regional
Like high mountains and shit like that, where there's lots of electrical activity
lightning
and stuff.
strikes.
The problem is, I feel like it has to be random because then otherwise, how do you explain shit like gravity dust?
We
Well, a lot
don't,
of the
because
dust is
that shit's
actually
dumb.
artificial.
Yeah.
Mm.
Like
Yeah,
gravity
that's
dust,
artificial.
hard light dust. Like I think that shit's artificial.
Yeah,
Like
let's
the
just
gravity,
made
like,
it.
Yeah, as far as I'm aware, Atlas make I don't think that should be I think dust should be the natural elements, and if they're gonna make artificial shit, make it be either power oriented, because they do have that infinite power thing going on with the fucking floating Atlas castle.
Oh,
Atlas
hang on, no.
Atlas tries to get earth dust that helps with earth manipulation and crops, but the farmers keep fucking shooting all their troops that come around.
Oof. Okay, so I can actually see gravity dust being naturally occurring because, planet's gravity.
yeah.
It just spawns randomly everywhere.
Well, also, just dust is essentially crystallized mana, and magic. Mana is magic, and gravity is kind of like a fundamental force of the universe.
True.
Yes.
So, would you say gravity is
dust,
more
or
likely
say
to appear at the? So, would you say gravity dust appears at the tops of mountains and the bottom of trenches?
Well, wouldn't it happen in places closest to the Earth's core because it can
Closer to the
like,
core,
people
I
can get-
think.
yeah.
All right, so trenches.
Earth's core. Yeah.
Trenches, deep mines, places like that.
Mm.
Like you gotta dig deeper for it.
Oh,
so
wait,
it's in
deep sea.
floating islands.
It's deep sea mining because of how deep the pressure is under the ocean.
That would excuse as to why it's so expensive and hard to get. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
Because
that
there's
too.
all the aquatic grim that you've got to fight off while mining it.
But it's also in those floating islands that are just, floating
Oh,
the fuck
true.
around.
But yeah, but if you mine all the gravity dust
Alright.
out of those islands, they kind of.
Well, you don't
fall.
mind all of it. You go get some for personal use and then call it a day.
Mm.
Don't tell anybody
Wow.
about it.
honestly,
My
though, like,
artisanal mining.
If the dust, like, because some of the stories have it to where, like, as long as you don't mine all of the dust in that area, and you leave some dust remaining, the dust will naturally.
We are not
actually escape.
Tiberiuming the dust. No, we are not having self-replicating
No.
dust.
You just let
No.
it
Not
convert
self-replicating.
materials around it. It grows.
Like,
No, we are
it's
not.
not
We are not. We are
Russian
not
because
unleashing the
it's from
Tiberium dust.
Mana.
Question. So, dust
Oh, it would
is
take time. It
made.
would take centuries.
Dust
but-
is basically crystallized magic, right? So, because
Yep.
Grim are also basically made from magic, does
Yeah.
that mean in areas where
Yeah.
Grim are killed in large amounts, that dust veins will start showing up there?
I have
No.
seen some stories try that, but honestly, that's not something you can base an industry off of. And Killian Air, same thing. You can't base an industry off of a couple 100,000 people dying.
Mm.
Like, unless each person is, like, tripling their weight in dust, it's just not going to be possible. To have it, because again, we're talking hundreds of that. We're talking like millions of dinosaurs died to make the oil we have, and on top of that, all of the plants, just literal crazy amounts of organic material died to make the oil we have, and that's how we have an industry based off of it. You would need something equal to that to have an industry, not even just a industry. The entire world's economy of everything is based off of dust. So you need to have some sort of dust source that is renewable or ludicrously large.
Which is why I suggested the slightly regenerating. Like, it would take, at least a century for it to recover, but it would still
But again,
recover.
you can't base an industry off that. You wouldn't be able to base some on an industry off that.
Like, that is probably one of that's how why I would put, Schnee's, Jacques Schnee's, one of his biggest sins once he took over the Schnee Dust Company was him actually mining the dust veins into, complete obsolescence, completely stripping them. And, because before, the Schnee Dust Company would mine out most of it and then leave the rest for it to recover, decades down the road.
I feel like dust running out being a plot point in the story would make the we can keep that in our pocket for being a main storyline, but I don't know. I feel like that'd be adding too much to the story.
It'd be too.
It
It'd be
can't
too
run out
worldwide.
because we have like 100,000 years of human dust usage.
No, we've got.
That's
like
what I'm saying. Like, that's what I'm saying. Though, is I feel like you couldn't really write a story about like the Schnee Dust Company like exhausting dust veins because
they're not Shinra.
Was it 1,000 or
like-
10,000 years where they started using dust to fight the Grim? I thought it was only 1,000.
No, it was a really long time ago. We're talking
It
like
was a
multiple
really long time.
civilizations.
Oh,
It's
Like,
10,000.
Hundreds of Ozpin
100.
incarnations were shown to us, so like it's been a long time.
10,000 years. But my thing is the Schnee Dust Company wasn't, it wasn't that they were completely stripping out all of, it's that they were stripping out the easily accessible ones.
Sure.
that had
Okay,
low
so
risk
here
and
was
were
my
in,
proposal in the Ruby story I originally tried writing.
faunus
Here's my
areas.
proposal for it. That dust, because it's magic, it's crystallized magic. So therefore, you could make the proposal that dust is conceptual in some way. So, because I mean, how else would you get a fucking yellow crystal that generates electricity just the exact way you need it, and a fire crystal that generates fire in the exact way you need it? Like, how else would you do that, right? So, conceptual in some way, right? So my theory for Ruby was that dust appears in areas that are elementally aligned, right? So like electricity, lightning dust would appear in areas that are heavily stormy, specifically like Fulgrim fields, right?
Yeah. Fire at volcanoes, ice
fires
dust
near volcanoes, etc. Right?
Snowy lands or top of mountains.
The thing that keeps the dust harvesting in check is that if you build up like a town right next to the dust becomes less elementally aligned because it's no longer a volcanic zone, it's now a human town. And so like the dust would stop appearing there in such great or potent numbers, right?
Yeah.
Or, and hear me out here, we skip all that shit and go, it's fucking dust. It just goes, we're not trying to figure out where it comes from. Just that it goes boom and we can use it.
Alright, so we're just going to ignore dust? That works, yep.
Yeah,
we'll
look
the
at it.
mechanics.
Ignore dust source.
Well, it's just like,
ignore the source, there's no point.
We ask Professor Coffee Drinker, and he just says, "Well, if you want to know more about dust, go ahead and read these 40-foot compendiums in the library." And then we're just like, shit.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, there's
Tell
no,
me.
I'm not doing that much research.
Well,
Fuck
I
no.
only ask because, of
That's the
course,
thing.
obviously, one of the big issues with Ruby is the Shnidas company. You know, the company that uses slavery on the
Yes.
world, where slavery
They do.
creates sadness.
We're not
And
doing
it
this
attracts
shit.
the Grim, which means you
Yeah.
gotta waste money on security because if you don't, your slave's gonna get killed and you get no money from DOS. So.
Oh
Yeah,
my
so
god, that's so stupid.
it's so dumb.
Yeah, that's
And
just-
who apparently brand SDC on the faces of children.
He
Yeah, that
branded himself. God damn it. That is the answer. Is he branded himself?
Well, see, yeah, no, he had to have branded himself, and the reason why is because to scar just his eyelid and not boil out his eye, you would need a precisely shaped to his head brand, and there's no way a company using slave labor would spend the
Wouldn't have one
money
size fits all.
to manufacture a dust brand specifically for one kid.
Yeah, there's
Another
no way
thing
it
is, just,
happened.
why would you potentially try to fucking maim the sight of your slave like that?
Right, yeah,
Right?
there's that too, yeah. It just makes no sense at all, and it sounds way more like some fucking edgy teenager trying to be like, this is what the SDC has done to me.
Yeah,
And also, he's the only
fucking
one
gaslights
shown with that.
everybody. He gaslights everybody into
Just
thinking
point
that
out-
Shnida's
no.
company branded him, but he actually
Yes.
You know what? Actually, even
Why is it
better,
backwards?
Adam
Sorry.
is
Why is it
just this. You know what we should do? Adam is just a schizophrenic psychopath. He's never actually worked at a dust mine. He's never even worked for the SDC. He's just this schizo who was one day just took a brand to his face so he could be like, the SDC has done this to me. I must now cover up my scar and declare war on the government.
Who's
Also-
paying the Faunus bullet so we can have a token Faunus?
Also, hey, White Fang, you guys
True.
want equality, but you're wearing grim masks as if you're the enemy of everyone, not just humanity.
Yeah,
True.
it's just like, yep.
I will
Also, hey,
strike
Adam,
fear into those who've scarred me.
Hey, Adam, why is the SDC backwards? It looks like it's self-inflicted.
Oof.
It's like, wait a second.
DDS? What does that mean?
Okay,
Oh,
so we're
God.
going to ignore dust source. We have acquire penny
Someone has to bite the Faunus bullet. It's
for
silent. It's gonna be a
infant.
fox. It's gonna be a fox
Silent will be
fox.
a fox
Okay.
bonus.
Yeah, I guess why not? I wake
Dude,
up
you
with-
get night vision to shoot better with.
Yeah, I
True.
get night vision, and but the question is,
Better
though,
hearing.
fluffy ears or tail?
Up to
Fluffy
you, but the
ears
ears
for
probably
the hearing.
Well,
Oh,
since you
yeah.
aren't a woman, ears.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
definitely.
hmm
But the girls
Um,
can pet fluffy tail though.
The girls like fluffy
Yep.
ears as well. Plus, they'll reach up so that
Girls
their
would
breasts are in your
love to have
face.
Fluffy ears.
Yes,
Yep.
true. Adam will be
Ready?
Shot in the head.
psychotic schizo.
Yeah.
Let's
Well, I
see
mean,
what else we
if
got here.
if Silent Fox isn't the Faunus, the only other person I could think being it is maybe Sneaky as some kind of like big animal Faunus,
Nah.
so that he's more of a juggernaut, or
No.
Sign, just because we don't really know much and he's as horny as an animal.
The
You.
rabbit faunus sign. Yeah, you know, all 5 feet of them.
Yeah.
You.
I mean, I'm 5'4" and I don't let that shit affect me. So.
I mean, really, are people under 5'11" even human?
No.
Oh,
Yes,
Sign,
we are.
Sign, if Sign was like a rabbit faunus, he would have to wear a hat all the time and just stare
Whoa.
at Blake. Just wear the hat all the time, and just like, yep,
It's a
hiding
tough
my
hat.
traits.
No, even better, the hat itself has spots for his ears to go into. So it's not, it's not even like really covering up the fact that he has ears. It's just really obnoxious.
I'm just
Why are you doing-
hiding who I am in plain sight.
Why are you doing that? Well, people already pull a rabbit out of a hat, so I thought I'd pull the hat off the rabbit.
There you go. No, I'm not doing a fucking rabbit virus.
No, of course not. You'd be you'd be a koala.
That's right. Yeah. So
Koala, guys, koala for the
Velvet
sign, who is full of every
for
STD
sign.
imaginable and only breeds through rape.
No,
Hey, now.
that's a little bit rough, bro.
Yeah, sorry.
That's mean.
Sorry. You can just have the
Anyway, so
STD.
I'll write down acquire Velvet for sign since that's the only thing you've shown interest in so far.
Velvet or Glenda. Also,
You're not
again,
getting Glinda. I'm sorry, but you're not getting Glinda.
Woman.
And she gets written out after
Why?
season 2, 3,
Why the fuck not?
because we don't know her character other than Whip Me Mummy.
Yeah, we can. We,
Fair.
5 years down the road, when she has officially passed her Christmas cake status, that's when she'll be desperate enough to go for the 23-year-old.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
fair.
I'm 39 years old, but this 23-year-old hunter.
I'm 39 in my mind.
I mean, come on now. Look at real life, fiction mirroring life here. She's gonna go for a male student.
Yeah. She's
Well,
Maybe.
apparently she went for. Well, no. Apparently, wasn't it implied Iron would like her, or that they were exes.
No, it was
something-
implied that Iron would simped for her and she rejected him.
Oof.
Oof.
I can't
So
believe you
what
have so much in
is
common with
Silent
Sign.
Skull?
Shit, I don't know. I don't act like I said. I've read a lot of Ruby fan fiction and I enjoyed a lot, and I've seen like the first 2 seasons of Ruby and like some of season 3, but I haven't actually had like a this is what I would like to do as a goal for it. It's like, other than just be
Start the Ruby World IRS. No one escapes their taxes.
Oof.
I would probably have to spend my time like dodging Yang, just because she'd be fucking
yeah.
annoying. Like I'd be at the patch school, I would have my sniper rifle and my my assault rifle and shit. And
Oh,
Yang's,
you
"Come
know
on, man,
what?
let's
You
go
could
pop."
even set that up of Ruby wanted to see it. You said no. Now Yang's just always on your case.
Well,
I
yeah, it's
guess.
always like, listen, hey man, you can't rely on your guns all the time. You're gonna have to learn how to fist fight. And like, yeah.
To be fair,
no.
Ruby would probably nerd out over your guns and the changes you're making to
Well,
them. So
yeah,
you'd at least give her
yeah.
one friend.
Yeah, well, it's like, I would be fine with Ruby, in small doses, like, hey,
Yeah.
listen, Ruby, we'll meet up here at the armory, we'll chat and hang out. But then after that, though, you're way too high energy for me.
True.
Sorry, my social
yeah.
batteries are drained.
Yeah. And then after that, after my social batteries are drained, Yang comes up and says, "Hey there, long shot, you ready to go?" No.
No, fuck off.
No, Yang, I'm not gonna date you.
What? No, that's
What
not
the
what I
shit?
meant, you
said anything.
asshole.
I never said anything about dating. I just wanted to fist fight you. Yeah, that's how it
The
works in shonen.
wall. The wall.
We punch each other in the face and then all of a sudden become best friends and then start looking at each other lovingly in the eyes. I
Yeah,
know how you work.
So basically, your goal is to troll every Ruby character. Got it.
Yep.
Well, not really. I mean, I'm actually kind of fine with Weiss. She's annoying, but
I mean, to be fair, she has
True.
reasons for her racism as well. Apparently, she's had
Yeah.
family die to fucking Faunus and the White
Yeah.
Fang.
yeah, they tried to kill her and actually killed her family and assassinated members of her family and shit.
Her mom's an alcoholic. Her father is an absentee businessman who's racist and abusive.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, one of those isn't necessarily a bad thing when it comes to Faunus.
Yep. Whew. Like, just wait a second. You're the first Faunus who fucking doesn't hate me? Like, yeah, no, why would I hate you? What did you do? What did you do to me, the Fox Faunus?
Mm-hmm. You just tell her.
Being
White Fang
racist
are
to
wearing
Blake,
ripped-
don't worry, it's okay. I'm
Yeah.
also a faunus.
Yeah. I give her the F
Pardon,
card.
Billy.
I give it the A card.
Okay,
because she
here's
called
the
Blake an
question
animal.
for Blake. Before we kill her, will she
Don't
be?
kill her. What?
We are still killing her. Yes, absolutely.
Yes, we're killing her.
Well, no, you don't even have to kill her. You just have to run. You just have to do character interactions where no one becomes like too close friends, like they're like Yang and Blake were. And then when she runs off, no one goes looking for her. She just gets written out.
Yeah,
She'll
it's just
literally
like-
run away from the story.
try to
True.
seduce Blake and make her run away and never look for her. So why
Mhm.
did you go look for Blake? Well, she ran away, so she obviously wanted her space. I didn't expect her to run away for the last 10 years.
Oh
It's like,
god.
oh wait,
Make sure,
wait.
just make sure she never thinks I can fix him to any of you guys.
No.
Jesus Christ. Don't worry. Okay, so option is kill Blake, everyone, or Blake is written
Out of the story, because she's gonna run away
as
at some
the
point. That's
lefty.
inevitable.
Well, that's the default anyway, Sneaky.
Well, yes, but she's not written that way in canon. Because she's supposed to
Silent-
be the good guy.
Yeah, Silent to Weiss. What the White Fang ever do to me? They wear grim masks as if they're enemies of everyone.
It's like last time
Like-
I checked, firebombing, people's
Yeah.
towns,
Like
so
the
Grim could
grim mask.
attack them.
The grim masks
Yeah.
imply that their end goal is genocide of everyone, human and faunus. Why would I support that?
Yeah, that's true, actually.
Yeah.
It's like we literally have a common enemy as Grim, as humans and faunus, and that's the Grim. But these motherfuckers want to go through and try and make it so that the Grim wins. Like, what? That is like
I don't know.
suicide by
We
any
we
other
were
means.
oppressed at one point, so we're gonna make it so everyone dies.
Yeah,
Like,
if we
I
can't
went through
win,
s-
everyone
Oh,
loses.
you know what the best part is? Blake goes, us faunus went through so much, and Silent just pipes up, aren't you the daughter of the leader of Menagerie? Weren't you a Nepo baby? Didn't you get everything you wanted?
That would actually be kind of funny. Of fucking the opening scene where Blake starts reprimanding Weiss for being a nepo baby, and then it's just like, wait,
Yeah.
aren't you Blake Belladonna, Princess of Menagerie?
Daughter of Gira, founder of the White Fang, and leader of the Faunus.
Weren't you reported missing like years ago?
Oh, she would probably tell me to stop internalizing
What?
my own hatred. My own
Stop
internal
internalizing your
faunus envy.
racism.
All of a sudden, she just goes, "What? No, I'm not a Faunus. See, I'm wearing a bow." It's like that bow just twitched.
That bro just twitched.
It's like, listen, I can smell the pussy on you from a mile.
I can smell
Faunus, remember?
Faunus!
Stop
And
hiding.
Weiss just looks at her like, "You fucking hypocrite."
Just blushing.
But you're a Faunus. Don't we have to stand together? What do you mean stand together? It's humans and Faunus against the Grim. Everyone has to stand together.
We already are standing together, you moron, against the Grim.
That's why we're here to be huntsmen.
Alright, so is John also dying?
Dawn dies in initiation
sure.
because Pyrrha's spear misses.
Oof.
John dies? Question mark.
Like, I'm sorry,
Yeah,
but
that-
if
that's
something,
King Juniper.
the thing is though, if even one thing happens that stops the locker room fucking thing happening where Jean doesn't recognize Pyrrha, Jean's just
True.
dead because he has no landing strategy.
Just
Like,
So
I'm
who
sorry,
do, who do we
that's just
replace
not-
John with?
Oh, that's another problem. Might better leave that alone.
Yeah.
But I really don't like John.
What's the Juniper?
Oh,
Like,
We
I
know
would-
what's the Juniper.
Open Ox Ironwood who sends Penny as a test run.
Like,
That gets
that's
Infant close to
true.
Penny early. That
That's
gets
true.
Infant close to Penny early.
That would work.
And we wouldn't even have to go to war with Atlas to do it.
Yeah.
Right?
John
Which he
John gets
absolutely would.
mauled by Grim on his way to
No,
Beacon
it's not
Academy
even mauled
and
by
dies.
Grim. He's literally snapping his neck on a tree because the only reason he survived the landing pad was from Pyrrha throwing her spear.
Somehow.
literally
Well,
just
no,
like
that.
up here.
See, I still don't understand that shit. Is she somehow threw her spear at him, speared his
Perfectly on his
hoodie,
hoodie.
and his hoodie is apparently made of like goddamn titanium Kevlar because it allowed
I mean-
him to not die from like the spear.
He
A
should have
should
broke his neck.
Mm.
He should have broke
Yeah.
his neck.
Because he didn't
Yeah,
have
like-
aura.
From the
He didn't have aura.
the loss
so
of
at that
inertia.
time.
Yeah, the loss of inertia would have snapped his neck.
Well, it's not just the
Just
loss of
pathetic.
inertia. It's like the spear should have just gone completely through his hoodie. Like, there's no reason for it to catch
no,
on his
Sneaky.
hoodie.
I can understand in a world with the Grim if all clothing is made to be like even weak armor. I can understand that much.
Yeah, that would work.
Yeah, maybe. I guess,
But the
but
problem
still,
is-
like, that's a
the problem is
lot
he's
of
gonna-
like that's a lot of force. So
somebody-
even if it impacted through only one end of his hoodie and then stuck
Mm.
itself in the other end, that's a massive amount of force that it's now redirecting. He's probably around what, like 150 pounds, maybe 200 with the armor on.
Mhm,
Like
mhm.
that's a lot
And
of
the
weight
sword
to
and shield.
redirect at maximum terminal velocity. Like
Yeah.
he should have broken bones. He should have cracked his head open. His neck should have been snapped. Like there is no reason as to why he should have survived being speared
Well,
by
another
Pyrrha.
thing is this: there would be there wouldn't be that much, armored fabric and clothing for people without
Aura.
aura, anyways. Because if you think about it, if you have like a Kevlar T-shirt on and a Grim with very big and sharp claws scratches at you, sure, it might not penetrate the claws, but the force will still tear open your skin.
Yeah, exactly.
you know,
Yeah. It's literally shown that Beowulf claws tear through steel.
Yeah.
Also, yeah, actually, Killianar brings up a good point. Is she's a tournament fighter, not a marksman. She would absolutely aim at center mass and just like fucking right through him.
No. Remember her semblance.
Yeah, she can
Magnetic control.
change it. She can aim it
she
any way
can-
she wants.
She could do it. If there was anybody that could have made that throw,
I mean, it's one thing to say that. I mean, she might reflexes though. Like she might have just reflexively thrown it. Like she might have been thinking, "I'm going to aim at his
If you
hoodie."
remember, she had her
How
thumb
far away?
up. She had her thumb up as she was
aimed.
following with the spear. She aimed.
Yeah, she was
aimed.
aiming.
That's
It
true.
wasn't reflex.
Yeah, that's
It wasn't
fair,
a
yeah.
reflex throw. It was aimed. Along
It's
with
just
that,
like-
you know what's funny?
I
What
I
people
still
forget-
think
she has to
honestly.
do.
I
You-
think just have a scene where Penny is talking with Pyrrha and Weiss instead, and John gets intimidated, so he doesn't approach them, and instead, just doesn't get caught by Pyrrha and fucking plops out of existence.
Well,
I'm
no,
okay with
like you said, fucking Penny's there with Weiss and Pyrrha. He's not gonna get close because Infant will be there, scaring off any other men away
Well,
from Penny.
that's what I just said.
Yeah.
Hey man, you're hogging the snow angel. Just stay the fuck away from my robot waifu.
Infant
have the
trying to
snow
get on
angel.
Penny's team.
Infant trying to get on Penny's team ends up with us anyway.
Yeah.
When he gets with one of us, gets paired with one of us.
And
You just hear him screaming no in the forest because he doesn't get
Do
Penny
one
as
of
a
us
partner.
pick up his sword? No. Why the fuck would we do that?
No.
That's sword shit.
The sword isn't special, it's just in his family. Like, Ozpin would probably get it from the forest and give it back to the Ark family and,
And then
tell them
send
what
it back to
happened.
his family.
yep.
Gray wants
John
to know how it's gonna go.
dies. Penny replaces.
Like I said, I don't. John dying. Like I hate John. Don't get me wrong. Like if,
Yeah.
if there is a story
It's
that
not a surprise because he's such a blatant self-insert of Miles. That's the problem. Like, he's not his own character. He was never his own character. He's always what
Yeah.
Miles wanted to be.
yeah. So he's just really bland and not actually a character, and he had way too much leeway given to him throughout these series to make me to make me like him.
Mm.
So I was just
Yeah.
like, anytime somebody could replace John, like anytime I see a fan fiction where they, give Fawn more
More
John
Bill
more
Billy being
superpowers,
involved.
I was like, Jesus Christ.
Well, I mean, the thing is though, you could always just have Pyrrha still says him like normal, but runs into Penny on the way there. He doesn't get a partner, he gets kicked out.
Oh, yep, that's a good one.
He
Yeah,
gets
it
written
would
out
work.
just like Blake would run away and get written out of the story from that.
So Pyrrha catches John, saves him. He doesn't die, but the first person she sees in the woods is Penny, and John is just shit out of luck.
Because because Ozpin gave
Yeah.
that the only thing you need to do was find a
Pee-pee.
partner and get a relic.
Penny and
Yeah,
you didn't need to
Pyrrha's
like, there-
pee-pee.
Yeah.
Yes. There will be two of you.
PP and R. You got to figure out a name for PP and R. Or
Peter!
P and R. Pepperoni! Team Pepperoni! Or Team
Peener.
Pepper. No, wait, that doesn't do Nora. Sorry.
No Penor.
Peener.
Peener.
Stick John with Carden. Oh no.
Oh god,
No,
no.
I've seen that happen. And it's just it's just shit.
I mean, the problem is that
Make him man up will be good.
Because
Yeah,
Carden's only a relevant character because of Jorn. And so when
Yeah.
you've got them both on the team, you write them in as background characters, and everyone's looking at that like, why does this matter? They don't change a thing. They don't affect anything.
yeah,
Sure.
John's only important because he's on Team Juniper. Team Juniper's only important because the writers forced them to be. Like they literally
Silver Miles.
and Card. Well, no. Well, yes.
Mm.
Carden is only important because he's there to bully John because Miles has some sort of unresolved issues involving bullying from high school.
Like Wildbow.
Well, no, you can't do the two more than usual because then you've also got to find a replacement for Ruby, for Team Ruby.
Why would Team Ruby need?
If Blake wasn't getting one, because that's what Simon wrote. Two people more than usual, that means two of you will
I
not
was
find
just
a partner
thinking
and
of
form a
Penny
team.
and
No,
Penny and
John.
Oh, then you shouldn't put two people will not find a partner. You need to say one, because of that. Those two.
Well,
would
no,
then-
John.
You have to
John,
form a
no.
full team.
I think John just fucking dying is fine. Like he doesn't get fucking caught by Pyrrha. He just fucking hits a tree and dies. Boo-hoo, so sad. We're moving on.
We're all
Yeah.
surprised. We're like, what the
And
fuck?
guys, don't
If
even
John
write it.
could die,
Don't
then
even
that
write
could
it in a
happen to any one
story.
of us.
Don't even write.
Guys,
no,
I
guys,
don't think we're in canon.
Guys,
Guys, I
don't
think we're
even
the
write it.
planner.
Don't even write it into the story. When a fan asks what happened to John, you just write in a marquee: tree plus John equals splat.
No, I think no. What we should do is we don't even mention it during the actual chapter, but do one of those little infant bonus scenes afterwards, and it's just the four of us looking at John's corpse, being like, "Fuck, guys, I don't
Wow,
think we're in
that's-
canon."
Like, does plot armor not exist here?
Shit, guys,
If it's
we might
not,
need a better
then
plan.
no.
I think we're kidding. Nope.
We're gonna need a better plan.
All right, get Sneaky the alcohol. He plans best while drunk.
Well, I mean, the plan is obviously to stop the apocalypse, but
Everything.
Yeah.
as you might realize, there's
But
not particularly much of a Ruby fan. Enjoy making something out of
Making
garbage
something
fires.
out of garbage fires.
That you think we are?
Yeah.
Okay, so we are gonna do with a quite possibly John dies because it is funny, and Penny replaces him.
But also, it helps bring the fact that this is a story AU and not just canon rehashed.
Yeah, because honestly, canon rehash is just kind of boring.
Sick of it. It's the reason I don't. It's the reason I don't
John's
read
so
Ruby
bad.
more than any others because I didn't like Ruby canon, so I wanted to just keep reading it in fanfiction. At least with
So-
like One Piece and Bleach, I like the canon, so I don't mind reading it like every 6 months.
True. That's fair. So we're not going to kill Blake. Instead, Blake is going to be a walking parody, as she should have been from the start.
And
Um,
eventually she'll get so sick of that, she'll, instead of confronting everyone, calling her out on her hypocriticalness, she'll just run away and never return to the story.
and honestly,
something that
actually,
really
her
annoys
running
people.
away, breaking up the team, causing them to be one man short, could actually give us narrative excuses to attach Team Ruby to Team Piss. So then we could
And not even just Team Piss, even the new team with like Pyrrha.
You didn't think I was gonna say that, did you?
No. Sorry, it's Team Spice, but
You guys-
somebody's gonna say it in the story. Oh, so
No.
Team Piss.
Hold on, let me ask ChatGPT if we can come up with a better color.
We're piss
Team
yellow.
Spice,
Come
I'm
on, piss is a color.
Piss yellow.
Isn't
Oh,
Piss
God.
usually cleared? Not if you don't get enough water.
It can go to orange.
If you get too much
Yeah,
yellow,
yeah,
if you
red.
get too much, yeah.
Yeah, it can
If
get
your piss is
red.
brown, you have a problem. No, if it's red, you have a real
Crime
problem.
encompasses you, porn, money, and bad decisions encompass sign.
Yes.
True.
Naughty on the third person. Infant there to fuck Penny. Sai just gets dragged in.
Sai is unfortunately getting the random Wheel of Doom isekai, where he's unfortunately.
No, you three get isekai'd in some sort of void where you're just before you get Ruby, and then you guys just agree, wait, isn't there supposed to be 4-man teams? And Sai just gets dragged in.
Oh shit, you're right, my bad. Bzz. Did I just fucking die?
Yep,
Okay,
you're
so
fucked.
I asked ChatGPT and they could only come up with one other one, and that was Prism.
That's
Oh, yeah.
gay.
That's
Yeah,
kind of
no.
gay.
PSSI or PIS.
Yeah, that's him.
Yeah, no.
Piss him! Yeah, let's go! Piss him!
A
Team
rainbow.
piss him!
God, no.
A rainbow
Oh,
of
no.
possibilities.
Osmond says
It's a
Team
rainbow
Prism,
of
and then-
possibility.
No, dude, Osmond
Yeah.
says Team Prism. It's like, for you guys, are a
Team
rainbow
Prism.
of possibilities. Actually, can we be Team Piss?
Can we just be
Can we
Team
be
Piss?
before we
Look,
be Team
everyone was
Prism?
thinking it.
Yeah.
No, you cannot be Team
No,
Piss.
Team
Can we be Team
Spice.
Piss? Can we be Team Piss'em? What if I call you Team Spice? Accepted.
Alternative. Team Spice. We'll take it. Fair. All right. Yeah, we'll write that one down. Okay.
Yep.
So, Team Prism.
Argue the name with Ozpin by using Piss, and then you eventually get Spice.
We don't like Prism
No,
because
no,
it's a
okay.
to Rainbow.
Yeah. Well, another thing is
None of us are named after
it-
colors, sir.
it's apparently ChatGPT misunderstands how the naming
Team naming.
convention works.
Ah, so it thought
Yeah,
only
that's
out of
fair.
those.
Yeah. So PS.
You're telling me not enough people are putting Ruby into Chat GPT to make stories? Huh.
Hey man, I'm training
Apparently
it
not.
right now.
Not enough people, apparently. Okay,
How the-
so let's see here. Aura's a muscle. We're killing Cinder. We're ignoring Dust for the story's narrative. Penny will be acquired for Infant if he joins us. Silent's going to be a Fox Faunus. Adam will be a psychotic schizo and an absolute unit. Sign will acquire Velvet. Blake will be written as the parody lefty. John dies. Penny replaces him, and we get Team Penor.
So we just take a weekend out, go into Vale. Okay, let's go hunt down Roman and Cinder and take care of business. Just get this out of the way real quick.
Time for a difficulty tweak! Kicks in door!
It's like a
Sneaky
total...
challenges her. My firework versus yours. Which burns hotter?
Bad
It's
idea.
like a total, like, I put a 30 millimeter through the fucking engine of the bullhead.
Yes.
By the way, you know what's really stupid about Ruby as well? Adam is a bull faunus who's not built like a bull, but then apparently in season 2 with the train, you have a guy built like a bull with a chainsaw as a weapon.
Yep.
Yep.
Like, what?
So what happened is in the first season, they didn't have access to a model that was Hazel-sized yet.
Oh, so season 2 when they did, then they made that, but Adam was already made because of the black fucking
Yeah.
trailer.
Exactly.
Oh.
And they
I mean, they could have just said
already
he went after getting. They could have just said after he got ditched by Blake, he started going to the gym.
Came the Sigma,
also I
Sigma male meme.
propose so because Adam's semblance is force multiplier, I propose that Adam uses a Kirk hammer instead of a katana.
Yeah.
No, let
Or
him
a
be an
boom
edgy
hammer.
boy and use a katana.
All right, fine.
Don't bother changing him, because, I mean, give him everything he's got in canon. That way, when we shoot him in the fucking head from a mile away and he dies, it's lawful.
He won't die though. He's got aura. You've got to break the aura first, then shoot him in the head. You need a
30
sniper.
millimeter from a mile away, he fucking dies, period.
The aura would no. The aura would fucking slow it down its force. You need to break his aura first, then have someone far away shooting him. So some people would have to get in close.
Yeah, I would be sitting in the back.
Yeah. No, Silent's the one who's going to do the deed. Silent's the one that's going to do the deed with his fucking gun.
The
But
finisher.
you'd need Sneaky and Infant yourself to weaken him enough that his
So-
aura doesn't
so-
just block the shot.
We start off with luring him into a trap and setting off explosives to blow his ass up,
Yeah.
and then
Yeah, that
beat
would
him
work.
up close, and then
Yes, that would
have
work.
the sniper finisher.
Does his semblance only absorb attacks and then send it as a force multiplier, or would the force of the explosion also count for his semblance?
He has
Yeah,
to prepare.
so they retconned
only
his
physical
semblance. No,
Is there
so
any
they
physical
retconned his
attacks?
semblance.
Of course they did.
Yeah.
Excuse me, he gets no.
Yeah,
I mean,
so
wasn't
for
it
some,
used to just be a
so
build-up?
yes,
just
it
that he
used to
used his
just be
hand skill and
attacks.
built up?
Yes, it just used to be force applied against him. He could then store and then use against other people, and then they changed it to he has to block it with his katana, and then he's able to repay the
So
force
AoE
through the
is his weakness.
katana.
So AoE is his weakness.
Probably, yeah.
So AoE can knock down most of his aura, and then you get in
Yeah.
close to finish
Or
off the
you
rest.
know, just fucking bum rushing the guy and filling him with 50 cal.
Because what we've seen of aura, it's basically blocks most lethal attacks until it breaks, and that break gives you basically one free save from a lethal attack.
Yeah, effectively.
So you need to basically do 2 lethal attacks at the same time if you want to kill him instantly. One to break the aura, one to kill him.
Oh man, that's a tasty, tempting future. Honestly, I almost want this story written now just so I can get a double-barreled 50 caliber machine gun.
Why go double instead of triple or quadruple? Fuck it.
Because I mean, you can only carry
Because
so
that
much.
would-
Like, bro, I would have to hit the gym so fucking hard.
Team
Mod
Sips
deuces are
is
fucking heavy.
actually Sipira, which is a opalescent
Spira.
color. Yeah, Spira.
Oh, Team
Blending
Sapphire. You guys would be
silvery
Team
white.
Sapphire. Fuck.
Nope. Team Sips.
Sips,
Team
let's
Sips.
go!
Sipira.
Yeah. We're sipping that
Sapphire.
alcohol.
There we go.
So,
It took some time. It took or Team Spice. Like yeah. Because like that's kind of funny how
Yes.
ChatGPT came to the exact same conclusions.
Yeah.
Right.
Can't talk right now. I'm making piss.
So Sneaky,
Sip.
the way you deal with the
Yeah.
weight issue is just gravity dust. Just use
Right, but
gravity dust
I would be
on the-
burning through gravity dust constantly.
Nope.
then.
No.
Gravity dust infused steel because they have found
Yeah,
a way.
that's funny.
Shit, you're right.
infuse- Yep.
Yeah,
Shit, do you
just
think you
hit
could
that
use gravity dust to like make hyper dense steel for a shield?
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah, but then you wouldn't be
Oh,
able to
you-
fucking carry it.
You wouldn't make it hyper dense. Instead, you just have something really fucking thick and dense, but have gravity dust to lighten it. So it's like you're carrying around. It weighs like a pound, but it hits with the force of a fucking truck because it's got all that mass.
Or you'd have to have a dial on it to like
Yes.
change the voltage or frequency or whatever that decides whether
A
it's super
high
or light.
frequency shield.
Yes.
This is what I call a difficulty tweak.
Mr. Sneaky, why are you using that Legion Paladin as a shield? How are you lifting it? Gravity dust.
Gravity dust.
I mean, or I could just save the quad barrel for power armor or some shit.
Like I was thinking, rotating Gatling quad barrel, 50.
Ew.
Ew, nothing.
Ew. Tri barrel.
Well, you think
Why
it
the fuck would I?
fixed?
Why the fuck would I do quad rotating?
Why wouldn't you?
Because it's unbalanced.
No, it's not.
Yeah, tri barrel is way more balanced than a quad barrel.
It's Sneaky's weapon. Let him do as he pleases, son.
Yeah, fuck you.
Yeah.
Don't make me
Metal
get a
Gear
snub-nosed minigun.
Oh god. Yes.
Oh, Metal Gear,
No,
Metal Gear
no,
Team
no,
Ruby.
no.
You guys hide away in fucking cardboard boxes to get a prank on, get away from someone.
God damn it.
It would be like the Resident Evil Apocalypse minigun that Nemesis had, where it was just like a 6-inch barrel. Fucking, it was a 6-inch barrel minigun that fucking Nemesis carried around with him at the beginning of the movie.
Yeah, no, my god, no.
That's some shit.
In Payday, come on, give me something. Give me what I want. Come on, this is not the shit that I want. So in Payday, you can make a snub-nosed minigun.
Ugh.
It's so fucking dumb because the recoil is
Minigun.
the recoil's insane. So you just like instantly can't aim the second you fire it.
22 LR minigun.
I have Team Prism. No. Sips coffee. Team Spice.
Better. The entire team. But better. That'll work. That's fine. Fuck it. Whatever.
There we go.
We're the Spice
These-
Boys! I want it that way.
It's like, I'm sorry, are we standing next to each other holding each other's right ass cheek? Is that
No.
is that the vibes you're getting from us right now?
Team
Think we're
Spice,
gonna-
led by Mr. Sneaky.
I think we're gonna Oh yeah, that would be a total team leader change.
Mhm.
Team Prism
team
to
leader.
Team Spice.
That
It's like,
means
okay,
no, Sky. That means you're the one who has to bring up Team Piss because that'll get Ultimate to change you as team leader.
I'm thinking Team Piss.
Yeah.
Team Spice, take it or leave it. We'll take it. Sneaky's the leader.
Ugh.
or it's just like it's like no. It's we're changing the acronym to move it around, but Sai will still be the leader. Like okay, fine, whatever, makes sense.
Well, we don't trust Sneaky to lead because we know what's gonna happen there. Everything's gonna catch on fire.
Damn it.
I
Infant
trust
leads
Nine
now.
to
like-
lead.
I'm gonna have
Infant,
to like
yeah, Infant was
Infant,
caught trying to molest the mechanical, the technology, so we're not trusting him as a leader.
Not even molest Penny. No, he went to molest the server.
Yeah. What do you mean in a while? I play board games. Role playing.
I play
Plans?
board
We don't need no plans.
games.
Role playing army games, you know.
Playing ones.
All of a sudden, Osmond just calls up Ironwood. Do you have a bastard left in Vale that just became a huntsman?
Ironwood
Did you
numbers
have a
two.
night with a fox, perhaps?
Did you fuck a
You
fox?
and Glinda.
Did you
No,
fox?
Nope, because I'm a faunus. So
Yep.
unless you're implying that Ironwood had a
Some
had an affair
Ironwood.
with a faunus.
Ironwood has a foxy
Yes,
maid.
Fox.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All of
there
a
you go.
sudden, of course I wouldn't. You know my feelings on Glinda. Did one
Faunus.
of your scientists steal your Did one of your scientists steal your DNA and try to?
Did
clone
one of
you?
your DNA steal your
Yes.
scientist?
Yeah.
How did you put it off? Oh, that's husband's Irish coffee. That's why he's always drinking that shit. It's fucking Irish coffee.
True. I mean, honestly, I'd probably be drinking Irish coffee too if I was the headmaster of Beacon.
Right.
Alright, so let's see here. Let's see, anything else? Are we missing anything else for this world so far? Possibly kill Roman? Kill
Absolutely
Roman?
kill Roman.
Yes.
Question mark. Alright, voted kill Roman.
So would we try to intervene on the night of Ruby's little shenanigans with Roman and Cinder to take out the bullhead and take out all three of them?
I would.
Yes.
I'd say yes.
Snipes bullhead out of the sky, Cinder crashes. There I am in the Juggernaut getup.
Yes. Just mow it down, mow the entire area down with fire.
Yeah.
The only thing is Neo. So does Neo's illusions work on somebody that's long distance?
Yes.
So Neo's illusions are a
Or
physical
holograms.
illusion created by a glass mirror, apparently.
They're holograms
Basically.
for all
Okay,
intents and
yeah,
purposes.
but if I'm at a if I'm a click away, and
She's okay. So she's.
It depends.
She's
The thing
not
is,
So-
because it's a mirror.
affecting
No, because
Like
it's a
I
mirror,
said-
it's at most two ways. So if you're to her right or left, you'd probably see her. But if you're front or back, you might.
Yeah, it
Get
would depend on the
tricked.
angle, I think, because it is a physical illusion, so it doesn't matter that you're too far away. She's not casting the illusion on you, she's casting the illusion on reality.
in an
Yeah.
area.
But because it's
It
a
is
mirror,
relative
it's
effect.
only at most one or two ways, which I'm guessing it's one way where if you're at its back, you'd see her hiding behind it.
No,
Yeah.
that sounds like a retcon because you never see that in the anime ever.
Well, no, that we're just making this up, because the only time we've ever
Yeah.
actually seen her semblance be used in the show
It's shattering.
is
when
when
it's
they
shattering.
shot at it and it shattered like a mirror. And we're told in the wiki
It's
through her
illusions.
book that got released is that she makes physical illusions from her mirror of reality.
Yeah, I'm saying that it wouldn't work like he's describing it, where she has to be behind it or beside it. I'm saying she.
I know.
No,
it wouldn't, but the
he's no.
fact is,
He's saying that if she created an illusion facing me, for example, and I'm north, and she's
Yeah.
behind the mirror illusion, then
you'd see her from
east
the
or west,
possibly even
he
the
could see
south,
her.
Depending on, possibly even the south if she doesn't put
Yeah.
one up behind her. But the thing is, if she makes an illusion box of like 4 mirrors all around her, then you've got to be like directly above to see her looking down bird's eye view.
Yeah.
yeah,
It depends on how much of an illusion she can make, which we don't know. That's the problem.
yeah, what her
The way
skill
I've always
is.
interpreted it. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying that if we were going off of that way, like, at least 2 mirrors, like in order to cover herself from like at least 2 viewing angles, because her semblance is just really, really odd. But sorry,
The
go
way
ahead.
I've always interpreted it is that she uses one casting of her semblance to make herself invisible effectively, bending the light around her, then projects it into another location with the semblance, so she's effectively invisible, and the actual illusion is, away from her, so nobody actually sees her until the damn thing breaks, because she's using the light around her to make her own, mirror copy over here, while they can't see her. She can move as she wants
Yeah.
while under the effect.
My thing is, just,
Like,
doesn't
it
she
wouldn't
actually
matter the
fight
viewing
people?
angle.
Doesn't she actually fight people with
Yes.
her semblance?
Yes.
So how does an illusion, physically fight somebody? Unless she
Yeah,
It's
it's
comfortable.
really weird. We're not really sure. They got
Mm.
retconned multiple times because at first it was like this
Yeah.
mirror where they shot the mirror and the illusion shattered and fell apart into like glass shards, and then they weren't there anymore because they had already like teleported away somehow. But then the
Because she
flip
went
side,
invisible.
yeah, well, no, because the problem is that on the flip side, if she could have gone invisible, she would have gone invisible. Instead of going invisible, she used an illusion to make herself look like Neo to make herself look like not Neo, but with still Neo's build. So clearly there was some sort of restriction there, but she was wearing an Atlas soldier uniform. So she can clearly make moving illusions, but she's also restricted in some way physically because she's able to interact with stuff when she's making an illusion perfectly fitted for her body.
Yeah.
So
Which makes me think there's a force limit. There's a force limit where something like a punch would break it, but just pressing a button wouldn't.
So it's essentially an aura shell.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe it is more like an aura shell.
It's like
Yeah,
she goes
because
through
I'm
and
just trying
she
because
says
you
it's
brought up
an
that closed
illusion.
one. I'm just remembering the Vital Festival where she was in an illusion in front of an entire crowd and no one could see a difference. So it's got to be a shell or something around her.
Yeah.
Like I
so
said, she's
like-
somehow invisible while she's doing this.
So it's like a
Like-
shell around her that she can change basically how it looks at will, I'm guessing.
Yep.
But it's only like from a certain distance around her.
That is funny. We're
She's
putting it
able
in.
to project it within line of sight.
Yeah, which would actually make sense on why she
has a
it would actually make sense on why it shattered when Yang hit it but didn't do any damage, because she was only like she was fighting Yang, but she was actually like 2 steps away from where she was actually where Yang was aiming because of her illusion.
Yeah. And apparently it didn't break when Yang was punching the illusion though.
Yeah.
Maybe it can sustain a minimum amount of damage. It's not like one of Naruto's 1 HP shadow clones. She's using her aura to do it, so if she continues investing aura, I guess it would keep
you know
going
what?
and
I
set
would
the minimum.
maybe she like dropped a 1 HP shadow clone that one time because she was just trying to run away.
Yeah,
depending
and
on
then
how
she
much aura she puts into the shell.
Yeah,
how
that's true, yeah.
durable it is.
Yeah,
So
that
she
can
did-
work.
Yeah, and
so
when
if she-
Raven and when Raven showed up, she shattered and stayed invisible and ran away rather than like doing anything. So it's more like she kept herself invisible while running away rather than doing any sort of teleportation.
That's true, yeah. That works, yeah.
Because if she could teleport, she would have gone to where Roman probably was, because season 2 had the Elysian Paladin and the train, right?
Yes, season 2 started with the Elysian Paladin, ended with them going to Mount Glen, yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
so
just
like
completely
if she could
cut Mount
teleport, she
Glen.
would have just gone to Roman is and then teleported them out.
No,
So
wait,
she
wasn't
can't just
season 1 the
teleport.
Paladin? Season 1 was the Paladin, wasn't it?
Season 1 was the Paladin? I thought
two.
season 1 was Blake ran away, found Sun, and then they, after facing at the docks with Penny's big ass laser,
No, because
There was no Paladin.
Finding Sun was the lead up to the Vital Festival, so it wasn't.
There was no
It could-
Paladin in season 1.
No, because
Okay.
Penny
It was
uses that
season
big
two.
ass
Season
laser
3.
on the docks. Penny uses that big ass laser on the docks, and we see the Sun nunchucks, and then his team shows up, which is where during the Paladin arc.
The Paladin was at the tail
Neptune.
end of Volume 2.
Well, wait, then when was
where
Mount
Roman-
Glen?
That was just a train.
No,
Oh, wait,
when
so
was
what you're
Mount
telling-
Glen?
wait,
That
wait,
was
so was it-
Volume 2.
Wait, let
That
me
was
think,
also
let me-
Volume 2.
I
Jesus
think I've got a
Christ.
timeline. Wait, so Sneaky, I think I've got a timeline. First
Okay,
it was
go
the
ahead,
food
yeah.
fight, then food fight.
No,
Mount
there's no
Glen
way that was a
train?
food fight.
Food
Season
fight
2
was
was
the
Oh
first
shit,
thing.
you're right. Yeah. Okay, season 2. Yeah,
Season
yeah.
2 was Volume 2 was food fight, then
Right.
train, then Paladin, I think. And the Paladin and train was
Really?
like one after the other. The train, because that's why Team Juniper didn't help with the Paladin, because they were dealing with the Grim from the train. I think it happened at the same time.
No,
Yeah.
there's no way. 100% no,
Yeah.
no, absolutely not.
Wait, no,
No,
you're right on that.
100% no.
No, the train. No, right. Wait, you're right because the Paladin happened because Blake and Son went to that fucking White Fang rally and saw Roman torture.
Yeah, so the
Which is
so
the
the
end of
Paladin had to
season two.
happen near the end
end
because
of
Sun had to
season
show
2.
up,
Yeah.
and Sun showing up was the signal
Yeah.
for the end of season 2 because the Vital Festival was season 3.
No,
Wait, when
I
did
thought
Roman
Son.
get arrested then? I can't remember.
It was the
'cause he got
Paladin. It was
arrested.
the Paladin.
No,
But I thought he
no,
got away at that point.
no, shit.
No.
No, he got arrested at the end of the Mount Glen.
Season 2. Did he? I thought it was
Yes.
the end of the Paladin.
I know
when
he got
Roman,
King Ruby-
no, yeah, Roman was arrested after Mount Glen because he got caught.
Wait, no, I thought it was the food fight, the train, which Neo and Roman left away from the train because it was set to explode and they weren't going to stay with that shit. And then it became the White Fang rally and the Paladin after the train and they defeated the Horde of Grim that came in from the train. Because we saw Sun's semblance on the Paladin, but he was a character from season 1 when Blake
No, we
ran
didn't.
away.
No,
Yeah,
we
he showed
saw
up in
Sun.
season 1
No,
on the boat.
no, Sun fought Roman at the docks, and then we never saw him again until Vital Festival.
No, we saw him in
Okay, no,
season
no,
2
it's,
use his semblance against the Paladin. He used
it's
his
opposite.
semblance, which showed
The
off.
Paladin was
He used
first.
it.
Paladin was first,
The
then
Paladin?
the train. Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
looking at the
Paladin-
wiki.
Yeah,
Oh, so
I
the
fucking
Paladin was
told
first.
you.
So he escapes from the Paladin, or does Roman not show up on the
Yeah,
train?
he
'Cause I thought
escaped
he
that.
did.
No,
That was the
Roman
one where we
escapes from the
saw-
Paladin.
Oh.
That's literally what we're using as an example of Roman getting away because of Neo.
Oh. I thought he got away on the train. I'm gonna be honest. I mixed that up then.
No.
That one
Roman
where he got
intentionally got caught
Mm.
because he was supposed to, like, I don't fucking know, actually. Why the fuck did
Plant the
Roman get
virus.
caught? No, Neo
Plant the
had the
virus.
virus.
caught. Oh, well.
And they
I
had the
don't know
virus, yeah.
I
Roman
don't know.
got
They
I
met
think
up on the
it's-
train. I don't know.
Wasn't it supposed to be up on the Atlassian ships?
Yes,
Yeah.
but
He
the whole
was.
point of Roman
No.
being on the Atlesian ships was so they could deliver the virus to the Atlesian ships so they could take over all the robots.
Oh,
But the
no,
problem
I
with
know what
that
happened.
is,
No, they hid a second virus on Roman, and then when Neo freed him, they inserted the virus into the Atlesian army. So the
But-
CCTV was
but
that they could
no,
control everything.
but you don't understand. Listen to what you're saying. They
Mhm.
hid on Roman a virus
Yeah.
which Neo had to break onto the ship that held
Yeah.
Roman to free him so he could plant the virus that Neo
Yeah. Wait,
broke onto the
wait,
ship
what if-
for.
What if Roman was never just a plan for Cinder, and he was just left to be taken by Atlas and forgotten about, and so Neo broke him out, and that's why he got killed by the Grim? Because he
No,
wasn't part of the plan for it.
they planted the virus. That was part of the part of the plan. It makes no fucking sense at all. She is breaking onto the ship to free the person who
Yeah,
needed
yeah,
to be
if
on
she
the
could
ship
break-
so she could plant the
Ugh.
virus. Like that makes no
So
sense.
it's
Yeah,
just more
Rooster
Rooster Teeth
Teeth.
bullshittery then. More
Yes.
Rooster Teeth fuckery.
If
Uh,
she could break onto the ship to rescue Roman to plant the virus, then she could have simply just broke onto the ship to plant the virus without having
Yeah.
to rescue
Okay,
Roman at all.
so looking on the wiki, he also used the ship to cause a bunch of havoc on its own before the virus. So I don't know if that
Okay,
was
but
part of the plan.
again,
Yeah.
he could
Yeah,
have.
I'm
they
just
they
saying.
could have just
I'm
done
just
that
saying.
from the start. They didn't need Roman to
Yeah,
be a
that was
prisoner on the
opportunistic.
ship to do it.
Yeah, that was.
I know, Sneaky. I'm
simple
just saying, like that's. I'm just
I know
creating
you're
the
just
canon.
saying. I'm just pointing out that still doesn't make any fucking sense as to why he needed to be arrested as part of a plan.
Hmm.
Now, I will say, if we want to recanonize that and be like, Roman's plan is to get arrested and brought onto one of the Atlesian ships, which Neo then breaks onto, and then fucking they
Well, no.
hijack it and fly
Neo
away.
doesn't break onto it. Neo goes with him.
Mm.
So when Roman gets arrested, she
Mm.
turns invisible and hops into the prison transport. with
Sure,
him,
okay.
Which is
And then they just
how she
hijack the
gets onto
ship and fly it away during the chaos.
yes.
All right.
Or at least that was probably the plan.
That was going to be the plan before we fucking murked him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We just
Which
True.
is
murked
true-
all
which
the
he died-
season 3 villains.
Yeah.
in
Yeah,
the
and he
opening
died in the
episode.
most like
Yes.
underwhelming way ever. He just gets eaten fucking whole swallowed by a grim griffin.
Yeah, that was some bullshit.
Like, he
Yeah,
was a
they-
flashy
Roman
guy. He
dirty.
deserved a flashy death.
They did him dirty.
He could have had that moment where he says, "You know what, kid? I've been doing selfish shit all my life, but you know what? Seeing you being a hero makes me kind of feel like that. Maybe for just once in my life, I could change things around. But I gotta do it in style."
I'm sorry. My brain just produced the most awful fucking pun ever. Cinder crashes. She gets out of the bullhead. I step forward and say, "Alright, Cinder, let's fire it up."
No.
Yeah, Roman would
No.
100% pull a Mega Mind to Cinder's line. You know what you lack? Presentation.
Actually, you know what? We can make that the constant conflict. Instead of killing Roman in episode 1, fucking Neo comes in and saves him when you go for the kill shot. He shatters into a mirror, and that's the rest of the plot for that season, is us trying to hunt down Roman.
But
Yep.
got Cinder.
in the
Got Cinder in the
meanwhile-
first episode.
Yeah, but we gank Cinder!
Yeah.
In the meanwhile, everybody's like, "Yo, why are you trying to go catch these guys?" It's like, well, obviously the fucking cops ain't doing a good job about it, and neither all these professionally trained huntsmen. But look at us, we killed Cinder.
Yeah. And also,
Some
have
of
you
this-
seen him? Have you seen him? He's dressed like that, but his crimes like presentation. We've got to get him in at least now. It's a requirement.
Yep.
You guys
that
just
means
don't
it's-
give up, do you? Well, I guess you could say you pissed us off.
God damn it.
I guess you could say we're the spice of life.
Shut the fuck up, Sneaky. You're sitting there face palming. Ignore him. Let's just fucking fight. No, but
You think you're going to see your last prison? Well, you're going to see your last prison.
Well, you know what they say. Firepower is the spice of life.
Yeah, Amber would actually wake up, and she could be the replacement for
Yes.
Blake running off.
Thank you. That's
Yeah.
what I was getting to.
Amber would wake up
Shit,
from
you're
Cinder dying.
right. Okay. Yeah,
And now
Amber
it's-
replaces. I like where this is going.
And now instead of
Blake,
Team Ruby, they're Team Rawby.
I'm sorry.
Robbie?
Now
Blake.
they're Rawby. R-A-B-W-Y.
Robbie?
Rawby.
Really, Robbie?
Woo-woo?
R-A-W-Y?
R-A-W-Y. R-A-W-B-Y, but because the B's gone, they have to just use R-A-W-Y. Rawby.
Let's see here. Roman doesn't die.
And to be fair, isn't Neo more like a daughter to him
Yeah.
as well?
Ish, yeah.
So he's not like someone that's going to be in Stein's way, except for trying to see if you're a good enough criminal for Neo's hand. Which, seeing Stein's writing,
fair.
he's definitely a good enough criminal for Neo's hand.
Fuck off.
Do you think Blake would be a fan of your smut?
Right, pseudonym. Give it to Blake. Just put it in her room. She starts reading. Laugh.
All of us write smut and start sending it anonymously to Blake on
Send
her
it to
fucking
Blake.
scroll.
Post it on the Beacon net.
Yes. Keep sending me a particularly well-written smut.
The useless
Well-written?
lesbian trope. Team Ruby.
I'm being harassed with well-written smut. How do you know it's well-written?
Because it's better than the stuff I usually read. I mean,
Well,
not-
mean-
Ninjas of Love.
right?
Hello, that
Yeah.
trash.
Well,
The man with
apparently,
two
isn't it supposed No, Man with Two Souls is also supposed to be like a romance story about one of Ozpin's past lives, wasn't it?
Something like that,
Yes.
yeah.
So that can I don't think Ozpin would let that be too badly written.
Alright, let's see. Let's pull up, what
Actually,
you
Ozpin
posted for
probably wrote that book.
Neos.
Ozpin probably is the one who wrote that book.
He's getting royalty off of it.
100%.
Royalties.
Okay.
Because Yang is sort of innocent like that. Like, for all she tries to be I'm a badass seductress. Like,
She's a
basically,
virgin.
Yep.
Yes.
Team Robbie. Oh yeah, I like that. We're raw. That's hardcore. Yeah, you like it raw. Hell yeah! Like, she doesn't know.
Followed by Ruby instantly getting a yang.
What?
Ruby, the one who likes it raw.
Yes.
Anyway,
Mm.
alright, so, let's see here.
Still
Amber
live?
wakes up with Cinder. Yeah, we are. We're streaming this whole writing process. This is the most fanfiction cast ever. We're actively writing a fanfiction on it.
That's fair. Yes, call her a virgin to her face.
Virgin. That's just the response whenever she tries to pipe up with anything. Virgin.
No, I mean,
Virgin.
yeah, because Yang T, it's
But
Yang's character.
points
is
at
Jesus,
Yang,
can't take it.
virgin.
Virgin.
Points at
Yang
Yang,
Jesus, but you
virgin.
can't take anything.
Yang enters the room, points at Yang, virgin.
Virgin.
Okay,
Okay, virgin.
All right, let's go to the club and hit on some.
Oh,
boys.
okay,
Sounds good,
virgin.
Okay,
virgin.
virgin.
Jesus.
Why don't you say that to Ruby? Have you seen her in Crescent Rose? We're not sure she's actually a virgin with that thing.
You know she's not a virgin.
Have you seen that charging handle?
Info would agree with her.
Yes.
Looks at Ruby, looks back at Yang. You really asking that one?
It's like all
That's
those
a dumb
times
question.
I saw you running around pretending to be a witch. You weren't.
Amber
pretending to
wakes
be a
up with
witch.
Cinder Death. Lots of
Well then,
puns.
what about Weiss? Weiss grew up as a schnee. I'm not surprised if she didn't even have time alone to like release some sexual tension.
No.
No.
No,
Weiss
Weiss
is
she's
peak repressed.
world.
Yeah,
She was
Like,
pent
I'm-
up.
I'm
pent
sorry,
up.
but compared to you who had the freedom, she was lucky to get alone time.
Yeah, no,
She
Weiss
had a
is peak
maid.
repressed.
She
Yeah.
had a maid with her the entire time.
And if not, a butler with
Yes.
apparently 7 different personalities based on the 7 dwarves.
Yeah.
Wait, what? 7
Yeah, apparently they have
Yeah.
a schizophrenic butler.
Yeah, so Weiss is basically, she's a Snow White XP, and to make out for that, there's the 7 dwarves in a single butler, where he can change his personality, face, and voice whenever he wants.
What a
That's
shit
fucking dumb.
semblance.
But it also changes
Right?
his
No,
emotions.
Yeah, I don't know, but apparently he can like act so well that it looks like he does, and it's not a semblance. We don't know if he has aura or not. That's just how he is.
Oh.
That's so fucking dumb.
Yeah,
Way to break your own setting just for comic relief.
it's to go into. It was just so that I can connect to her being Snow White.
Yeah, that's dumb. She's not Snow
Mm.
White.
Because her name, it translates kind of to like white snow or something like that.
Yes.
Just like how Ren is Mulan, Nora is supposed to be like Thor, Pyrrha is Achilles.
Joan is Joan of Arc.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who's actually
Damn,
Miles
they
in
just,
disguise.
They just copied Fate's homework.
No,
Yeah,
quite.
basically.
I mean, he was massively inspired by lots of anime. He wanted to have
Yeah.
lots of anime fight scenes where he literally just ripped the fight choreography from the anime. I mean,
Yeah,
Monty was a
anime girls.
massive
Monty-
anime fan. I don't blame him for
And-
doing XPs. The entire thing is the
Mm.
Grimm. It's a fucking fairy tale book. It's the remnants of fairy
brothers-
tales.
The brother gods.
The
with
Brothers
the Brothers Grimm.
Grimm.
It's a world of fairy
Ah.
tales. It's a world of fairy tales.
Yep,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah,
Even
so
Ironwood
I,
really-
it's
Ironwood
clever.
in the
Look,
Dragon
the
Ball,
Wizard of Oz, Glinda Goodwitch. Look, it's
Ironwood is-
clever.
Ironwood is the Iron Man without a heart or something like that.
Oh,
Yeah,
he's
Leo the
Tin Man.
Lion is the one without courage.
Who ends up being a traitor, doesn't he?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're a little
So
rough.
yeah, the entire
Yeah.
thing is just all fairy tales. And look, don't get me wrong. I
There's-
think
There's
it's
not
very
only that,
clever.
Yeah.
There's a female lion faunus called Arslan, which is a Narnia reference as well.
Yep.
Oh well, yeah.
Yeah,
Of
Um,
course.
but that was after Monty died. That was after Monty died, I think. Or did he die before
Hey.
or after season 3?
What was after?
Dude,
After?
before. No, Monty died about halfway into season 3.
Oh, then the Narnia reference is him because the fight was before the halfway mark.
Makes sense.
Oh,
But I mean, yeah. On top of all of that, a fair number of the characters were also Rooster Teeth cast. Like the Malachite sisters are because two girls from Rooster Teeth asked Monty to put in a set of twins that they could cosplay as.
Yeah, and so he made it
That's-
in the yellow trailer and wasn't expecting them to have a bigger deal, which then Rooster Teeth went on and made her mother the leader of the their mother the leader of the Spider Clan that owns Mistral with like 18 people.
Yeah, somehow.
Yeah.
It's just like we end up, sticking around Beacon for like 1 year and saying, you know
That's all
what?
it's gonna take.
This whole
Well,
curriculum
no,
is so
Team
fucking
Ruby
dumb.
doesn't even get a year at Beacon, so.
It's like this, and that's why Team Ruby is so fucked up because they missed all of the actual huntsman paperwork and all sorts of shit.
This shit's so slow. Fuck it. Let's go mercenary, boys.
Yep. It's like, do we actually need a huntsman license? Because if we show up in an area where there's Grim, people are gonna want us to fight anyways.
With a huntsman license, you get shorted on your fucking pay less. That's it.
Well, then we beat up the people shorting us on our pay until they give us our fucking money. Sounds
Then that
pretty
attracts
simple to
Grim.
me.
It's like
Then that
we're the
attracts
ones-
Grim, and you're. Then that attracts Grim, and you're no better than the Brandwood Bandits, who actually use Grim to attack.
Oh yeah, because the
town.
bandits are so cracked down upon.
Yeah.
Well,
No, they're not.
Yeah.
It's so stupid. There's an entire bandit tribe that uses Grim to attack towns, and then goes in and takes all the valuables because the Grim apparently don't only kill people and doesn't like purposely destroy items.
Yeah,
Well,
and
my thing is
apparently
this.
Mistral just lets them do this.
Well,
Yeah.
my thing is like the
And
fact
Atlas,
that
who flies
people
above
would
Mistral.
go through and short you less simply because you had a huntsman license.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
like, wait a second. So this plastic card is what determines whether you're going to short me on the pay for saving your village.
I mean,
That's how
that
we're gonna
plastic
play
card is
this.
also what decides whether you get shorted in your job in the real world or not. So.
No, yeah, no.
We
To
could
be
just-
fair,
Yeah,
they
but-
did
Yeah,
mention
but this
no.
is a death world.
They did mention they didn't make this canon, so we can choose to ignore it or not. But
Yeah.
basically, it's like guard jobs are given to huntsmen first, and then everyone else afterwards. And
Yeah.
there's
So if there's
usually
a huntsman
plenty
that
of
wants the same job
huntsmen.
as you.
Yeah.
Yeah. If the huntsman wants the same job as you, you get last choice of accepting it and getting money. So a hunting license puts you up the list, basically.
Yeah. But at the
Um,
same time, though, it's like 4 regular guys, 4 semi-trained huntsmen versus 1 regular huntsman. Like,
I mean, there's
That's what I
no
think.
real there's no real thing saying that we can't go mercenary ranging as students.
yeah.
Because the students get sent out, like, even in first year.
Yeah, it's like we have
Yep.
all of these cool little opportunities. Like, yeah, how about we just do our own thing instead of waiting on
So, like,
uh
I can understand in the first year the teacher's confirming that you're capable of fighting Grim, but
Yeah.
like after the first year, they
Mm.
like Team Coffee just fucked off and went and did shit constantly, apparently.
Yeah.
So I don't see any reason why we need to leave Beacon to
yeah,
do
we
that.
We could just go out
Yeah.
when we wanted.
yeah, we just
I
can't pass
feel
ourselves
like as
off
long
to
as I feel like because again, everyone's over 18. I feel like in a world like this that if the team's competent and they're not taking missions too dangerous for themselves, then as long as they're turning their work in and they're keeping up on what's probably like, law shit and how to make reports. Well, that's probably like all what the senior year shit is like knowing the laws, how to make reports, how to contact people, proper etiquettes, shit like that. And the majority of it is just go out and do huntsman missions and then make sure your work is turned in, and then here's your huntsman license. Because, like, 4 years is a long time to put battle-ready people not on the front lines.
Yeah.
especially considering like if you take
Well,
a look at like most military
I mean, it's not
training
like they-
programs.
Yeah,
Like,
it's not like
even
they probably
special
don't go on the
forces
front
Yeah.
lines though.
isn't
It's
4
not like they don't
years.
go on the front lines
Yeah,
because
isn't
they do
Special
take
Forces
missions
like
in
6
the
months?
first year.
No,
Well,
special
the thing
forces
is,
has like it can
Mm.
be like depending on what schools you're doing, it can be anywhere from like
Mm.
6 months to like 2 years, 2.5 years.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Remember, most people tend to stack special forces stuff,
Mm.
so they'll do like Ranger School, and then they'll do what is it, Airborne, and other shit. So yeah, it may take 6 months to do one, and then they'll do 6 months at another, and then another.
Well,
But the thing is, though,
oh sorry.
the thing is, it was probably about what 4 or 5 months, 4 or 5 months when they went to do a mission with a professor. So they obviously don't do 4 years without any sort of like missions or
Well,
anything
no,
like that. It's just probably in the first
that's
year.
that's what I literally said. I said in the first
Yeah.
year, the professor goes with them to make sure they're not gonna get fucking killed going out there.
Oh, sorry,
But-
I got distracted on that because
I
I
noticed.
thought you were talking about 4 years of not doing any missions and not staying on
No,
combat.
I
didn't
literally
realize.
said the first year the professor goes with them, but then we have proof that Team
Ah.
Coffee just fucks off and does missions. So what they probably do is
Yeah,
for the rest
yeah.
of the years is do basic, not even college courses, but shit
Mm.
like how do I file reports? How do I file laws? How do I contact people?
Mm.
What should I be looking for when on the missions? That sort of shit.
Yeah,
And then
yeah.
they turn their work in between missions they're taking. Instead of like having actual fucking
Yeah, and
classes.
then probably the final, and final year is probably where they take actual
Holy
missions
shit,
that will
Discord is
hurt them
shitting
when they
itself.
die. Yeah, I was hoping that wasn't
Yeah,
just my
same here.
internet. Thank God.
No, yeah,
I
it's
thought that was my
Discord.
internet.
Everyone's fucking dying right now. Holy shit.
Yeah, you're Robo Sneaky. You're Robo Sneaky to me. It's great.
Robocast.
Robocast.
And then come back.
Robocast. Well, since Discord's shitting itself, I'll probably go. It's fucking 4 p.m. I've got to start making
Yeah,
dinner.
yeah. I
I've
mean,
got
it's
fucking
like
Sunday
12
food.
o'clock at night. So I mean, so just to review,
Yeah, I've got.
we have Aura is a muscle, kill Cinder, ignore Dust, acquire Penny,
Yeah, I can see-
silence a
I can
Fox
see-
Faunus, Adam Psycho,
I can
also
see it on the
absolute
stream.
unit, acquire Velvet, Blake the lefty, John dies, Penny replaces, Team Piss versus Team Spice, kill Roman.
Mhm.
Ironwood has a Fox Faunus secretary. Roman doesn't die, however, gets saved by Neo, becomes prime antagonist for season 1. We have Neo's semblance
Neo's
information. Amber wakes up with Cinder's death, and we have lots of punts. Anything I'm missing so far?
Sounds like it.
Yeah.
Damn it.
All right.
Fucked up.
Oh,
What'd you fuck up?
Yeah, I'm seeing all this on
Ugh.
stream. It looks like you got everything. But yeah,
No,
I've got fucking. My
no.
manager's fucked me over, so now I've got Sunday shift a week early than what I was supposed to. So now
no.
I've got to fucking work tomorrow and I gotta make food for it. I only learned about this fucking 5 days ago or so on the Monday, so I was fucking scrambling to find a team to come in.
No.
Oof.
Wait, what'd you fuck up,
The
Fox?
last.
Oh, I had a whole description written out
Oh.
for like special forces training and like how
Oh.
the pipeline
Yeah.
looks and works and
Rip.
how long it would
Mm.
take and then I accidentally hit Control X and then when I got over
Oh.
here I hit Control C and then I guess
Ah,
that overwrote my
yes, yeah,
Control
that,
X.
yeah, rip.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh no.
That's dumb.
Oof.
Damn. Yes, SF training 3 years or less. Yeah, like I said, and Huntsman teams are effectively special forces.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised by that. Makes sense. You know, first year you're making sure everyone's up to a certain level, and then the next 3 years are just getting them on the field training and filling in whatever else needs to be filled in.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense.
So on the background, is it a reincarnation and they came in as Beacon students? Not Beacon, I'm sorry.
Bacon.
What's it do? Not Beacon.
Patch. Signal.
Patch students.
Signal the
students,
noise.
yeah. Fuck you.
Signal Academy. Imagine that the final thing Sign ever does at Signal Academy before he graduates is release Signal to Noise to public
Let's
domain.
make some noise.
God damn
Some
it.
Signal to Noise.
Start writing porn, immediately start emailing it to Blake.
Wait, no, never mind. You don't want to release don't release signal to noise because to
Alright.
make it make sense, you've got to release worm.
Exactly.
True. All right, so I have posted that original thing of wake up, reincarnate, and patch. Now we can mix it up. I mean, it doesn't have to be reincarnate. It could be, you know, the classic. We wake up as us.
Just drop in.
Yeah, drop in. Near graduation time, still making our weapons. Awakened aura, no semblance unlocked yet. Limited budget, no special snowflake shit. I mean, if
Or
Ruby is
let's
able
just
to
wake
get
up
away
and
with
we
a fucking sniper
walk in.
rifle scythe with 50 caliber rounds, I'm pretty sure a snub-nosed Medusa is completely possible.
Yeah, no, that's not special snowflake bullshit. I'm talking like Velvet's bullshit.
Fucking
hologram
Velvet's photograph
fucking
dust is so dumb. I hate it.
Hard
or
light dust,
Coco's
yeah.
bullshit.
Like, I get it, right? If I can perfectly mimic someone else's fighting style, yeah, okay, fine. I'm gonna have a weapon that can turn into other people's weapons. It's some sort of, like, clever photography thing. That's cool and all. I feel like that's insanely useless when actually fighting Grim. If you can only use it for, like, 30 seconds, but you've taken pictures of everyone already, so you can only fight for like 10 minutes before you run out of weapons and dust, and then you're just useless for the rest of the multi-day mission.
Yeah, you'd have to use it tactically.
Yeah, but that makes no sense. Then you're just basically down 3 people, and occasionally you have a 4th chiming in.
Alternately, if she can just, take pictures whenever she wants, then
Yeah, but she only has so
know.
much dust because she has to restock the photocopier inside the.
There's that.
Yeah. I mean,
It's
I
heavily
don't
dust
know
dependent.
why. I don't know why she wouldn't just get like multiple compactable weapons where they're all melee, so she doesn't have to worry about ammo, and just get multiple compacted weapons of the people she's like been around the most that she wants to use the weapons of. Like, get a
Hard light
copy
dust is
of.
supposed to be expensive too.
Yeah, exactly,
Yeah.
right? Like, it makes no fucking sense. Like, just get like a compact version of Yatushi's giant glaive. Get whatever weapon Fox uses. Get some weapon that some other peer of her group uses, and just like have a couple of compact weapons on her. And she's like, "Oh, I need a longer range reach right now." Pulls out the spear. "Oh, I need melee CQC right now." Pulls out some sort of gauntlet weapon. Like, I don't know why she
Fox's
doesn't just
weapon.
have permanent copies. Like,
Well, and
what's
another thing is like she uses the hard light dust to make the dust construct, but somehow the dust construct fires off dust projectiles from the dust construct. How?
Yep.
Oh,
Magic,
fuck
that's
you.
how.
Hard light magic. That's why.
It's like she makes a copy of Coco's fucking minigun and just starts spraying. Like, how? Excuse me? Her
Because fuck you,
minigun uses
Sal.
her minigun uses fire dust to fire her projectiles, but somehow her hard light is magically
She has
transforming.
she hard lighted fire dust.
I know, that's so ridiculous. Like hard light transmutation. Like that is so ridiculous.
I am sending hard light pipe bombs in your mail. It is surrounding fire dust.
This is not a fire dust pipe bomb, and it makes it past the sniffers.
Makes a gunpowder makes a PVC pipe and gunpowder bomb with fucking nails in it. Gets past all of the scans because it doesn't have dust in it.
Yeah, I know how to make ANFO, so if there's any kind of diesel fuel or anything like that, oil, kerosene, yeah, they're fucked.
I don't think so. I think they just use fire dust for everything.
You'd have to use something for fertilizer. It's ammonium nitrate.
Again, I don't think so because they never needed fuel.
Never went down the oil tree.
Yeah.
And as a matter of fact, I don't think they use plastic that much.
They
Like, they use
don't.
I was pretty
masks
sure
and
they have
shit.
plastics.
No,
Well,
I
they
don't
do.
think so.
Like,
Do they?
you know, the scroll has a little bit of plastic, but like the majority of it is
But
kind
no,
of
that's some
glass.
sort of fucking weird ass flexible glass.
Oh, the housing,
Alright.
not the glass.
I thought that was metal.
Alright. Yeah. Alright. I'm off, guys. See us.
Alright, see you, dude.
All right, later.
Later.
Also, stream's still playing. It's got your
Alright.
notes on it.
I know. You
No,
think-
they
think that's
gotta
cool?
have plastic. I swear I've seen plastic in World,
Limited.
like for bottles.
Yeah, I'm just saying limited plastic.
I mean,
Because
yeah,
Yeah.
without
like,
oil and lots of
yes.
polymer,
Yeah,
like, without
but
a lot
I
of
mean,
petroleum, it would be low volume production.
yeah, there's not too much
Oh.
petroleum in the world. Yeah, it's true, because there wouldn't be the whole,
Okay.
yeah.
That rules out info. That's fine.
I mean, again,
Hmm.
nitroglycerin's a hell of a compound.
Yeah, but it's much less stable unless you soak it and then dry it.
Yeah?
But that's
Like,
the whole point.
Anfo's more stable?
We keep
Yes.
we keep nitroglycerin, and we tell everybody, like, anybody that looks at our notes would see it as a liquid form. And
Just keep
and if they
calling it
tried to
heart
reverse-
medication?
If they tried to reverse engineer it, they would just blow themselves the fuck up.
Oh god. Yes, that'd be hilarious.
That is our industrial espionage protection.
We're making explosives in the basement. Because the world is not ready for that. They have no
Cooking up some
defense.
bombs in the dorm room with the boys.
They do not expect that kind of explosive. They expect a dust explosive. No dust. Well, shit.
Well, and another thing is like, man, if somebody from like the 18th century can make fucking nitroglycerin, then we sure shit could with all of
Yeah, true.
Should be able to.
I mean, hell, TNT is even better.
Yeah, there we go. Nitro to TNT.
Well, TNT is just nitro soaked in
Nitro
cloth wrapped
and-
up into a
What?
stick.
No, that's dynamite.
Yeah, that's dynamite, but I'm saying dynamite is nitro soaked in fucking
No,
sawdust, ain't it?
nitroglycerin. No, yes, the dynamite is nitroglycerin and sawdust. That's why it leaves the black suit mark. No, TNT has nothing to do with nitroglycerin. It's a completely different compound.
Okay.
No, old original TNT used to be nitroglycerin soaked in sawdust. Sawdust soaked in nitro.
No, that's dynamite. TNT is literally the name of the compound. It is not nitroglycerin.
Right. You're right. That I'm thinking. Yeah. Okay. Dynamite versus trinitro
Yes.
toluene.
Which,
RDX
actually,
would be the
can you
goal.
even make that without oil?
Yes.
Okay. Then yes, we're going to be reintroducing the U.S. Army Engineers Handbook to the world.
C6H2NO2 3CH3.
That's a lot of carbon.
Propane. Nitroglycerin is propane. 1,2,3 trinitrate.
Oh, it's propane? That's another oil byproduct.
Fuck. Damn it.
Yeah, shit.
But it's a gas. Fuck.
Yeah,
That's
it's a gas,
probably why.
but
Damn
it's a gas that comes off of this process that makes oil.
Yeah, shit.
However, I'm pretty certain that it could be No, none of us are chemists, so we are not about to
No.
fanfiction trope this shit out where we're just like, we magically come up with a new way.
Yeah,
no, that ain't how that works.
Yeah, it's like we start digging into it, we're just like, yeah, we're gonna fucking introduce gunpowder and shit, and then we look at the periodic table and find out that there's like a whole bunch of shit missing from it.
And
well,
they
it's
don't
not
have
even looking
oil.
at the periodic table and realizing there's
yeah.
shit missing. It would be more like we open up like the net and start searching for places to buy ammonia, and it's like it's not for sale.
Yeah, no
don't
ammonia,
have
no
it.
petroleum, propane, natural gas. What the shit is that? You know?
Yeah, well, I
Okay,
mean,
the
it
good
wouldn't
news
even it
is-
wouldn't be even like what the shit is that? Like I said, it would be in such small amounts that it would be a case of anyone who actually needs this product already knows the people they need to go to get it, and so it
Well,
wouldn't be
yeah,
like a
it would be
civilian
like
market thing.
it would, it was created in trace amounts in a laboratory experiment, but after a thorough review, it was decided that this would not have any economic or practical
Not,
applications
yeah, I mean, because it's like,
compared to dust mining.
what's
You know?
the point of mining for oil when fire dust is more efficient, easier to
Cleaner.
get, lighter, doesn't produce the, pollution that oil does? It's like, okay, fair enough.
Well, the good thing is incendiaries are still a thing, so making thermite is super easy, barely an
Well,
inconvenience.
aluminum is aluminum.
White
Oh shit, wait,
phosphorus,
fuck. Oh shit.
aluminum, iron oxide, and
No,
you need
hold on.
magnesium or something. What are you holding on? They've got aluminum.
Do they?
Yeah, pretty sure they got aluminum.
Yeah, why wouldn't they have aluminum?
Yeah,
the
it's just a mineral.
problem-
You mine it.
No, you don't mine
No,
aluminum.
no
You
petroleum.
mine bauxite, and then you have to
You mine
dip it
bauxite.
in caustic soda and lime. Okay,
Yeah,
so
all
that's
of which
not
does
involved.
not involve
Yeah.
petroleum.
Yeah, none of this involves petroleum. Okay, electrolysis into a smelter. Cryolite with flux. Okay. Okay, so yeah. There isn't. Wow, that's a really fucking intense production line.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
And
It's
remember,
like
we
they
were making
use
that
it.
in the Roman times.
So
they
we could
weren't.
just say that they were. Oh wait, I'm talking about aluminum. I'm sorry, I'm looking at white phosphorus. The
We,
Wikipedia
we,
page
we didn't
for it.
figure out aluminum until like the 1800s, dude.
1825. My bad. I thought it was Roman. Nope, apparently not.
Jeez, I am just on the fucking ball with this. So I was like, damn.
Was it about white phosphorus? So,
Yeah, what about white phos?
Oh, I don't know. You guys are talking about aluminum, and I'm
Yeah.
looking at white phosphorus, but my mind is following along with you guys, and I'm wanting to you know, you know, add into the conversation. But then I'm like, wait a second, I'm looking up white phosphorus. They're talking about aluminum.
Interesting.
thing.
Aluminum is. That's insane.
what's that?
Aluminum actually is really easy to recycle and only requires 5% of the energy used to produce new aluminum.
Yeah.
That's probably why it's used so much in mecha shift weapons.
That's
Because
crazy.
aura, because people automatically use their aura to strengthen their weapons, to reinforce their weapons, or put a shell
No, I mean,
around their weapon.
aluminum alloy, aluminum that is thick enough and aluminum alloys can actually be pretty hardy.
Yeah, they're not
Yeah,
using
I
like
know, but
aluminum foil.
yeah, well, but the whole thing though is like you're swinging it. You have superpowered people swinging it around, and the
Oh,
fucking
yeah,
weapons aren't
yeah.
really that thick. Like
Yeah, that's
their
true. Yeah.
individual components are pretty thin. So my
That's-
thing is they use their aura subconsciously to strengthen their weapons, which is why mecha shift
I'm
weapons
not
are actually even
searching
compact.
while the
Yeah.
stream is going how to make white phosphorus.
Well, no, I'm just looking up the
No, you
Wikipedia
buy
page.
white phosphorus as an element, Sneaky.
That's white phosphorus is not an element.
Phosphorus is an element.
It's a chemical element of phosphorus.
Yes, but
White phosphorus is
white
used-
phosphorus
white-
is not.
Yellow phosphorus or tetraphosphorus. So it's P4. So it's just four phosphorus ions, I guess, bonded together.
Man, why is it whenever an element makes 4 of itself, it's either a war crime or completely harmless?
Because it's either very stable or very unstable.
Yeah, white phosphorus exists as molecules as 4 phosphorus atoms in a tetrahedral structure, joined by 6 phosphorus single bonds.
The white
Nice.
allotrope can be produced using similar methods, industrial process. You set it on
And we could-
fire.
And
And
we
Yeah, they
could
put it
say
in
that,
sand
furnace.
into it?
and we could say that white phosphorus is used by
Turn into an acid
the military,
and
like
then
Atlas, as
calcium.
part of like their asset denial. Like they already
Well,
have
it
white
obviously
phosphorus.
it obviously also be used for its intended purpose, which is, flares, signal flares,
Now,
things like that.
to be fair though, I do think we could at least approach a chemical company for the production of these substances. Like, we wouldn't be able to make them on our own.
Why
But
would
Well,
just get white
The
phosphorus?
Huntsman Academy, like we have a budget in the Huntsman Academy. Literally, we'll give you anything as long as you can justify it.
Right?
white
It's like, I want
phosphorus
to
mortar
make
rounds
white
to
phos-
start the fight.
I would like to make a 30mm white phosphorus round.
I have to
Would you let
say,
me do that.
that was possibly one of my favorite parts of Division, where I could just have a fucking white phosphorus mortar round and be like, alright, fight starting, everyone! Chunk! War crime time!
Remember, don't breathe the white phosphorus or you'll get fussy jaw.
Is that the part
What's
where your
that?
jaw burns off?
No, it's the part where the phosphorus replaces the whatchamado, calcium, there we go, in your bones, specifically in your jaw for some fucking reason, and it turns brittle and it breaks and you're left limp jawed.
Oof.
Your mouth turns to mush.
Interesting. Interesting. Phosphorus replacing... Why
Hang
would
on,
it
let me look.
replace your jaw? Maybe because the jaw is, very close because the tissue is right there and the teeth are right there.
There you go.
Damn, that's crazy.
Phosphorus necrosis of the jaw.
Who
Works
worked with
from
white
working with
phosphorus,
white
also yellow
phosphorus.
phosphorus. Damn, that sucks. Man,
Look
that
at the
sucks.
picture. Here, hang on.
I'm looking at the picture. That sucks.
No, this one.
Damn.
Yeah, shit gets bad. So don't inhale the white phosphorus smoke.
Well, I mean, I'm already gonna have a fucking gas mask on with a vocalizer, for A, the meme, B, because I'm working with, mortar rounds.
Fire.
Yeah. And fire.
Yeah, you'll be fine.
Keep an
I like
oxygen
to
tank
imagine
on my
you're just.
back.
I like to imagine you're basically Courier 6.
Well, yeah, it's more EOD armor with a riot shield, and then on my back would be an oxygen tank, a mortar tube, and the ammo for the Medusa underslung.
Okay, so we could create black powder. That is well within.
Oh, black powder's super easy. All you have to do is piss in a pile of hay.
Yeah, I know, but what I'm saying is like, so we can't do the, the fancy
Smokeless.
stuff, smokeless.
Yeah,
But
smokeless and all that fancy shit.
black
Yeah.
powder would be definitely doable. And if you
And
pack
enough
enough
black
black
powder.
powder, yeah. So
Big
it would-
enough boom. Oh, but then there's the So that's the other problem with Grim is they required having either dust or aura to kill them because they're magical. So if you just shoot it with a normal weapon, it doesn't kill it for whatever.
Where does it
fucking
say
reason.
that?
Yeah, it's like if that
It's
was the
in
case,
one of the. It's in one of the whatchamacallit, fucking a remnant
Data books?
tale. Nope.
I
No,
feel
one of
like we can ignore that one. I mean, I don't. I feel like it's
because
really
all
like
the everybody that you see that's not a huntsman is a hunter with some basic bitch hunting rifle. And why would anybody stick around to fight the Grim if that's not going to even do anything?
yeah, no,
I
like
assume
the
the basic hunting rifles use dust rounds. Like just a dust where the lead would go.
right, sure, but why? Well, no, because dust only works.
like a dust project, like a pure dust projectile.
Yeah.
Just doesn't make sense to me. Like,
Well, I thought that's what they were doing since when you see, like, Ren shoots and his shit's green, or Nora shoots and her shit explodes pink.
Yeah, but that's because they're infusing their aura into the dust round to activate the dust round. That's what I'm saying, though, is I'm pretty sure you need aura to activate dust.
You need aura to activate the... You need aura to activate the dust.
Because, I mean, okay, so here is a picture of Ruby's sniper rifle ammo. That looks like a regular fucking bullet.
That does look like a regular fucking bullet.
Yes,
But
quite
on the other hand,
literally.
you look at Blake's.
Like,
Who posted that? Yeah, sign. No, 100% literally that sign. The fucking Killzone guy. Yes, that. Pretty much. Yeah. Beautiful.
So it's like
the Jinro guy?
Like, honestly,
That's
the way I see it,
yes.
it would be more like a tracer where they have, like, you know, a disc of whatever elemental dust they want at the bottom of the bullet, you know, where a, you know, tracer element would be. So you'd still have a lead bullet, copper jacket, and then with a disc of, you know, additional fire dust or ice dust or lightning dust. And then upon impact, deformation, and the spark of aura is what sets off the effect.
Yeah. I think though I think honestly I think the whole reason why they were like, oh, we were losing to the Grim until we got aura and dust is simply because a normal person without aura isn't able to fight off an endless horde of monsters.
I could have sworn one of the World of Remnant things said that the only thing that let them kill Grim was dust and aura.
No, I really don't think so, because when Ozpin was a knight, like back in his first incarnation, he killed Grim with a sword that wasn't magical.
I don't know, it just sounds like that's probably some retcon bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, we can just ignore that. That sounds lame and annoying to deal with, so...
That's just that people who have aura...
Metal's like to replace metal? Oh, true. Good point.
You know, and can afford dust-based weaponry, have a much higher tendency to come out alive. So...
Yeah, I mean, it's just the sheer fact of your aura increases endurance, aura increases strength, aura increases agility, and you're just gonna have better luck killing 5 Beowulfs with aura than you are as Farmer Joe with his pitchfork of, you know, forged iron and
It looks
wood.
like Ruby's using steel-cased ammo. Sign.
Based. Also, it looks
with
like
her
wait,
backwards.
Wait, is Ruby using rimfire?
No, that's
nope.
That is
it doesn't have a primer on the back.
Sneaky, the primer's inside.
It's on the bottom. This is a side view of the bullet, or of the.
No, yeah, look, the side view of the bullet doesn't have a primer on the back. She's using rimfire.
It's not rimfire.
She's using rimfire. The one you posted.
The one that I just posted.
This one. Look at the bullet on the left. You don't see the spot for the primer. They've just got a very large
circle
place back there. Large circle. No actual circle for the primer.
That could be a primer engagement, because think about how many different types of weapons.
Yeah, very.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
So you have a large primer surface, meaning that
he left the Grim alive. Yeah, following reemergence, Grim began to attack again. At first, as though they would succeed, because humans did not have the strength to fight them. Yeah, no, that's 100% not. Oh, man forged iron and normal people can't kill Grim. That's 100%. Bro got tired after fighting one super wolf. There was 20.
So it'll work It's just dust works better.
Well, yeah, it dust one-shots
Then we
them,
get into-
or lets you go longer. It just 1 + 1 = no dead farmer.
And then we get into the wonders of black powder and physics, and Grim get fucked.
Yeah, sure.
Numbers
Like-
go burr.
Yeah, it's like we'll see that in terms of an economical, like, okay, so the cartridges will have to be larger than a standard dust. So let's just say that we would be, if a standard dust is a 223 case, then
You know what? Yeah, the cartridges might have had to change due to the fact that you had to fit dust in there as well.
You need a longer cartridge or a thicker cartridge or both.
Well, no. The cartridges would be just as thick, but the case sizes.
I'm
in
sorry,
general
casing.
would be- Yeah. I'm trying to find. There was one that looked really neat. Fucking A. What was it?
Also, we're thinking of Ruby's ammo there in terms of, again, powder, which uses a primer. That's all dust, so it may be possible that it could be rimfire for a dust round.
The fucking band might not only be a color coding for it, it might also be the contact point for whatever the firing mechanism is to transfer aura into the bullet to fire it.
Could be. I don't fucking know. We don't have to go too in depth on that, though. I mean, nobody's
Yeah,
expecting
I
that.
mean, we can just ignore that shit too. Yeah, I'm just it's more just along the lines of, if we're gonna introduce X chemical and be like, this is superior, ha ha ha, we should at
It's
least
not superior. It's cheaper. But
Yeah.
we should at least show why it's better in some way.
we should at least be smart enough to bullshit our way to explaining why it might be better.
And the cool thing is we can have Weiss Schnee help us out using her company to provide all of the dust-based, data, burn rates, joules, power and joules, cost, all that stuff. And then we can say, hey, look, our shit has 85% of the energy of dust. I would say probably even less than that. 60%. We have 60% of the energy of dust, but it's 10% the cost.
Yeah.
And doesn't require slavery to mine.
Again, like I said, I think maybe we can just make it so that the real canon is the fact that it's not actually slavery. They're actually being paid. They're actually getting housing.
Yeah.
Just more in line.
Well, the whole thing is nobody, like, there is no mechanism for Atlas to keep all of these faunas enslaved.
Like I said,
They just
actually,
they
there
don't have
is
the
one.
resources.
There is one way. Schneetown.
Sure.
What?
Hershey. You remember?
Schneetown.
You know what Hershey Town is?
No.
No.
So back in the day, back when the government wasn't cracking so hard down on the good old currency usage, back during the script, yes. So Hershey came up with an idea of creating a town where they owned every service and the roads and the homes and the renting contracts and everything, and they would instead pay their workers in script. And at the end of the year, they could exchange their script for actual money. But before that, they had to pay for food with script. They got paid in script, they paid their rent in script, utilities were script, everything was script. And so they ended up spending all of their script back with Hershey, so effectively, Hershey didn't pay their workers anything and only had profits because the workers paid back all of the script they got paid.
Yeah, it was bad.
It was bad. It got outlawed very quickly. However, that was actually a prevalent issue on frontier mining towns during the gold rush, and where the towns would be propped up by corporations who would then start paying the miners in scrip in exchange for the gold, where they would then resell it at a far higher price, obviously. But the miners didn't really have an option because this town was effectively being supplied by this one company, and so they could sell the food at whatever price they wanted, they could sell the tools at whatever price they wanted. And they could buy the gold at whatever price they wanted, because it's not like the miner is going to give up the ability to mine more gold so they can travel for 3 months to go sell their gold for an actual price.
Yeah.
So, Schneetowns. They call it slavery, but honestly, actually, life isn't that bad there. It's that they just can't fucking leave.
Well, it's not that they can't leave, it's that, they're too broke to leave.
Well, it's not even, again, it's not
Like
even
the
the fact that
script.
they're too broke to leave. It's the fact that the money they do have isn't considered a currency outside of the place they live.
It's all tied up in script, yeah.
And
If they cashed out, they take penalties.
And of course, true blue human nature is we've seen plenty of this in the modern day, of people saying, I don't want to leave New York City. I know my rent is $5,000 a month for a single closet with a toilet in it that I stick my bed over. And my bed is actually just a sheet I roll up around me as I stand at the toilet to go to sleep at night. But I don't want to leave New York City, so I'll just work 7 jobs instead.
Work 28 hours a day.
Yeah, like, the people are in impossible situations where the obvious solution is just fucking leave, and they still won't leave. So,
Yeah.
so explaining why a town that offers full amenities, like decent food, decent housing,
It's a
yeah,
living.
sure, they can't
And-
leave,
And
but
also, if you think about it, there isn't that much of a material culture to begin with. So there
Yeah.
isn't, I mean, yeah, in the big cities, Vale and Atlas and whatnot, in the major cities, you definitely have some level of commercialism and materialism. But ultimately, like out in the frontier towns, people just really only try to get what they need to survive.
And it doesn't
that-
really matter because whatever, um, sure they get paid in script, but the Schnee company is the one restocking everything, so it's not like they have to deal with caravans or anything. So if they want food, they buy it with script. Doesn't matter. If they want, new scroll, they buy it with script because, again, why would the SDC go out of their way to cause misery at the point of the location that generates them all their income? That makes no fucking sense. But outside,
As long as they're making
from
a
the outside
profit off
observer,
of it.
yeah, exactly. From the outside observer, yeah, it does look like slavery, but it's like, from the inside, the faunists are like, well, I can't leave, but it's like, where would I go anyway?
Actually, you know what? No. Okay, so you do it as the SDC is a company, as
Sure.
a multi-billion-dollar company or the equivalent of for this world, right?
Sure.
So obviously they would have contacts with other companies. They'd get
Sure.
big deals. You make bulk purchases. You
Right.
make a bulk purchase for food. Say they knock, I don't know, 15% off the top, 20% off the top of the cost, right?
Sure.
Then you come back, you sell it for script at 90% of the cost of what you get it for at the market. So effectively, you're actually getting a better deal paying company script than you would converting it to cash.
Yeah,
and
prevents
going to the market
caravans
to
from
buy it.
coming in and trying to undercut them. Yeah, fair.
Yep. Prevents them from getting undercutted because they're already undercutting the competition. And then when they leave, they find out, oh, wait, the prices are actually worse in the cities and other places. Shit, I was actually better off in the company fucking farm.
Yeah.
The company town. Yeah.
And so that's why Gira is kind of a person that had to step down because a whole bunch of people left You know, he went through and promised a much better life outside of the company store, and all these people left and came with him. And then once they got out and came to Menagerie, they're just like, whoa, this is not nearly as nice as it used to be. You know, sure,
Not
we
as
had to
good
put
as the
up
company
with some,
store.
you know, discrimination and whatnot. You know, maybe some of the
We're
schnees
not in the
were,
freezing cold anymore, but
yeah.
we don't have working toilets,
We now
so
have a
Things aren't
complete
as cheap.
dust ball to work with. Like that was one of the big things is they gave them Menagerie, and because all of these you know, faunus were primarily miners, you know, what knowledge of construction and, you know, town building
yeah, they just got a bunch
and, you
of
know,
wood
civil
fucking huts.
engineering.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they just got booted off to a they fought in a war and got booted off to a fucking island, and none of them actually knew how to run
A town.
yeah, a town or create a city on the same vein as Vale and whatnot. And of course, because you know, Atlas lost that war. I think they were on the losing side of that color.
Yeah, somehow the Faunus won the war, but they were the ones that got relocated.
They didn't get
I don't know how
relocated.
that
They left by
works.
choice.
I guess.
So if you actually look at the buildings when they show us Menagerie, they're really similar to buildings you find in like Hawaii or something like that. It's simple construction, yes, but it works. It works
Yeah.
for that environment, and they do
Well,
seem to have
apparently
electricity.
the Grimm aren't really a big problem in Menagerie, question mark,
And they
question
don't
mark,
have
question
much
mark?
Grim, yeah.
So it's like they
I mean,
don't
it's
really...
basically an island paradise.
Yeah. Where
Okay, yeah.
Sure,
we
they're
So
shipped
cut
all of
off.
the animals to.
we're gonna have to make fire dust the primer as well. So we can make black powder, but a typical common center fire primer compound not only has DDMP, but barium nitrate, potassium nitrate, antimonium sulfide, aluminum powder, tetracene.
Well, I mean,
don't know
hey,
what that
look,
is, but
cutting
it
down
has
the amount of fire
nitrocellulose.
dust needed to be like 10%.
Oh, just a
Not even
tiny
10, like
simple
5,
grain of sand.
4.
Yeah,
Just a
true.
Yeah,
tiny
very
simple
tiny.
grain of sand for the primer, for a black powder. And you're going to need a lot more because black powder, let's see, I was looking at the initial improvements comparison between black powder and smokeless powder.
Yep.
And let's see, when they tested conventional black powder versus the new smokeless powder back in the day, they had a 370 grain bullet traveling at 1400 FPS. However, they wrote this fucking weird. They're like, they had a 370 grain bullet in the neighborhood of 1400 FPS, while the smokeless powder pushed a 230 grain bullet at over 2000 FPS. And it's like, that's two different bullet weights. You can't say that there was a
You
500
see,
to 700
the smaller
FPS.
car goes faster with more force. Yes? Duh?
Yeah? 1888? Like, what kind of fucking test was this?
A shitty one, but we do know there is some significant increase in force for a smaller load.
Yeah, well, there's it. If I remember correctly, smokeless powder or black powder is mainly held back in the chamber pressure. Like it cannot get to the temperatures and pressures that smokeless powder can. So, you know, if a similar, you know, let's just say a 6.5, if a
Right.
6.5 load with the exact same amount of grain weight,
That's
can
like
get
being
up to,
like, if you see here, this 9mm fires with a different force ratio than this 20mm.
yeah, but what I'm saying is if you had two 6.5 bullets at the exact same grain weight, let's say 175.
Right.
Yep.
and then you had 20 grains of powder behind them, and the smokeless powder would get up to 55,000 psi.
Right.
Then the black powder would only be able to get up to 40. So there is a very stark pressure difference that the same amount of powder, a ceiling. There's a ceiling that smokeless powder has that's much higher in terms of combustion and pressure per grain weight.
Well,
Isn't
then it's a
that
good thing that a 80 millimeter tube for a mortar doesn't really need to shoot too far when I'm just firing it in front of myself.
Well, actually, that's the mortars themselves that contain the propellant
Yep.
in the stalk.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying though, is in terms of the amount of
Yeah.
the amount of
But yeah,
distance it would go.
so for a standard, let's just say we're my 30 millimeter, like I'm making a 30 millimeter projectile, and I'm trying to base it off of what I remember of the dimensions of like the 30 caliber cannon from the Warthog, and it's like it's a massive case volume, which if I filled that same case volume with fire dust,
Right.
I would have a monster fucking round. But with black powder, it's a little bit more tame. Still more effective than Ruby's 50 caliber whatever. I don't even think
50
she has a...
caliber iron sighted sniper rifle.
Yeah. That she doesn't even use. Like, she puts a fancy scope on it and then like...
She used that scope like fucking once, and I honestly, that thing must get in the way of the melee.
Well, and another thing is look at the magazine. It's fucking backwards.
Yeah. Maybe the bullet's going backwards.
Well, remember, it's technically two guns. It's the big sniper, but it's also a smaller battle rifle
No, it isn't.
Wait,
/ sniper.
really?
No, it isn't.
Yeah,
I thought
yeah,
it was
it is.
just a sniper rifle.
When?
Nope, it shoots in the smaller mode. She doesn't do it but a
Post-proof.
few times. It's in the first season.
Post-proof.
Hang the fuck on.
Fucking
Quick
Mr.
chat.
Bro, you are literally the I made it the fuck up guy. You cannot say things like that and be like, yeah, believe me, bro.
Hang on.
Chat, is this guy real?
Are you filleting your mic?
No.
So sniper rifle, war scythe, inactive. It says sniper rifle, war scythe, inactive. So she's got... So it looks like she has a short-barreled and a long-barreled version of her sniper rifle, but it's still her sniper rifle. So essentially her barrel just folds in half.
Wait a second, is that a fucking plug fire?
On what?
It's just, her sniper's got a fucking plunger ring.
It's like, at best, my guy would just find a way to be able to fold the barrel, like disconnect it from the breech and like just fold it in half, and then his shit's gonna be simple. It'll be effective, but it'll be simple. It works.
It just works. Alright, so we got the Scene Town, Spine Slavery, okay, yep, got my stuff here.
The lucid... They even have a lucid dream version where she has a snowboard version of herself.
Yes, yeah, that's from
Yeah.
Ice Queendom. Like I said, dude, that shit's so fucking good. You need to see it.
Fucking Japan. This barrel doesn't even follow the fucking entire length of the receiver. Like, her bullets just curve, like her barrel curves and her bullets curve with the... Fucking Japan. And her blades. Doesn't she have like multiple fucking blades? Like, how does that bitch even cut? Oh, shut up, dog. She's like, why are you? You've been chatting for hours. She's like, I'm like, yeah.
All right. Well, I mean, if we want to
attention.
seriously do this, I'll create a sheet for everyone and email you guys a link to it.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out like where exactly we would be starting.
Yeah.
Well,
I could come
Google.
up with ideas as far as an opening scene for my character, but
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get unstuck on.
because I was just
Stupid
thinking
dog,
of
you made me look bad.
kind of dropping in early, like maybe
Side
six
just
months.
taking a baseball bat to a Beowulf because it interrupted him hitting on someone.
Yes. Stupid dog, you made me look bad. Booga booga booga.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. But yeah, PM me like the email you need me to send it to, so I can actually shoot you guys a link.
Or just send it
Good
through fucking
That's true. Yeah.
Discord. Hit share with anyone, and then make a link, and then send it through Discord.
All right. Well, don't leak it.
Not planning to.
We don't want anyone to know we're writing this.
Right? It's a secret shame. Jesus.
Look at the handle. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, no, the handle, it's so fucking it's pain. It is actively like what is this? Like, no fucking wonder she needs to brace it in the fucking ground to fire it. Like, what is this? Also, she's like, she has to underhand the sniper part of the scythe because the firing pin just it's unguarded.
Why is she using it backwards here? Fuck's sake.
It's so bad. I hate it.
So we know why it's built the way it is. That's why it fires that way, because she slam fires it for thrust when she's running.
Yeah, I know, and I absolutely fucking hate her gun feel, honestly. Actually, funnily enough, the wall is actually a counter build for her.
Technically.
Yeah. Or we just tell her how silly her gunfu is
and then have to fight Yang.
Like honestly,
Yeah.
honestly, I personally think that she instinctively uses her semblance to lighten herself up in order for her gunfu to work.
That's always been my sort of headcanon about that.
Because, nobody would go through and use a weapon that would literally launch them into the air unless there was a part of it. Because, I mean, you've got people that aren't much bigger than her firing much, much bigger guns than her, and they're not.
Yeah, like Coco doesn't move at all when she's firing her minigun.
Yeah, and strength is not a substitute for mass against
recoil. Yeah.
No.
Yeah, like, so we actually calculated it out one time. That weapon weighs as much as Ruby.
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, well, Ruby's only like fucking 90 pounds soaking.
Yeah.
Yeah, 90 at most.
About that, yeah.
Man, the fight scenes in the anime are fucking smooth.
Exactly, dude. I'm telling you, you gotta watch the anime. Fucking hell!
Like, if I'm trying to legitimately write a Ruby story, I might actually have to watch the anime.
Oh, it's really nice actually because the first 3 episodes of the anime are a recap of seasons 1 through 2.
Which is all you need.
Which is all we really need. So.
Oh, so the anime doesn't exactly follow the same... Because that was one of the things that was really strange to me about Ruby was, like, I've started watching it and it's like, oh, here's an episode that's 7 minutes long. Oh, here's an episode that's 13 minutes long. And it's like...
Yeah, no, the anime is, the anime takes place between seasons 2 and 3. in a separate side adventure.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but it recaps seasons 1 and 2 for everyone that didn't watch seasons 1 and 2.
Nice.
And it does a really good job of it too. So it's honestly, if anyone wants to try and get into RWBY, I would just recommend them Ice Queendom and never tell them about the actual RWBY show.
Right.
Canon adjacent. Listen, it's either canon or it's not. Did this happen or did it not happen? There is no.
It could have happened.
They don't want to admit that it's better than what they made.
Yeah, effectively. That's one of the reasons why Ice Queendom Season 2 was put on pause and why the manga never continued past a couple volumes, is because people were showing a far higher favorability towards that, and they were like, oh no, people like it more than our stuff.
That's so dumb. I'd be like, hey, listen, that's more fucking money for me.
Yeah.
Just give them a general idea of where to go and then let them anime the shit out of it. It doesn't matter if it doesn't make sense. If the people love it and buy it, that's what matters.
But hey, good thing is they no longer have a say, so they can continue on the anime.
Yeah, well, it's just so dumb. It's like people are going through and saying, oh, I'm going to put my artistic vision over the project, and it's like, no, your artistic vision sucks.
Yeah, but they can't, they can't go with that anymore. They can't take that kind of criticism.
Well, now that
well, I mean, this is the same people that changed an entire arc of one of them. I think it was like season 5. They changed an entire arc and how the story was gonna go because one fan posted a theory on Reddit that was correct, and they're like, "Oh, well, people guessed it, so we have to subvert their expectations by not doing that."
That is so dumb.
That's Rooster Teeth.
That's Miles and Carrie. Yeah, they are the dumb.
It's like at that point you just go through and you say, actually, this fan correctly guessed. We asked him to remove it. If you got screen caps and whatnot, good for you. But try not to spoil it for anybody else.
Oh, like
with that.
The reason why the Grim Dragon never came back is because people called them out for copying it from Ryugi.
Wait, Ryugi did a Grim Dragon?
Yeah, Ryugi had a Grim Dragon sleeping under Mount Glen, and he had the Grim Dragon explode out of Mount Glen during the Vital Festival, or some shit. And then that's exactly what ended up happening in Canon RWBY, and people were like, bro, you just ripped this off Ryugi. And so they killed off the Grim Dragon off screen and then never mentioned it again.
Oh, wow. Wait. So they actually admitted to ripping it off of Ryugi?
Mm-hmm. Well, they didn't admit to it, but they admitted to it. So Ryugi, the fans nicknamed the dragon in Ryugi's story like Jeff or some shit. And in the Krubby podcast, they're like, yeah, we were just inspired to make a dragon named Jeff.
Oh.
Yeah.
That is.
And people obviously heard that, were like, hey, you just stole that from Ryugi. And they're like, no, we didn't. And then killed it off screen and then never talked about it again.
Yeah, that is pretty embarrassing. And that's how morally and creatively bankrupt these jokers are. Like, damn, like you couldn't even dress it up a little bit.
Yeah.
You could just be like, hey, listen, instead of a grim,
like if they had just come out and been like, yeah, we saw this one great fanfic and they had a Grim Dragon and we thought to ourselves, man, that's cool. So we put it in the anime. Like, if they just came out and said that, it would be like, cool, great to hear. But they're like, no, the sheer
this great fanfic.
Yeah, the sheer fact that someone might have made something better than them sends them into a panic.
I would have just loved to hear them say, you copied this out of his fan fiction. It's like, oh, wait a second, sorry. I own and create the Ruby IP, and somebody makes a fan fiction of my IP, and yet I'm the one that's,
Yeah, they
I'm
go, yeah.
copy, I copied a cool idea, but they copied my whole bag. And oh, by the way, they're making money off of it. So,
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely clean rebuttals to it, but
yeah.
they didn't do any of
I
those
know, but
because,
really,
you know,
I would have just said, I would have sent Ryugi a message and said, "Hey, listen, your Grim Dragon idea is really freaking cool. We want to incorporate this into the anime, but hey, you better keep hush hush and silent on it." And you know, send a few emails back and forth, and then that way, it's a win-win for publicity. And
I mean, it was like that one time in Minecraft where they one of the mods came out and added something. I forget, was it copper or some shit? I forget what it was that the mod added, but then Notch was like, "Hey, that's cool. We're putting that in the game." And then the people were like, "My God, you stole it from this person," and his response was, "Yeah, it's my game. I can put anything in it I want."
Well, it's just like, it's copper. How are you going to go through and say copper in a video game is, how can, you stole copper? Oh man, what other periodic element am I going to fucking steal from my game? My
Neon
crafting game.
Genesis. Yeah, but yeah, it was just like I don't think it was. I think Copper came after Notch. I don't think it was Copper. I think it was something else. But yeah, he just put it in the game because he's like, oh yeah, that's actually pretty cool. I think it was like it might have been actually Stronghold or something. Because I know there was a couple of building mods back in the day that like spawned buildings, and Notch might have been like, oh that's cool. I'm gonna put that in the game officially. But yeah, it was just a moment of yes. Also, I own Minecraft. Fuck you. Microsoft actually pulled that recently as well, where they put a skyblock mode into the game officially, and people were like, "You are ripping off Skyblock," and Microsoft's like, "Guys, we
own Minecraft.
We own the game."
Yeah, can't
Maybe
really
that's
get
the
too mad at
problem.
it.
Maybe that's the problem. You own the game. Microsoft and Apple and all these other places, they own way too much shit.
God,
Yeah, no
I
kidding.
fucking love the animations of Ruby Ice Queendom. Reunited, and it feels so good. Viz and Ruby. Oh no.
Viz Media are the ones who made the anime, aren't they?
Yeah.
So it should be fun. Knock wood.
I don't think they made the anime. I know there's the new owners of Ruby now. They own the IP.
Who made Ice
They should
Queendom?
completely reboot.
I know Roberta worked on him, so he's in Japan. So I assume one of their local companies took it.
Fuck yes, reboot it. That sounds great.
If they reboot it, that'd be fantastic.
I would be down for a reboot. It needs a reboot.
It absolutely needs a reboot.
Shaft.
Shaft. That's why it was so fucking good.
Wait,
yeah.
Studio Shaft?
Yeah, Shaft made it. Yeah. Yeah.
No wonder.
Yeah.
That explains a lot.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep, that.
I'm telling you, you guys gotta see it. It's so fucking good.
All right,
Yeah,
gents, I'm calling it a night.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, we'll close up here. All right, we did great progress. I'll send y'all a fucking link at some point when we wake up or some shit. Y'all take care.
Yeah.
Have a good night.
Later,
And
guys.
come
Thanks
back
for
Tuesday,
hosting.
because there's always